Hello, hello, one and all. Another live stream event here with the Hawk Nest. We're going to be doing some combine watching today, talking a little bit of Seahawks off season, just kind of going through the kind of full spectrum of what's going on, seeing if we get a decent turnout today. What's up, Carl? How's it going, man? Good to see you in here again, as always. Just getting this thing wound up a bit, watching a little bit of the combine. Hope you're having a good day. It's been interesting so far. Of course, we got a signing to discuss as well with the Greg Olson signing that happened a little while ago. I haven't really covered that too much, but we're going to dive into that. Hello, Samantha. How you doing? Thanks for jumping on into the chat. I really do appreciate it. You guys having a good Saturday today? I've got my trusty notebook here with all of my notes I've been building up, trying to get everything prepared and ready to roll. We've got free agency on the horizon, so I am super stoked about what we're looking at. And tonight's a very important, of course, night for the combine because we're going to get the defensive linemen running, and we certainly believe, at least a lot of us believe, that the Seahawks are going to be looking at defensive line or offensive line pretty heavy here in the draft. So I'm going to keep an eye on these scores today. Certainly the Yetur Gross Mastos, who's the guy that a lot of people have the Seahawks taking in the mock drafts right now. His combine is especially going to be important because if he comes in here and blows it up and goes crazy, you're going to see him drop down into the teens and get nowhere near the Seahawks as far as an option goes. And so, in a lot of ways, we want him to just have an all right combine because he's a guy I'd love to see fall. I just don't believe that he actually will fall. Hey, TJ. Yeah, you were able to get in there, man. I know you had the test today. I appreciate it. What's up, Dustin? How's it going, man? Thanks for everybody jumping on in here to the chat. I know it's probably a busy Saturday. It's been beautiful weather here where I am. I don't know where you guys are at, but it is for February. It is not too bad, not too shabby. So I guess we'll kick it off here just to go on my first little tangent. It's going to be on the Greg Olson signing. I haven't done a Hawks Nest episode regarding the Greg Olson, and so I want to kind of get into a little bit of the meat and potatoes on this deal because there's some good and there's some bad. Overall, it's a good signing. Oh, okay, TJ. Well, your mix-up is my gain, man. So when you look at the Olsen signing, there's a couple of things to take away from right off the bat. Number one, it does maybe indicate just a tiny itty-bitty bit that the Seahawks might not be as active in free agency as we had originally had thought, and that they might go more of the trade route because they might still be trying to play that compensatory game. If the Seahawks go all in on free agency, then we know that they're not looking to get the compensatory picks that they've gotten in recent seasons where you let enough free agents go, you don't sign enough free agents back, you can get up to 4 picks, including even an extra third-round pick as we're going to get this year. So you want to try to play that game as much as you can. But the Greg Olson signing leads me to believe that they might not be playing that game because of the fact that Olson doesn't count against the compensatory system. He was released by the Panthers, so he's not a true street free agent like the other free agents are out there. That's why he was able to sign before the free agent period started. So this could be an indicator that the Seahawks are looking to play more of the trade game here. I'm not saying with 100% certainty, but that is the first thing that you take away from it. Yes, the second thing I take away from it is TJ just vomited up there on the screen is this is a little bit too much money. $7 million is about $3 million more than I wanted to spend. I was realistic about it in the respect of, wow, Carl, thank you for the $10 donation right out the swat, man. Top 3 prospects now. Mine is Delpit. I love Delpit. The one thing that makes me hesitant with Delpit is just our safety depth is so good. Are we going to bring in that fourth safety? At that point, are you looking to move McDougal? Are you out on Blair? But I do love Delpit, and he would be an upgrade over, I think, probably both of those two guys. I just don't think some of the stuff with guys dropping and falling, I think at the end of the day, Delpit's going to be right there in the teens. And he'll settle in right where everybody originally thought before everybody started kind of picking apart his game through this offseason. He's a fantastic prospect. My top 3 prospects at this point that I just like, just watching, I'm a big fan of AJ Espinosa, not Espinosa. I'm not going to be able to ever say his freaking name right. Espinosa, that's the name. There we go. I really like his game quite a bit. As I put into the deal, I like Isaiah Wilson a lot too, if for the fact that we know that we're replacing the right tackle position at some point this offseason. I'm not as sure that we're going to get Conklin, and I just like what Isaiah Wilson would bring to this team. We need offensive linemen that can move anybody, not just a little bit here this week, a little bit there this week, but absolutely be dominant in the run game. Maybe not as great in pass protection. I can withstand a little bit of that, but I want to see upper level dominance out there at that right tackle position, and this guy would give you that. Those are two guys I really like out of the chute. Logan Stenberg is absolutely nasty, and adding him at guard would upgrade our line. He actually reminds me a little bit of Richie Incognito, who I know has got some problems and is a little bit of a head case, but who's absolutely a fantastic run blocker, who's played in the league now 14, 15 years, right? And I really like the idea of bringing in guys that I know what I'm getting on that offensive lineman as opposed to shooting through the moon. But as far as loving prospects go, as far as just like wow factor guys, I'm going to have to kind of keep going down the list because for me, honestly, Carl, there's a lot of guys that all kind of fall into the same lane in this draft to a degree. There's things you really like about him, and then there's things that are kind of detractions. Take a guy like Derek Brown, who's a fantastic defensive tackle, should be a top 10 pick, perhaps even a top 5 pick. But he doesn't necessarily give you a lot of different stuff in the game other than he's going to give you pure power. I mean, it's beastly pure power. There's nobody in this draft at the defensive tackle position who's going to push a guard or take a double team into the backfield like Derek Brown will. But at the same point in time, that's all he's giving you. He's not giving you a lot of swim or spin move. There's no secondary techniques in there. It's just raw, pure power. So even in those guys that you really like in this draft a lot, there's still things that I'm not overwhelmed in and that I'm over the moon in. You can find little things that you can kind of pick apart about their game, which is not always the case with top 15, top 20 picks. Sometimes you can just get guys that are awesome. Hey, Jim, thanks for dropping in. Sorry, guys, I missed you. Brendan, do you think the Seahawks if Espinosa falls because of his 40 time, I don't think that he will, though, because his short shuttle was so very good as well. And that's what most teams are going to concentrate with on those defensive ends. They know that they're not normally going to be running 40 yards up the field. And so I think that short area burst is going to be enough for him where he'll eventually get picked right in the teens, top 20 probably is a pick. But Carl, let me work on that as far as giving you like my top 3 that I'm really locked in on. I'm still in my mind, and here as I kind of talk to you guys, I'll probably work it out with who it is that's going to be the guys that really stand out. There's some I'm really excited about, but like last year, you knew with Nick Bosa, you're just like, okay, you love Nick Bosa. You knew he's going to come in. You knew he was going to give you. This is a dominant left end. You could put him in at Leo for the next 10 years. Seattle had no chance to get him, but it's not the same with these prospects this year. Exactly. I don't feel it the same in the top 10, top 5. It's not to say it's a weak draft, but just the more tape I watch in it, it's just, they're not as slam dunk as you get in years past. I feel like, yeah, TJ Wirfs has made himself a lot of money in this postseason in what he's gone out and done. Let me get my notes here on him. He's really good. He's got no wasted motion. He does both pass protection really good as well as in run blocking. He's a little bit of a development guy where you're looking at his athletic profile and going, wow, when this guy really puts it together with his technique, he's going to be fantastic. But he's pushed himself, I believe, now into the top 25. And this is where I fall back to the Seahawks ending up with a tackle at the end of the first round. I thought originally we'd probably trade out of the first round, get into the second round, collect an extra third round pick. But now I'm going to scrub that. We're going to wash that away. I don't think that that's what we're looking at. Hello, little card. So if I miss you guys on the thing, please keep saying hey on this. If I don't say hey to you, I want to make sure I catch everybody. Wish I could pin your deal, Carl. This thing's weird about how they do this. Well, I think with Wirfs going up, you're going to see him go up. You've got Andrew Thomas. Brendan, I don't think Andrew Thomas is going to get forgotten about on draft day. I think, again, it's another guy you're going to see in the top 15, and this is why I think Seattle's going to have a very good tackle fall to them even at 26, because there's going to be a few taken, granted, but we're seeing more of them starting to bump up on these draft charts, the Ezra Clevelands, right? The Prince guy that a lot of people like. So you're going to see guys that you maybe would not have thought at that tackle position suddenly getting drafted. And I could see a guy like Isaiah Wilson falling because he's a right tackle, because you can't flip him over at the left. He is a little bit limited in pass protection, which is going to scare some teams off, but a run-heavy team, a team that's truly dedicated to the run, should love this guy and recognize what you're going to get in him and his ability. It's a little bit of what you thought you were going to get with Jermaine Ifedi when you brought him in my opinion. Is it the 27th pick we're at? Man, we are falling back further and further. I was trying to get my Wirfs notes here. Yeah, Wirfs. I was looking at Tristan Wirfs the other day. He gets a little overset, but he looks the part. He's got a weird, the one thing about his tape with Wirfs that jumped out at me, he's got a weird move he does at the tackle position where instead of engaging the man with both hands, he'll throw a shoulder shrug into the guy, and it's his technique. Like he just fully goes into it. He just tries to hammer the defensive end with his shoulder. I don't know if they're going to try to coach that away more at the next level, or if they're going to let him try to see if he can get away with it. It kind of worked, but it was weird to watch on tape. Hey, Sean, thanks for jumping on in here, man. I really appreciate it. I hope you guys all liked and caught the Lofa Tatupu video this week. I was really trying to get that one just right, and it took me a little bit of extra time. Sean asks if I think the Seahawks can get Nelson from the Colts. No, it doesn't. We would have heard rumors at this point that the Colts were looking or were willing to potentially move. I'm getting the impression the Colts might go into free agency. I'm not going to say AJ. I'm not going to say Dalton necessarily, but something maybe in that realm. Do they make a run at Jameis Winston? Do they potentially, check with the Cowboys and see if Dak might be on the market? I'm not getting the impression that they're as in on the draft, unless it's Justin Herbert at this point, and they're just looking to get up a couple picks. So I think that my little dream of Quentin Nelson being traded to the Seahawks is not going to happen. But no, Brendan, I don't think that Andrew Thomas, and Brendan also asked Andrew Thomas, who was the consensus number one left tackle in this draft prior to the combine, would fall due to the fact he had somewhat of an average combine. And I don't think he will because his tape is so good. That's the one thing is with it is you go from Willis to Becton to Thomas. These guys all just have fantastic tape. You just see the fluidity. You see a left tackle there at the next level for years to come, and it's not even hard to catch it. I don't think that these scouts are going to overthink it with these tackles come draft day. I easily could see 7-8 tackles taken in the first round, and I still think we would have a quality one fall to us because they're just that good this year. I love the offensive line depth in this draft. It's as good as I've seen in years, and it's been bad over the last few years. Hey, Emmett. What's up, man? Thanks for dropping on in, dude. I really appreciate it. Yeah, I think in the tea leaves, I didn't get further into my Greg Olson signing, and I'm going to go back. I'm going to double back down to that. But the Olson signing at the end of the day was we spent $3 million more than I would have liked to have spent. It's an indicator that we're maybe not going to be as active in free agency as we had thought, i.e., we will try to re-sign Clowney. We may then try to re-sign Jaron Reed. Then you may see the Seahawks try to make trades to then bring in further pass rushing help and then wait for that post-June 1st timeline to where then it doesn't count against the compensatory system. They may go that route alternatively, as opposed to, let's say, going out and getting a Fowler or making a run at some of those other pass rushers that are out there on the market. But the deal with Olson that I don't really like, I think above and beyond else, is that I don't want to see the Seattle Seahawks next season use the injury excuse once again. I don't want to hear the coaching staff after the final game next offseason say, well, we had the talent this year. We really tried to put it together. We just couldn't. We cobbled the guys and we couldn't get those guys healthy enough to make it. And we just lost half our team and it's just not enough talent on the football field. And when you lose half your team, what are you going to do? It's an excuse they used at the end of the game in Green Bay this year. And it's an excuse that I really am going to get angered by if they try to use it next year, especially when they're bringing in aging, somewhat injury-prone players. That's where you get into that problematic phase. We knew with Mike Iupati that he had an injury history. You knew with Ziggy Ansah that he had a huge injury history. Yet you still went out and with not Iupati, you didn't pay him a lot of money. You just counted on him being your starting left guard. And with Ziggy Ansah, you got almost nothing out of him. And you could have seen some of those train wrecks coming a little bit down the tracks to a degree. They didn't have the flexibility last year that they do this year. But now that you have that flexibility, utilize it. So that's my bottom line on Greg Olson. I'll probably bitch and moan a little bit about that throughout this stream because, frankly, it's just I can only guess that the Hooper priced himself out of the market. They didn't like the injury concerns with Hunter Henry. there wasn't really a lot else out there. You've got to figure OJ Howard and David Njoku just weren't on the market and weren't available. And so they just went that route with it. They said, there isn't a lot out here. We're going to make the best of what we can. This draft is awful for tight ends. I don't like the tight ends in this draft at all. I don't. There's really almost just about anybody that I'm really on board with. So maybe they just looked at it as like limited resources and we got to overpay a little bit. But you were also going up against Buffalo and Washington. That's the crappy part here, is you had two franchises that you had to get into a bidding war with, because no one wants to go play in Buffalo or Washington right now. So they're already knowing that they're going to have to throw a few extra ducats down on the table to get the free agents that they want to get in here. Yeah, Dustin 3 said, just watch Julian Okawara. He looks like a beast. He has some ball hawk skills. Dustin, I think I like a little bit of Julian's tape. I feel like he's going to get overdrafted a bit. I feel like he's faster than he's quick, and that he's not a polished pass rusher either. I don't want to. The problem with bringing in unpolished pass rushers, as we've seen with LJ Collier and even Rasheem Green, is that they take a little bit more time to develop. Do we have that time? Can we allot for these guys to be able to take up 20, 30 snaps in a game and sort of find their way as a pass rusher? I don't think so as much. And I feel like the difference between Julian Okawara and Matos is a huge divide, but you could be drafting them very close, and that part bugs me just a little bit. But I still like him as a player. I would just like him probably perhaps more in that early third round rather than in the second round where he's going to go. Emmett Brown says, I get the sense we're going to be stuck with Britt for another year. I think he restructures and stays. Emmett, I think you're probably right. It's maybe not the worst thing in the world at the end of the day if they can get him to restructure to a contract that's reasonable, as opposed to trying to pay him at top of the market as a center, which he should never have been paid at. He was never breaking the market, but top of the market, which is just a little bit of an overpay for him. Yeah, Clowney is always hurt too, but I think that they're going to go back this way, because when they re-sign Clowney, and even if they let Reed go and then they make a couple trades for some pass rushers, then you're playing the compensatory game in the respect of you're not really going to look at any other free agents you're bringing in, especially if you attack the offensive line with the draft. You can feel like you filled out your team through that method. And then the guys you lose, the Jefferson, Reed if he leaves, I believe we have one other free agent I'm not thinking of off the top of my head. What's up, Teams 12s? Thanks for dropping on in, man. I really appreciate it. I haven't been over to check out your channel recently, but I will get over there. Oh, thanks, Carl. I'm glad you like that one, man. As well, guys, don't forget I need guys and girls and women. I'm looking for some suggestions for the next Great Seahawks Moment video. I've got a couple of ideas off the top of my head that I'm going to do. I was thinking about doing more of a player profile thing, like a Steve Largent player profile video on his career or other players like that, kind of a what made them great as Seahawks. But I'm looking for good suggestions if you guys got them for what you'd like to see on the next immortalization. There's the double 50 burger that we hung back in 2012 where we shut out the opponent and got 50 points back-to-back games. That one's kind of at the top of my list as well. So, I'm open to it there. Yeah, TJ Ziggy got, I think, 2 sacks. He was useless. Yeah, Emmett, there's a lot of power guys, and there's a lot of guys that are sort of high motor guys, but they're not quick twitchy guys. There's not as many of those on the edge. That's why I think with the pass rushing, Seattle's going to go to the free agency and go to trades, because in this draft, you don't see the guys that you can plug in. Like when you saw Bruce Irvin coming out, you knew this guy's really raw, but he's going to come out and he's going to be able to just give you probably at least 8 sacks out the gate, because he's just so damn quick, and he can turn and bend so well that he's going to give some right tackles it was right tackles at the time, problems in this league. There's just not that quick twitchy guy necessarily that you see that. I mean, Clavon Chasen's kind of the Bruce Irvin of this draft a little bit, but he really is more reliant on the stunts than he is on really beating him with pure speed around the corner. And so it's hard to look and find those guys out there. I think Matos would be that guy. I think he's such a high ceiling guy. When he walks in, he's going to be a 6, 7, 8 sack guy out of his first season. I could see Bruce Irvin back here very easily, and I think the Seahawks would be highly open to it. You've got Michael Kendricks out the door now. You've got an opening over at the Sam position, linebacker wise, and then you've got Irvin probably willing to take less money, because he's gotten paid a couple times now. So it's a guy who might be, you can bring him in. I want to bring in those pass rushers in on that 1 year, $5 million, $6 million deal, 1 year, $4 million deal. There's always like a collection of those guys late into free agency that are available, and I always feel like pluck a couple of those guys rather than looking for the one Dante Fowler guy who's just going to take up everything, and then you're just putting all your horses in that cart. Spread it out a little bit and get a little bit more of a depth and quality all through the line. All right, Team Swell. Marshawn Lynch. Yeah, that's what I think I could do. Marshawn Lynch would be one of those guys I'd put in there. I was thinking of doing it as a background, like, how they do those old school NFL videos where they would have the bookshelf background, and then you'd have the guy sitting in it. And I do like the smoking jack. I'd go a little cheesy with it on the opening, but essentially just doing an open narration to the player itself, and then going into the film, and then diving into the film on what made them great, and getting in the little ins and outs of, all their little particulars. You know what I mean? Hey, Passionate, thanks for dropping on in. Really appreciate it. Yeah, Dustin, I'm with you. I think he is Dustin asked if Gross Matos is projected to be in the mid-teens. I've seen him projected there, but then I've seen probably at least a half dozen to almost 10 mock drafts that have put him with the Seahawks or had him available for the Seahawks at their pick. I don't think it's going to happen. I think he's going to blow this combine up to a certain degree. But if he is, I'm taking him. That's a perfect Leo end. You could flip him back over onto the left side too, even if you don't want him as a Leo, because he's stout enough to be able to hold up on that other side. So I like it. Yeah, Ricardo, it'd be a little bit just open cheesy, smoking jacket. I'd have a little sifter, maybe the old school pipe, like one of those things, and just kind of do a little opening monologue on the guys, and then go into the full meal deal on it. Emmett Brown, Steve Hutchinson is one thing. He was known for being a very passionate, vocal guy. And so he's a guy who I could very well see as a guy you bring in. Emmett mentions the fact he was brought in as a consultant. You bringing him in as a consultant means you get another solid voice in that room who's really going to pound the table for an offensive lineman, especially the good ones, when they can spot one that like, hey, there's something about this guy that's a little bit special. Don't trade back here. Don't flip away. Don't get cute and go to a cornerback. Grab just this guy. Russell's going to want this guy. Pete's going to want this guy for the running game. Just trust me on. I'm a Hall of Famer. Just maybe, I hope to God, I really do. Because I love Steinberg, sorry. And he's not perfect, and he's got a few flaws here or there, but like I said, he's got that run blocking. The same thing that he's got is what Isaiah Wilson has. I know they're going to get up here on the next level, and they're going to move people off the football. I have no doubt in it. Thoughts on Zach Bond? Let me get to Zach Bond here because I got my notes on him. So I was figuring he was going to be one of the guys. Zach Bond is who I would label as Mr. Versatile. He is a guy that played a lot of outside 3-4 linebacker at Wisconsin. If I remember correctly, this is a guy who is a quarterback, I think, coming out of high school. So he's just newly transitioned to the linebacker position. He didn't even play it in high school, I guess. And while he did play outside linebacker at Wisconsin, and he did a lot of pass rushing there, a la like a TJ Watt a couple of years ago, I see a guy who's really got a lot of upside in his game coming along. He's really instinctive and smart. You see, it's like when those quarterbacks go to wide receiver and they become very smart wide receivers like Anquan Bolden, where they know how to stick in the zones. Similarly here, he knows when the quarterback's going to give it on the read option and when he's not. He makes the right read in the running game, and he attacks the backfield in the running game. He's going to get a lot of tackle for losses at the next level in his ability to diagnose pre-snap and then just pull the trigger. The kid out of Oklahoma is a guy that doesn't do that as well. The kid out of Oklahoma, Murray, is more of a guy who he wants to have the snap happen, stand there for a second, diagnose post-snap what's going to go on, and then he pulls his trigger. And then he's as fast as anybody. But the problem is on the next level, you got to know that stuff prior to the snap. You can't do it post-snap. So that's what I love about Bond, is that he's a real instinctive guy, and he could probably give you some pass rush for us. You could put him out at the end because he's very natural. Good bend. He's got a good rip move to get the hands off him. A lot of guys in this draft have really developed. That rip move is coming along in these prospects now where it's very advanced. That type of hand technique wasn't always as good with the prospects, but I really like Bond a lot. I really do. Let me keep going here. Sean Alexander little card. Yep, I did Sean Alexander little card. If you look through my videos, I've got a Sean Alexander video that kind of sums up his career pretty good. So I kind of did him already. Brendan asks, how do I feel about the new coach and two new talent evaluators? Anything new evaluator wise is going to help. I believe it was Alonzo Highsmith was the running back, and the running backs evaluator. They're bringing in as well Hutchinson. They're okay. They're not going to be game changers there. The new coach is not going to be a game changer there. What we needed was the coordinators to change out. We need schematic changes to occur. Those didn't happen. Those did not occur. So everything else is just sort of like little Band-Aids on, bigger issues that I have, of course, and I've voiced them pretty solidly through the past, but it is what it is. Yeah, I'm still pissed we passed on Will Hernandez too, Emma Brown. He was sort of the Steinberg, whatever of this year's draft, where you knew what you were going to get in him. Wasn't perfect, but he fit your scheme. When I look at these guys prospect-wise, I look for how they fit for what the Seahawks do. I don't look at them as just a general prospect or how good they'd be for an individual general team, but how they'd fit for our scheme and what we do specifically. And yeah, I think that they would do much better to do that with their guards as far as looking for quality guards. They'll draft linemen, but they seem to want to kind of wait or get cute to the back end of the second round. I'd like to see them try to go for it this draft a bit, especially with the talent that's out there on this line this year. Where do you project Gross Matos getting drafted? I put Gross Matos getting drafted in probably the top 18 at this point, if not. And we'll see what I'm watching the combine here. We'll see what he gets on some of his drill scores here and whatnot. But I would see him shooting up people's charts. The more people watch the tape of him, the more they're going to realize he's got that kind of build that's going to just translate really well to the next level. And you can see 10 sacks a year. You can see him solid against the running game, lightning fast first step. He's just not going to last. I just can't see it. Hey, Ewan Tyrell. I'm going to mispronounce that. I know I did last time. I'm sorry in advance for that. He asked, do you think we should keep Britt? I think we should probably get a new center personally. There's going to be guys on the market. There's some good centers in this draft. But it does sound like, as a previous poster mentioned, it sounds like Britt probably is not going anywhere. I would imagine that they would have cut him at this point if they were going to cut him. We'll probably see a restructure. I do see the Seattle Seahawks attacking the wide receiver position in this draft. The receivers kind of crapped the bed at the combine a couple days ago, running a lot of 4.5s, and that's not good. They had some good vertical stuff out there. There's some other good things, but with this, I still maintain it's a very talented wide receiver draft, and you should see us grab a guy at one point or another somewhere in this draft. I don't know if it'll be in the top 3 picks, but somewhere probably within the top 5 rounds, you'll see the Hawks go for a wide receiver. Yeah, I would prefer to get rid of Britt. I think we've seen what we need to see with them at this point. Yeah, Hockey, I think that the signing of Greg Olson, if you were to take that as what is the indicator of Greg Olson as it pertains to Clowney? How does it affect him cap dollar wise? Is it an indicator that he's going to sign or not sign? I'd say it's more of an indicator that they're going to re-sign Clowney. That would be my thing on it, because I think that they're not going to dive into free agency as much. So my opinion is that you would probably take it as a slight, not a huge indicator, but a very slight indicator that Clowney's probably going to get re-signed by the Seahawks. Yeah, Emmett Brown. I like all those. Emmett Brown mentions here's the current defensive prospect visits that the Seahawks have had. These are the guys that they're personally meeting with. You only get a certain set amount of meetings this year. You used to be able to meet 60 guys. Now they're down to 45. So you used to kind of fill in a few guys into those personal visits that you're trying to throw other teams off the trail, off the scent of who you were drafting, because you're trying to lay low on it. Now you're probably really meeting with the guys that you really want to look at and you really want to potentially draft. So all of those guys I would imagine would be in Seattle's radar, and all of them I would be relatively happy with, depending on where we take them. Of course, with a guy like Gross Matos, take him, even to jump up a couple picks to like 22 to get him because they see him kind of falling, I'd be okay with that. He's the one that gets me really excited. But I like those other guys as well. They're okay. They're all right. Yeah, Ricardo, I don't hate the Greg Olson signing at all. It's okay. And he's got a lot of upside here. The one nice thing you can think about with Greg Olson is that he's never had a quarterback like Russell Wilson throwing to him in his whole career. He starts out his career playing for the Bears having Jay Cutler throw him the ball. Cutler had a really strong arm, but he was never known as being a precision passer. Then he goes to Cam Newton with the Carolina Panthers. Cam Newton has a really strong arm, but precision is nowhere near Cam's game. And so he's throwing the ball all over the place. That's why they've drafted the Kelvin Benjamins and the kid out of Michigan a couple years ago, these big-bodied wide receivers that can really go get those weird, misbegotten balls that are thrown away nearly half the time. So he's able to really go up and show a great catch rate with quarterbacks who are not really throwing it precisely. And nonetheless, he only had, I think, 4 drops in like 3 or 4 years, the last 3 or 4 years, Greg Olson did. So his incredible catch rate, low drop rate. Now he gets Russell Wilson, who can place the ball wherever he wants to put it. Man, you do feel like maybe there is a little bit of upside, even though he is a guy who's 34, 35 years old. I did take a look at some seasons of guys that had played at their 34, 35-year-old seasons. So Antonio Gates caught 69 passes, 821 yards, 12 touchdowns. Jason Witten caught 64 balls, 700 yards, 5 touchdowns. Tony Gonzalez, his 35th year, 70 catches, 650 yards, 6 touchdowns. Vernon Davis, 43 catches, 648 yards, 3 touchdowns. So nobody was lighting the world on fire, but there was certainly these guys have put up okay, decent stats, especially if this is going to be number 2 tight end type production that we're talking about here. That's not bad. So again, I don't like the dollar amount, but there is some upside to the deal. There is some stuff to kind of like about it. He's not the greatest blocker in the world, which I have a little bit of an issue with when we bring in tight ends who can't block to a degree, but he's willing. He'll stick his nose in there. Should we bring in Walter and Steve as linemen as coaches? TJ asks. Probably Steve, I'd be willing to. Walter's so quiet and unassuming most of the time. I don't know if he'd be his get up in the face kind of guy. He's that gentle bear. He's not the, whereas Hutchinson was more known for being the fiery guy, Yeah, Brendan. Denzel Mims. Brendan Eckrick asks thoughts on Denzel Mims. He had a hell of a combine. He certainly was one of the receivers in a combine with the receivers so far where you had guys like, Judy and Lamb, up in near that 4.5 stage, and even Rieger, who I thought was going to run like a 4.39, was up in that 4.5 stage. He was one of those receivers who actually had a really great combine, vertical through the roof, short area burst, great, 40, awesome. I'm always leery with these Baylor receivers. I look at the Casey Coleman types that have come out over the years. Josh Gordon, of course, has been one of the good ones, but there's been some other ones where it's just a lot of their offense and the production in there is just built in to make easy completions, bubble screens, stuff that doesn't really lend itself necessarily to giving you an advanced route tree. And so he's got the speed, the explosiveness, the stuff that Seahawks are going to like as far as a prospect goes. But are they also going to be potentially as leery about those Baylor receivers as I would be? But Denzel Mims, as far as a player, watching his tape, it was okay. There was other receivers I liked in this draft so far, and looking at their tape over him, I feel like just in light of that, if it was a different draft and it wasn't as deep and there wasn't as many great numbers, I'd be, I'd maybe be leaning towards that. But I just can't get on board with him. He's one of those guys I'm just not quite there with it. Yeah, Ricardo, I don't know if Greg Olson's leftovers. There's definitely teams out there that we're going to look wanting his services. I just don't like his age and the potential of him going down to injury, especially with that foot. He's had foot injury problems multiple times throughout his career. Now, next year at 34, 35, he goes down to a foot injury. Is it going to be a shocker? No, it's not. But overall, I like the Olson move because of the fact that I'm taking it as a logic experiment. Hooper is going to overprice the market. Hunter Henry's going to look to get paid, and he's got some of the same injury concerns that Greg Olson did, even though he's a little bit of a younger guy. You look at the other tight ends, Eric Ebron doesn't like to block. You probably feel like O.J. Howard and David Njoku probably weren't on the market available to trades, or the price was going to be too steep to get him, so the Hawks just passed. So you really get down to a numbers game at that point. In this draft, the tight ends are not very good. This is not a good draft for tight ends. It's one of the weakest tight end drafts I've seen in a couple of years. Shervin says, I hope we pick up Gross Mastos. And what's up, Shervins? Yep. Gross Matos is the guy that's most heavily mocked to the Seattle Seahawks right now. And when I was perusing all the mocks that were out there, this is the guy that's going above anybody else. He is, again, perfect Seahawk prospect. What you want in a first round pick. The problem with LJ Collier for me last year is you had a guy who was already 24 years old, wasn't very refined, wasn't very technical. What was the upside you were getting in this guy? What was it you were seeing him go to become? Here with Gross Matos, it's, whoa, look at the upside on that guy. And that sounded weird. But you know what I'm saying? Like you know that this guy is going to be a potential Pro Bowler, which I never could say that or see that with a guy like LJ Collier. So this is where I get way more excited over him than I would have, LJ. Emmett Brown, I share your same. So we're on the same page, man. Emmett Brown says, you're leery of Baylor receivers. I've always been leery of Bama and Missouri defensive ends. Emmett Brown, that's exactly right, which is why I'm also leery of both Raekwon Davis, who's not technically a defensive end, but also Terrell Lewis, the defensive end for Alabama in this draft as well. I'm the same way with those guys. And Missouri as well. We've watched how many guys over the years that are supposed to be. I mean, Sheldon Richardson was supposed to be what Aaron Donald became essentially. And Sheldon Richardson's had an all right career, but it's, not for where he was drafted, not for what people expected him to be, which was the next great 3-tech in this league. So I'm going to give you guys my mock here because I just got a question here from Team 12s who asks, what is I think the Seahawks should do in this draft? And I want to make sure I'm caught up on you guys' question here first here. Ewan asks, how do you see the West this year? Ewan Tyrell asks, how do you see the West this season? The NFC West, of course, more competitive than the last? Question mark. Yeah, actually I do. And that's the scary part from my standpoint is that I do probably foresee it being more competitive. Quarterbacks do tend to take a next step in their second year. So it would be highly probable that Kyler Murray would. That offensive line for the Arizona Cardinals is going to probably be better because it was really bad through last year and he was able to overcome it. They've got some parts and pieces defensively. Certainly some injuries could come into play. There was a lot of health. The Rams and the Cardinals and even the 49ers, everybody was really pretty healthy in our division, which sort of lent itself to them being more quality than you would have thought. But I don't see the Rams. The Rams could take a little step back because they're going to lose some ammunition this offseason. But at the end of the day, they also went out and made the trade for Ramsey, and they could get creative in certain respects, especially if they can find a taker for Gurley to offload some of that salary. I don't think they will, but they could. But there's not going to be any weak. You sort of always like having a couple of weak ponies in there. You're the stallion. You want a few weak ponies in your division that you can kind of feast on. The feast factor is usually a huge indicator to getting that first round bye. Unfortunately, it's hard to get when you're playing a dog every single week. What do you think is going to? So Ricardo asked, what do you think will happen with Shaq Griffin, the second brother who came after? Yeah, he's going to stay another season here. He found a role for himself as a situational pass rusher. It's a little bit of what I wish Seattle would do more of, which is find roles for guys. They've gotten very set with like having this guy's the starter and he's going to play here and do this. And then this guy's going to be this starter and he does all of this instead of finding guys who do good things. And Griffin, you're not going to be able to have him anywhere on the field at all in the run game. But as far as when that team's going to have to pass, he's going to give you some pass rush ability. I don't think he's going to be a 10 sack a year guy, but he's certainly at least here and there, he can give you a little bit of juice. And especially he seems to be taking a next step as far as the special teams go as well, which is what you really need out of him because he's not really ever going to be in competition for being a starting linebacker on this team, unfortunately. I just don't like the Olson. TJ Wilborn says, I just don't like the Olson pick because he's been injury prone and Disley can't stay healthy. I'm afraid we have to rely on Hollister again. TJ, I understand where you're coming from. This was my problem. My base issue with it is the injury thing. Above all, above the money, above his, the elder age that he's got. I don't want to bring in players that are aging or who have had injury problems in the past because you're going to run into it again. There's a high likelihood you will. And especially with us relying on Disley to some degree, you're already leaning on a tight end, like you said, that's got a little bit of injury problems. So I don't think Hollister's necessarily the answer where they're going to go. They could eventually go with 4 tight ends on this team. I don't know who the other guy necessarily could be out there, but let's see what they do first in free agency before we get a final kind of, okay, we know this is what they're doing and it's not great, which is where it is right now for me a little bit. Shervin says Pete Carroll needs to stop playing Lano Hill and get Marquise Blair more reps. Shervin, you're 100% correct. I don't know why they love Lano Hill. I don't know why they love Tedrick Thompson. It was one of the weirdest. It's one of the weirdest things I've ever seen. TJ says, I don't know why they haven't cut Ed Dixon yet. Well, TJ, what's holding this up is that stupid CBA. They can't figure out if they're going to sign the thing, if it's going to get an agreement, if it's going down. The issue with that is that they want the particulars, the Hawks do, and this might be why we haven't seen Brick cut. They want to see the particulars of what the new CBA is going to say about cut players, i.e., how is the bonus money affected? How much bonus money is hit? Is there a percentage that's taken off of the bonus money maybe in the new CBA? There could be a variety of little moving parts and factors in that change that would there's no reason to cut him right now. You're not pushed up against the cap. You can afford to wait. My pleasure, Ricardo. Yeah, Shervins, I think both of those two guys are horrible. I don't understand why they've continued to be put on the field other than they're both third and fourth round picks collectively, excuse me. Alex Sacido, what's up, man? He asked, should we get Derrick Henry if he's still a free agent from the Tennessee Titans? My answer is no, we should not. Derrick Henry is going to be very reliant upon his offensive line opening holes. That Tennessee line is one of the best run blocking units for the last few years. They open up a lot of holes. He needs to be able to get he's not one of the quick, because he's so big, he takes a little bit of time to get those legs up to steam. Once they're up to steam, look out. You're not catching him. But unfortunately, if you got a lineman hitting him before he gets those legs going and gets motoring, you're not getting the most out of him. So that's where I don't know right now with where our offensive line is currently assembled that it would make sense on top of the fact he's going to cost money, on top of the fact he's going to cost draft assets. I'm a big fat no. What's up, man? Jizzy Manuel. I got to admit, Cam Brown is on my list for being scouted, but I've just taken a cursory glance at him. He is, huge. I love the idea of a big linebacker out there with length and who can move, but I've got to look a little bit deeper into the guy before I want to give you a final opinion on him. Because I'm trying to really get into these guys on looking at their game film and not just giving you, I saw the highlight package and I could see he's cool. I don't think that's giving you everything. What's up, Drew Till? Welcome to the chat. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Shervin's asked, is there any hope Josh Gordon will be back? There's great hope they could be back. The new CBA could take away the marijuana policy that I think was at least in part, if not wholly, the reason that he was recently suspended. If that's taken out and he's released of that suspension, you instantly get him back. I've heard that he's remained in Seattle. He's had a couple of tweets where he said, wow, Seattle's so beautiful at this time of year. Blah, blah, blah. So he didn't leave after the suspension. That leads me to believe that there's a really good chance you see him back in a Seahawks uniform next season. A great chance, actually. Ewan Terrell asks, can you see Cody Barton getting more game time this season than KJ this season? Ewan, yes, I do. I foresee KJ eventually still getting cut. And I believe that Cody will be slid over into his starting role. They said purportedly in training camp last year that Cody Barton was the best coverage linebacker on the team last season. He had a great pick actually in training camp video where he jumped a route, and I think he looks like he's got some upside in that role. And that's what you want out of that will linebacker, is an ability to really move in space and cover, especially the tight ends. So I think that you're going to see them cut out KJ's salary, move Cody in, who's going to be a cheaper option, so that they can move that money into other places, allocate the resources into better places. When can you make a final decision on the final record on the year? Well, TJ, I'd say right now, I think Seattle's a 13-3 team next year. You played the number one strength of schedule this last season. That affected the fact that you were at 11 wins. That affected we were like plus 30, I think, points. That was what everybody said. All of our games were so close. Well, they're all close because you're playing some tough teams. Every game was tough. It's not going to be that way next year. Just by law of averages, it can't be that way. Yeah, the division will be tough, but you're just not going to have to go through the murderer's row that you had to go through this season. No, they haven't listed the suspension yet, Carl, for Gordon, unfortunately, but I could see it with the CBA being lifted. Emmett, I'm having a hard time. So KJ Hamler is certainly getting some comparisons to Deshaun Jackson, and I know he's got a lot of people out there that liked him. He put up 18 reps on the 225 at 178 pounds. If any of you guys out there have ever lifted weights, that's really hard to do at that weight. So I was surprised by his strength for his size, but I just get shades a little bit of like Paul Richardson, of a Dion Butler, who was another Penn State guy that we drafted years ago. I like some other receivers in this draft. I like, I like Antonio Gandy Golden. I like the Brian Edwards kid. I like there's some other guys I just will be in that same range that I just kind of favor. But you're right, he can do the kick return game too, which we know that Pete does. If he gets Emmett, if they draft Kamler, that would be the reason they do, because they also have the Hawks have a certain fit that they want with their wide receivers. Like in the past, wide receivers need to have 33-inch arms. There's only 2 receivers that the Seahawks have ever drafted that didn't have 33-inch arms. That was Golden Tate and Tyler Lockett. Everyone else 33-inch. They got to be 6 feet tall. They got to run a 4.4. They got to have a 120-inch broad jump. These are all base requirements for the wide receivers for the Seahawks. Now, Hamler hit a lot of those, but he only is now about 5'9", 5'10". So he's got to be a real difference maker to go outside of that set of what they will stick to. So I don't know if he falls in line with that, but again, he's got a lot of people that love him. James Glenn, Devin Durnay returns kicks too. He ran a 4 flat. Duvernay has a lot of people in the Seahawk fandom that love this guy. I'm reading up on the comments and message boards on him. I've watched some tape on him. I have not gotten into the game film on him. What I see is a guy utilized a lot on the bubble screen game. He had more bubble screens in the college football than any other wide receiver this past season. That is a little bit alarming to me to a degree because we don't lean as much on the bubble screen game. I wonder if he's going to have those explosive marks that I just mentioned that receivers have to have for the Seahawks. When I mentioned that, 33-inch arms, 6 foot tall, 4.4 speed. These are not things that are like, well, on some of the receivers. No, all the receivers throughout the Schneider-Carroll era have had those benchmarks. And you have a few outliers here and there, but the outliers are in the Tate and the Lockett case have to be great punt kick returners to make up for that, what would be perceived lack of length or lack of size, explosiveness, whatever you want to call it there. Shervin, I just like the new CBA as far as the first round bye because of our tough divisional games. We have a harder path. Yeah, essentially, Shervin, you're saying we're more likely to kind of get penalized by the new CBA with the fact that they're not going to allow for the first round bye on that second team in the conference. And I would agree with you. It will have a big effect on us immediately. And I don't know if I really love it. It seems like the NFL is just trying to pack as many more games in as they can. They're not doing it for the sake of competitiveness or the sake of like, it's going to help the brand out that much better. That's just sort of like, here's some more. And I don't know if that's really the greatest instinct to be going from. But James Glenn, I'm going to take a look at Dervay. I will dive deeper. He's one of the guys before the draft. I will have a really great athletic profile on. I'll tell this, he's the one guy who's the most Doug Baldwin-like receiver in this draft. If you want a guy that's pissed off for greatness, who looks angry out on the football field, who just attacks defenders after he makes the catch, this guy would be it. He'd be a different type of slot receiver than what we have in Lockett. But he has that Seahawk type character, that little bit of that chip on his shoulder that they do like in their players. He did run a 4.4 flat at the combine, James. I didn't see that. I am my bad if I missed that one, man. If he's got the 4.4 flat, then he fits within the dimensions and he might be there for it. On tape, it didn't look 4.4. He looks 4.55 on tape. Jawan Johnson, Carl. I will add him to my list of guys that I need to take a look at. Sorry, I've not looked at him. I'm getting deeper into this stuff, but I was finishing up that Lofa video, kind of still has ate up some of my time. So I've not gotten as deep into the prospects thoroughly as I want. I've gotten on some of these guys, but not on all of them. But I will remember that, Jawan Johnson. David Moore ran a 4.35 at his pro day. If you can imagine that. I can't remember Malik Turner's times, but David Moore wasn't invited to the combine. Emma Brown mentions Chenault, Laviska Chenault. There's nothing about Laviska that I like at all. I just don't like him as a receiver. I would be disappointed if the Seahawks drafted him. He's along the lines of the Kevin Whites. He's along the lines of the Cordell Pattersons. He's not even Cordell Patterson. Cordell Patterson ran a 4.37 at the combine, and Chenault, I think, ran a 4.5. He's just, I'm not with this draft and the receivers in this draft. There's no reason to sell yourself short on it. Go for the guy that's going to be, legitimate. Maybe if he falls into like that 5th, 6th round territory, but everybody thinks he's going to be a second rounder. I don't see it. Sorry, I'm a little behind on this, guys, so don't hate me on this. Cappy McCappy, thanks for dropping in here, man. I appreciate it. Cappy, you're correct. It doesn't matter how fast you are as a wide receiver, but when I mention those benchmarks, I'm not speaking for what I personally believe or think. I'm speaking to what the Seahawks front office and organization thinks. I look through the lens of how they scout. I don't look through the lens of how I scout. How do they scout players? How do they look at it? What do they value? And in receivers, they value those benchmarks that I spoke about. It's what they look. It's how they view it. They've just got a feeling. That's why they fall back on the Spark scores or on the TEF numbers. These base bottom line numbers that take all of the short shuttle areas and the 3 cones and the 40s and the verticals, and it spits out a final number. The Seahawks organization was one of the first adopters of that back in the 2010s. So they lean on that stuff as heavily as anyone else in the NFL does. Well, James, I'm sorry. I take that back. Then he would definitely be on Seattle's radar. Gervais would be. I think he's probably 5'10" though, but he's right there. And like you said, he can do the punt kick return game. Yeah, Michael Pittman ran the 4.52. He's another receiver I'm not quite sold on necessarily. I don't think that speed show. And again, 4.5 is not that fast, and he doesn't look super fast on tape. I don't think he's going to quite fit for what Seattle wants. They're going to want more in that 4.4 range at that size. They want the freaks. I am going to give you guys my mock draft here. I'm just trying to get through the questions. I don't want to leave anybody out. And if I miss your question, please just repost it. I will get there's a bunch of Swift Moss. I like the running backs in this draft okay. I don't know if there's anybody that really blows me away. And even a guy like Swift, I question his effectiveness at 5'9" on the next level. We'll see. Maybe he's going to be great, but he's going to get a little, he's going to be picked in probably like the 20 range. And a guy that had 3 NFL offensive linemen blocking for him. So, we'll see. We'll see. Well, again, Shervins, I'll say, Seahawks don't tend to go for those guys in the 4.59. There's only been 3 receivers drafted in the Seattle Seahawks era of Pete Carroll and John Schneider that did not run 4.4. Okay? Kenny Lawler, John Ursula, and Chris Harper. Those are the only 3. Go look at all the receivers drafted in the Seattle Seahawks era. That is it. So you got to run a 4.4 at wide receiver to be drafted by the Seattle Seahawks. It is a prerequisite. I will say, Emmett, I like me Akers. I went and watched me some Cam Akers the other night, who's a running back at Florida State, I believe. And he's got a little bit of LaDainian Tomlinson. So Tomlinson would take the ball in a sweep, and his feet would always be kind of moving as he was going sideways, but he was always getting kind of like when you had depth as a running back. And then when he'd put his foot in the ground and then go upfield, he was lightning fast. And he would always kind of just be able to spread those defensive linemen out and then make that cut upfield. Akers has that same kind of ability. As well, he has a little bit of that short area escapability that Marshall Faulk had. Again, he's not as good as either of those 2 running backs as a prospect, but he's got little aspects of those guys to his game where he can make a guy miss in a phone booth, and he's got that vision to make the great cut. I really like him as a prospect. I like him if the Seahawks were to draft him, I'd be very happy with him. I looked a little bit at Moss. I wasn't wild with him. He's a 5'9" guy. He looks a little thick. Dylan's a guy I got to dive a little bit more into because of what he's got going on. I think Dylan's a guy who's going to fit into Seattle's profile for what they look at in a running back. Yeah, Dustin, Zach Moss is a good running back, great vision, stop and start ability through the moon. But that 5'9" thing, I don't know if Seattle will pick him up at that point. especially when he's going to be drafted probably as high as he will be, meaning probably the third round, late third round. Carl, you could be right. It's just they don't, when you look at the three guys that fit outside of the realm, again, they're only being three guys that the Seahawks, all the receivers the Seahawks have drafted, the three guys that did not run 4.44. Tyler Lawler was certainly a guy that could go up and get it. So he fits in your realm in that respect. Chris Harper was not a go up and get it guy, really. I wouldn't say that, he fit in that. And John Ursula is a slot guy. So make of that what you will. Yeah, James, I like Akers. I love Akers. He's a fantastic running back. He was fun to watch. He was really fun to watch the other night looking at his film. TJ Wilborn, the receivers this year, they all crapped the bed there in the combine, man. Those guys needed to be running those 4.4s at least. Usually you see a collection of guys in the 4.37s, the 4.38s, the 4.39s. None of that this year. Yeah, Emmett, Kenny Lawler was a guy I was interested in the 7th round. I liked him a lot. He had really long arms and he could really go up and take, but just whatever reason, just didn't stick. Yeah, Brandon, I'm sure at the end of the day, I'm sure Gross Matos knows he doesn't need to run the combine. If he goes short area and he shows great 3-cone shuttle, he shows a great vertical. That's all for a defensive lineman, offensive lineman. That's all you need. The 40 is more important for your wide receivers and cornerbacks and safeties and even maybe running backs. Rob asked, does John Ursula get playing time this year? I don't know, man. There's going to be, I think we're going to go get another wide receiver. You're probably going to bring back David Moore. You've got Turner coming back. You already got Lockett. You got Metcalf. There's only so many hands out there, and this is a team that runs the football, Oh, I'm sorry I skipped your question, Dalen. Dalen Madison, man, I'm not trying to skip your question. Let me see. What'd you ask here? Oh, we should trade for Darius Slay, Dalen. Okay, so let's go into the Darius Slay. Let's go into it really quick. You got a guy going into, I think, being 30 years old. So he's getting to the end of his prime at cornerback. And what we know about cornerbacks is that they don't tend to play very well into their early 30s. The fall tends to come quick and sudden, a lot like running backs. And so when you look at this guy like Slay, you go, okay, we're going to be now paying for a guy who's going to be a little bit less in skill set than probably what he was. As well, to me, he's a guy that's best suited in a man-on-man type corner system where you're going to ask him to play man-on-man, where you're going to have him travel with the other team's best wide receiver. Seahawks don't run that kind of scheme. We are a zone-heavy scheme. We probably run zone 70 to 75% of the time. So getting a man-on-man corner or getting a corner, he can play both. I will say that Slay has played both in zone and he has played in man, but getting a guy that for the most part, it fits more into that role. And then added to the fact that you're going to have to give up draft capital, you're going to have to pay him top of the market cornerback. He wants to break the market on the cornerback. So now you're having to pay that as well. That means the less pass rusher, less draft capital. I'm a no on it for that reason. I think I just don't think you're best suited with the way we set up our scheme to go after cornerbacks and to overpay for cornerbacks. Overpay for defensive ends. Get pass rushers. That's what you need in this scheme. You need guys that can get after the cornerback. So sorry about that, Dalen. I didn't mean to skip your question, though. But I just think he's going to cost 17, 18 million per year. You want to give up a second round pick and pay $18 million a year for a 30-year-old quarterback next season? And then at that point, are you going to then ask Shaquille Griffin, who's just become a Pro Bowler over at the right cornerback position, the position he's played the last 2 years now, are you now going to flip him back over to the left side and change him from what he's doing successfully? Or are you going to tell Darius Slay and the money you're paying him to go over to left corner? How does that work? It just doesn't, it's not a move to me that can kind of add up. Well, Emmett, I hope you guys recognize I was one of the first guys on the Okawu Babo Gamum train. I told you guys last time I liked Harrison Bryant and Obu Gabu Gabu Gum. And both of those two guys are the guys that have had probably the best combines for tight ends. They got the best tape too. Unfortunately, this means Albert's bye-bye for us from the Seahawks. I wanted him in that 3rd, 4th round area maybe. He's probably going to leap up into the 2nd round now with this combine. So, I don't like that. But I like me still some Hunter Bryant. So I like both of those two guys. Hunter Bryant might fall into that 4th round area. perhaps. And if he did, I would like him as an option as well. Somebody mentioned like a replacement for Hollister. Hunter Bryant would be an upgrade, in my opinion, over Hollister because of his ability to block and his willingness to block. Cappy McCappy asks, is Armstead from the 49ers an option? Yes, I think he is. I think he would. I don't think he's necessarily going to break the bank. I think he's a player on the rise. I think he's got his best football still ahead of him. And I think so I think that those factors could play into it. I do wonder if Seattle's maybe going to be a little bit hesitant to play as much into the free agent market as we thought. But with that said, his long arms, his big ability out there is, a lot of people like Raekwon Davis. If the Seahawks were really looking at Raekwon Davis, I say go sign Armstead. That's a better player and probably wouldn't really cost you that much, and you could get a different, better player than Davis at that pick. Rob asks if there's a huge talent drop or there's a huge amount of talent at the running back position available in the second round. Do I see the Seahawks pulling the trigger? I don't. I'm going to give you my mock draft here pretty soon, but I foresee there being offensive linemen in the late first round and even in the late second round. There being wide receivers where that would be the value at. That would be where Seattle, if they're just doing that whole, we don't draft for need, we draft for value. If you're truly doing that, that's probably where those value points would be at in this particular draft, in my opinion. I think with running back, you can see later on in this draft, in your fifth and your sixth round, seventh round, where Seattle's had some money spots for grabbing guys in recent years. There are those type of backs out there that you could maybe get, like a Michael Warren from Cincinnati in the sixth round. There's a guy like that is he an upper level talent? No, but is he a scheme fit who can go downhill? Yeah, he could fit into with what you want him to do. TJ. Yeah, we play zone so much you could. It drives me crazy. Look, I'd love it if we played more man, but I don't piss and moan about what I can't control or about what isn't changing. I deal with what is, and we play zone, and 4-3 under is what we are. So that is what we will be. I'd love a new defensive coordinator too, Cappy. Mike Singletary was fantastic. I thought honestly, I didn't know why he didn't work more as a coach. Maybe just too intense. These players can't, the tough love thing. It's hard on these guys now. They're millionaires. You're going to go tough love on a multimillionaire. They just kind of aren't having it as much anymore. So it just seemed like, I think, Singletary would have been a great coach if the coaching atmosphere was the same. If the same kind of hard dogged, cursing every other word, get your ass and play, that kind of, like, if that still was able to work with these professional athletes, then he would probably be still a head coach today. But they're all a little bit softer this generation to a degree, and they don't like being yelled at, especially when they get money. Yeah, Emmett Snyder, I got to feel like Snyder's got to be frustrated with Pete to a certain degree. And maybe I'm reading into it a little bit more than I should be, but even if beyond the press conference he had the other day and talking about just, we need the corners to do this to play better and that to play better. And it's, I think from his standpoint, he feels at times like he's giving Pete, there's the talent there for you to do what you need to get done here, Pete, and you're not getting it done. And I don't think he can say that to Pete, because at the end of the day, Pete's the one that hired John. John is the general manager, Pete is the head coach, but that dynamic is that Pete is still the daddy there. He's the guy still calling the shots, making the plays, doing what he does. So it lends me to think at times John just in there sometimes probably grumbling, going, man, Pete, why do you gotta be so hard-headed about this stuff? All right, I'm going to give you my mock since you brought it up here, and then I'm going to get back to your questions here, guys. But let's give me mock, and you guys give me your thoughts on it. I've got the Seattle Seahawks standing pat in the first round because I think one of two players is going to fall to them. I originally thought they were going to trade back. I no longer think they're going to trade back. They're going to sit pat and draft one of two guys who will be available. Either Yetur Gross-Mastos will be available because he falls, because so many offensive linemen are picked. You've got too many receivers taken off the board, and then we see 3 or 4 quarterbacks picked in there as well, and suddenly guys start getting pushed down. So he's my first guy there. I don't think it's likely to happen. So I go to what I think would be likely to happen. Isaiah Wilson out of Georgia, the right tackle, the big hulking right tackle out of Georgia, is who I think the Seattle Seahawks take with their first selection. Then in the second round, with their first pick in the second round, I've got him taking Logan Stenberg out of Kentucky. the nasty left guard who reminds me a lot of not Mike Iupati. He's a little bit like Mike Iupati, but without the pure power. But he's absolutely nasty. He moves people in the running game. He's a big body. I like him a lot. He's a 10-year starter in this league, in my opinion. My next pick at the second round, the second pick in the second round that the Seahawks possess, is going to be Bryan Edwards out of South Carolina. This guy is, so far to me in this draft, been even, I think, above the upper level guys at the top of the draft, the best go up and get it guy in this draft. And if you guys know anything about what I've talked about with Russell Wilson, I think that the secret skill that is coming to bloom with DK Metcalf, and that we will see with Will Disley, and that we will see continue with Greg Olson even, is his ability to throw to those guys who can go up and get it with a defender hanging off of them. And what I'm specifically speaking to is Russell's soft deep ball, how it comes in, he throws it so high and it comes in so soft and he puts it on the guy. He doesn't put it out in front, giving them an opportunity to go up and get the ball. I think a guy like Bryan Edwards' ability to go up and take that ball away, to go up and have a defender on him, have it be very close, but still go up and get it. Let Russell throw those trust throws up to him. He'd be a great red zone threat. He's got a big body, about 6'2", 6'3", so he gives you another big receiver that you don't necessarily have on the roster right now. I like him a lot in that role at the end of the second round. I think the Seahawks are going to get a third round compensatory pick. I'm anticipating that. So I have them taking Bryce Hall. This is a kid who has phenomenal tape. He got injured this last season, which is why he's not going to be picked higher than he would have been. So he's going to probably drop a little bit further in this draft than he would have otherwise. This is shades of Walter Thurman, right? Seattle was able in the first couple of years to get Walter Thurman, who was a great nickel cornerback for them. And part of the reason they were able to do that is because he had some injury concerns at Oregon as he was coming out, and he fell a little bit in the draft. They were able to snag him up. He's my third round guy. I've got in the fourth round, the Seahawks taking Jon Runyan. Yes, another tackle. I believe that we are going to lose George Fant to free agency. Someone is going to give him too much money, in my opinion. So once that happens, you're going to need a backup tackle. I like Runyan. He's had a very solid combine. He's, of course, the son of Jon Runyan, who had those great battles with Michael Strahan with the Philadelphia Eagles for years. It's actually a couple of kids of NFL players in this draft. But he's just, I think, a solid lineman out there you could get in the fourth round. It would be just a good player for you. You could go. I've got so far here in the fifth round, I think Nick Harris. I think he's going to fall a little bit because his size, because people will feel like he'll get a little bit overwhelmed at the point of attack. But I do think that he's still a solid technician in there, a smart center, just what you need. He's a bigger version of Joey Hunt in a lot of respects. He could handle the one-on-one blockings. He's not going to just get bent over backwards in half like we've seen with Hunt at times. And he'd be an upgrade there, as well as then give you an opportunity to see what you've got in Ethan Posick, who's coming back from injury and who's a guy you drafted as a pure center out of LSU a couple of years ago. Last two picks, I'll just throw them out there. These are just kind of whatever picks, is Michael Warren out of Cincinnati and then Trajan Bandy out of Miami, a little slot cornerback for Miami that I like a lot. So those are kind of my rundown so far of what I've got, for my picks on this draft. As I kind of see it, I see them going offensive line heavy. I see definitely with the quality being there, you're going to be able to bring a couple of starters in the first couple of rounds if you go that route and you make that commitment. But I don't know if I'm necessarily going to say I think it's likely to happen, because the Hawks are so sometimes reticent to take offensive linemen high for whatever reason. If we wait till late in the draft, I'm on Darius Jet Anderson from TCU. I have not looked at him, James, but I will add him to my list as a guy that I will take a look at. Who do you think is the best player, the Legion of Boom player? Me personally, I think Cam Chancellor is probably the best player, because I think that he's the guy that brought it all together. I think that Sherman was helped a lot by Earl Thomas, and Thomas was helped by Sherman. That's the way you want a defense to work, is guys to work together in what they are. But I think what Cam could do is he could kind of fill in the holes, and he could make up for when there were mistakes. And his physicality and what he kind of brought with that energy, everyone adopted defensively. And that's when you've got that as the leader of the defense, that's the guy you got to point to at that point and say, that's who it is. Rob says, if I'd like to see a specialist wide receiver running back for the Hawks, 5'6" to 5'7", to put another wrinkle in the offense. I wouldn't mind it either, but again, the Hawks have their benchmarks at the running back position. You got to be usually 5'10". You got to be 215. Just tends to be what they want to lean towards as size, speed, measurement, all that other stuff. So it's hard to think of them overlooking. I mean, this is why I have a hard time, with Moss out of Utah. He's 5'9", or Swift 5'9". They've never really drafted a guy like that, and to think that they would draft a guy like that high and go outside of their comfort zone, because Seattle is very rigid. I mean, you can say what you want about the unpredictability of the Seahawks come draft day and not knowing who they're going to pick, but they are rigid in the type of player that they look at the positions. They really are, and they're fairly transparent about it as well. What are your thoughts on Metcalf? Xavier Garcia, thanks for dropping in, Xavier. I love DK Metcalf, and I believe DK Metcalf is a Hall of Fame talent. Is he going to put it all together? Is he going to be able to, keep his head from getting big this offseason while everyone's telling him he's the next greatest thing to come along? I don't know. But if he shows the same work ethic that he had this past offseason, he's a perfect fit for Russell Wilson's skill set and what Russell Wilson does with that deep ball, his speed, and especially if Seattle can ever get you guys understand, if they ever can really truly get dominant in the run game. And I'm not talking like Chris Carson's got a 4.2 yards per carry average, and we're calling that dominant in the run game. I'm talking you got running backs pushing 5 yard per carry averages, and you're forcing that safety to come back down in the box on a consistent basis. That is when you're going to see DK Metcalf feast, because they're not going to be able to double him at that point. That single high safety's got to cover both sides of the field. He's got a lot of area that he's got to be responsible for. You saw that in the Ram game, the first Ram game against the Seahawks, where Metcalf's lined up against Pro Bowl corner Marcus Peters. And he burns Marcus Peters on that kind of out, sort of just a curl around route. I don't know what to call it, but essentially it was where the safety got caught in a bind, and the safety had to choose between coming underneath or sticking over the top because he was the single high. There wasn't you didn't have a cover 2 shell out there, and they were able to burn it in that way. I think the same thing is going to happen with DK as they get down the road more comfortable in understanding what he does great. And Russell is that's a perfect fit between quarterback and wide receiver. Absolutely a perfect fit. A little behind here, but I'm catching up. If I was Pete, I'd want John to say something. Well, TJ, Pete has surrounded himself with nepotism and guys that are yes men and rehires and people that are going to toe the line and do what he wants them to do. He's an older guy. He feels probably pretty comfortable about what he thinks and believes and feels. And I get the impression that he doesn't really need a lot of challenges into where his, base mentality's at and what he thinks and believes. Carl, yeah, they wouldn't be sexy picks. It would not be a sexy draft at all, man. But let me ask you this. When was the last sexy draft the Seahawks had? And I was trying to look at it through the scope of, I'm not trying to look at my draft as what I want or who's my favorite player, but what do I forecast the Seahawks truly doing? What do they have a tendency to where is their tendencies lie? And that's what I tried to do with this draft. And again, I reiterate, I'm trying to look through this through the Seahawks lens. I'm trying to look through this. If I was a front office guy just sitting in there with their meetings going, this is what we look for these, this is what we look for. I'm trying to look for what they want, how it would apply to this particular team. Very specifically, if that makes sense. TJ, if my draft comes true, if that mock draft comes true, I'm hoping all of you guys are banging the drum for me out there as a football prophet. That's got to be worth at least like 500 subs right there. James Glenn, yes, I think 3 O-lines out of 7 picks. And my theory behind this, James, is that the Seahawks will go heavy. They will go heavy defensive line and defensive end in free agency and through trades. They will spend their money there. That's where you'll see them laying out checks. And then they'll recognize the offensive line is where you can get it cheaper in this draft and still the great quality. Whereas if you go out and sign a Jack Conklin or a Brandon Scherf or a Joe Thuney, it's going to cost quite a bit of money to bring those guys in. It really will. So I think that this is just me thinking and hearing Pete talk about pass rushers in free agency as he did at the press conference. They're not Schneider and Carroll don't hide their hand really. They will be pretty transparent about their intentions in the draft and free agency. They don't give you the inside particulars, but they'll give you the general overview of what they're looking for and what they do, and then they follow through with that. So when Pete says that he sees in free agency the pass rushers and defensive linemen, I go IE on that. Then they'll go heavy that way, and then probably offensive line in this draft just because it's such a deep offensive line. Emmett Hall would be my favorite my favorite of those picks in that mock draft, because I think he's an upside guy that eventually could be an upper level corner in this draft. I like Matt Hennessy too, Emmett Brown. I haven't looked at him a lot, but he's one of my guys on my list. So I will have an update for you on the next one. Emmett Brown, Moss and Dillon both could fit. And Moss does have the weight, so he doesn't have the size. He does fit in that Thomas Rawls where there's a lot there in that small package to where they could, if he's got the explosive numbers, they could overlook maybe a little bit with that. So that is true. And certainly Dillon's a big boy too. So Team 12s, I did do my mock draft as you left. I'll re-break it down here in a second and give you my, I'll just give you the base players one more time. Yeah, I think, it's a possibility that they do draft a running back early, TJ. The one thing that makes it, hesitant. What's up? Good evening. Good sports evening. Thanks for dropping in here. I'll get to your question next on this one. I think the thing with Penny about when you drafted him is that you did have more of a running back need going into that draft. I mean, that draft was a draft where I think Chris Carson had gotten injured the prior season. You only had Mike Davis there. You still had CJ Prosise, was an injury-prone player. You knew you were really thin. This year, I don't know if you can say you're as thin. Yes, you have two players that have major injuries they're coming back for, but there's no reason not to forecast them to come back completely healthy next year based on all the reports we've heard. You still have Travis Homer that you're bringing back into the fold. I would imagine that it's just not as much, especially with them looking at the value and what you could get in the 5th, 6th, 7th round. This is my audio cut out. Can you guys hear me okay? It's fine here. Okay. Well, let me know if there's any issues. Sorry about the audio, Rob. I think they're saying it's okay back. Yes. Okay. You can hear me. We're good. Okay. Good evening, sports. Let me get back. But so I think they're drafting the running back later in the draft because of those reasons. They're going to feel a little bit stronger about their depth and where they're at with that, and not feel like they necessarily have to use one of these high picks to go after one, which I think with a guy like Moss, he's going to get into the 3rd round. I don't think as much with Dillon. Dillon's probably a 5th, 6th round guy, but I get the impression with Moss that he might get up there a little bit overdrafted. Cam Chancellor, Earl Thomas, those are, by the way, Carl, I'm going to get your top 3 prospects in this draft. I'm going to put in the comment section. I think I'm still thinking about your question on that. I just can't decide. I got to get down to that. I got to make 3. Greatest Legion of Boom member, Chancellor or Richard. That's my tie. I can think. Cam Chancellor is my greatest Legion of Boom player because of the fact of he's the one. I think he was the leader. He brought it together. He was the enforcer. He could cover as well. When Ronnie Lott said at the time that he thought that Cam Chancellor was playing as good of safety as anybody in NFL history during the 2013 run, that's not low praise. That's not just some guy saying some comment about another player. That's who somebody says is all-time best safety in Kenny Lott saying that. So I go with him. I go to Cam. I'm a little behind, but I'm catching up. Rob, top 3 free agents, trade guys Seahawks would realistically target. I'm going to go with Calais Campbell. I think Ndamukong Suh is a guy that's going to be one that they're looking at, especially that post first, because I think Suh you could wait out until the post first and then sign him to the 1-year deal, playing the compensatory game. So I think Suh's definitely in that range. Who would I look at for a 3rd guy? I would really think that they're probably going to target a pass rusher. So I think they'd kick the tires on Fowler to see what the cost would be. If they can get him in there in the lower teens, 11, 12 million a year, as opposed to the 15, 16 million he might be trying to get. Maybe he's a lower cost guy than what it's forecasting out to be. I don't think so. I think somebody's going to probably pay him, but I'll go with those 3 for the moment. I feel good about my first 2. I'm not as good on the Fowler one, so I might need to think about that. Yeah, I mean, I think that after 10 years of a working relationship between, general manager and coach, that there's got to be some give and take there to a degree when it comes to the draft time stuff, especially when the coach tends to have the power over the general manager, and that is unusual because it tends to be the general manager having the power over the coach. But yeah, I've got to think the same thing. It's funny you said that. I wasn't sure with Marquise Blair that it would have been a Carroll thing. It seemed like to me, or I thought Blair was a Carroll pick, to be honest with you, because Carroll loves his physicality and he loves his free safeties that can go out there and knock people out. And Schneider, to me, is more of the realist, more of the guy that goes, look, the modern day NFL isn't going to let us do this anymore, Pete. But you could be right. I mean, you absolutely could be right. I would trade a second rounder for Von Miller all day long. That would, yeah, I would absolutely do that deal, because I think that's not a huge cost. I don't think that his salary is going to kill you that much as far as what, I think it's a good way of going about getting a pass rusher in here. I don't like the thought of bringing in rookie pass rushers, because I think a lot of these guys I see in this draft are going to take some time to develop. / they might not be as, as much as able to generate pressure as you'd like out the gate. We just can't take these flyers on guys that don't necessarily have a little bit more upside than I would like. And so going out and trading for a guy would be absolutely fantastic from my standpoint. And I would applaud that type of move. Von Miller, I think, has something left in the tank. And if you could bring Clowney in, you got him matched up over on that left side where he has, I think, rushed a lot from his career. Von Miller has. He's more of a natural fit, I think, rushing from that left side at times. That'd be a devastating combination of Clowney and Miller. Make sure I didn't miss anybody. Yeah, I'm at 2010. Well, I don't know if 2010 was our only sexy draft. 2012 was pretty darn sexy too. I mean, you got Bobby Wagner, Russell Wilson. I want to say that was who else was in? There was a couple guys in that draft, I think, that were pretty darn good as well. So I think I feel pretty good. Malcolm Roach just tear it up incognito, Dave. I've been kind of trying to watch, but I probably haven't been paying as close attention. There's some defensive linemen that can move in this draft. I'll tell you what. Von Miller are the only linebacker and defensive end players I know of. Yeah, you can move them into either kinds of things. I tell you, if we wanted to do some schematic changes and stuff, and watching some of this college tape, you see the college's games doing some really interesting wrinkles at the level to combat some of the spread offenses. I don't know if you can ever implement any of this stuff on the NFL level, but like you're seeing 3-man fronts, 2-man fronts with outside defensive end, outside linebackers essentially stand up pass rushing in sort of a wide 9 stance. So you're really spreading the defensive line out to give those guys an ability to really attack and close down the space. Just you again are reminded at sometimes some of the stiltedness of our general scheme in the respect of that there's not those kind of wrinkles that you see in the college game. Like Wisconsin and their defense, that was a fun defense to watch with Zach Bond. Some of the multi stuff that they do and how they're tough to predict where they're coming from and how the blitzes are coming. And boy, the 3-4 scheme sure does make it hard sometimes for quarterbacks to know what's happening. Emmett Brown says, if I can handpick 3 guys in the different ranges of the draft, Rieger, Hunter Bryant, Hennessy, nothing not to like in any of those, Emmett. I love Rieger. He's probably Jalen Rieger's my number 1 wide receiver. When you take out the fact that Judy and Lamb aren't going to be there, right? This guy for me, if I could just, he's going to get picked in the first round, I think, but I just love his attributes. He's got that Steve Smith quick explosion where he can just get to his jump really high. You've seen a guy like Zion Williamson in the NBA and what he does right now with his ability to just, even at 6'6", play against big guys because he can quickly get to his jump. He gets from the bottom of the floor to the height of his jump faster than a normal guy necessarily could. And that's what you see in Rieger, which really lets him go up and make. I look up Malcolm Roach. I have not watched enough tape on him, man. I'm really sorry about that, but he was one I've not gotten to. But he seems to be having a pretty darn good combine. So I will add him on. I will have his thoughts on the next one. But Hunter Bryant's an interesting cat, Emmett. He's a guy that I was worried he was going to come into the combine and be one of those 6'1" and 3/4 guy, where he's not even 6'2", but he's a little over 6'2", good size, came out good on the strength numbers. You just got to wonder at a little over 6'2", is that big enough as a tight end for Seattle to go take him in the second round? And I know a lot of guys draw the comparison to Aaron Hernandez, but let's also not forget that Aaron Hernandez was drafted in the 4th round. You're going to be taking this guy at significantly higher place. And I don't know that it's the same player that you had in a guy like Hernandez, who's a little more, you saw a little more physicality in the film than you did with Hunter Bryant. But Hennessy, I'm fine with Hennessy. He's better than Nick Harris probably. I just foresee him going higher potentially in this draft than Harris. I saw Harris sliding a little bit. I don't know if I see Hennessy draft because he's got so much good pub behind his name. Oh no, they got the defensive lineman catching. Lord have mercy. Sorry if I missed anything, guys. Sorry about that. If I did. James Glenn mentions Snacks Harrison. Snacks Harrison was for years the highest rated Pro Football Focus run stopper in the game. I don't know if he hit that mark last year, but he had been really, really good in that respect. He is getting a little bit older, but he probably is not going to cost a lot of money because those guys' value does get depressed. You could probably get him at nearly the same deal that you brought in Al Woods at last year. And if he could give you, he would probably be a marginal upgrade over what Al Woods is. I don't know how much he has in the tank. I didn't get to see a lot of him in Detroit this last year. Incognito Dave. Yeah, I think Duvernay, I was told he got the 4.4. I didn't quite see that, but if he did get that 4.4, that was the key for him because on tape at times he looks a little bit like, I relate he's like Doug Baldwin. I mean, I don't say that in a bad way, but it's like with Doug, you had that first step quickness. You had that shimmy shake ability at the line. He had that stop and start stuff going on, but he didn't have the speed necessarily down the field. And that was what I worried a little bit with Duvernay because there's not many people like Baldwin that are that kind of guy that can get the most out of that talent level. With that said, running a 4.4 in that spot, especially in this draft where we got so many 4.5 guys, yeah, I like him a lot. He's an angry guy out on the football field. He runs probably, he might be one of the best after the catch in this draft. But does Seattle look at him as a guy that's a viable option in the late second round as a wide receiver, especially with the other wide receiver talent that'll be out there on the board, a guy like Brian Edwards out of South Carolina? That's a tough one to say. Snyder and Carroll are really going to have to fall in love with him. And he reminds me a little bit too of Christian Kirk from a couple years ago out of Texas A&M. Again, a guy who I thought the Seahawks at that time might really like and target and who was there and available to them at one point in time and who they kind of passed on. So he could be on their radar, but I would lend towards probably not. Still a really good player, and I wouldn't be the least bit upset if we did happen to draft him. James Glenn, I don't think Von Miller will be available. Robert Quinn and Everson Griffin will be. Yeah, I agree. James, and we'll see what each of those two guys will cost. It's going to be, I've heard that the Vikings are reporting that Everson Griffin is going to re-sign back with them. You hear these reports sometimes and it's like the team trying to do the PR battle. And you got to wonder, what is the guy going to cost? He's 33 years old. What's the new contract he's going to be in line for here? Same thing, frankly, with Robert Quinn, who, was great with the Rams, then went to the Dolphins, who tried to move him to a 3-4 outside linebacker. That failed. Cowboys moved him back to a down defensive end, and he had a fantastic season last year. So is he now in line for a $12, $13 million deal on a 2-3 year contract? Same for Robert, for Everson Griffin. And I don't know if that gets a little bit costly, I think, from the Seahawks standpoint, if it gets up there. You want to see Griffin more on the $8 million deal. That's really what the area you prefer to be, is like, here, we'll give you a 1 year, $8 million deal. How about that, Everson? But I think they're going to probably get priced a little bit further out more than that. Yeah, TJ, I mean, the press conference was, do you want to sign this guy? Do you want to sign that guy? I think that they're going to say yes to all. Yeah, we'd love to sign that. Yes, we would love to sign that. It doesn't, I don't think it's necessarily an indicator that they would have signed that. You would not, I don't think you're ever going to hear Snyder say in a press conference, no, we don't want to re-sign him. And yeah, we're open to that option. Yeah, it gets a little bit of like politician speak. Yeah, we'd love to have him back. Yeah, that'd be great. Yeah, I mean, why are they having defensive linemen catch? When do we need to decide to do this? I know they're implementing a lot of new drills this year, but we're going to have we're going to test the defensive linemen's hands. We're at this point of the minutia. They're just messing around now. They're just messing with people's heads when they're trying to do this stupid stuff. They're just trying to make them look silly. So the athletic scores, wow, Khalil Davis, Carl Davis, and Nebraska killed it this year. Justin Matabuk. I watched a little bit of Ross Blacklock today. He's got the body. He looks like DeMarcus Lawrence, but he's a high motor guy, high effort guy, you know. And Gallimore's good. He's a pure 3-tech defensive tackle out of Oklahoma, but he's a guy that you can't really trust in the run game at all. And he's not necessarily super consistent as a pass rusher as you'd like, being that he's got so much hole to his run stopping game. But he does flash at times. I mean, he looked good. The tape looked good on Gallimore I saw the other night. Drew, yeah, I talked a little bit about Olson. Bottom line on Olson is we spent $3 million more than I would have liked to have spent. I'm really not happy with the fact you're taking the risk of the injury risk, because I think the Seahawks will set themselves up for that built-in excuse next season of, well, injuries caught up to us again if you sign aging players who've had injuries in the past. And this is a step in that direction. With that said, I think he's a fantastic fit for Russell Wilson. He's a great go up there and get it type guy, trust thrower that can go above people. He's got long arms. He has a decent vertical. He can really, it's going to fit well with Russell's skill set. And it's one that he hasn't had Olson in his whole career. So I think all of that will fit and lend itself well. He's an okay blocker, but the injury concern has me really, really, really worried, frankly. Jesu Manuel, Bruce Irvin. Bruce Irvin is absolutely an option this offseason for our Seattle Seahawks. I think that the Panthers have to release him, and I think they probably will to save money. They're having a new coaching staff coming in there, and they're still a couple years away from really competing. So you'll see him out on the open market. He's one of that collection of guys I talk about that'll be there in that post-June 1st period where you can get him for the 1 year, $6 million, 1 year, $7 million deal, and that's the area you like because you're really getting the great value, the bang for the buck. And you look at Bruce Irvin, he had a better pressure rate last season than even Frank Clark. And that's a key attribute now as we look forward at pass rushers as we go forward. We've gone beyond sacks, right? We've gotten smarter than sacks. We understand pressures, quarterback hits, that type of thing are more important at times than necessarily the bottom line sacks, which are more reliant on the other players around you. Likewise, pressure rate is now the next thing to take that step forward for these defensive linemen and edge rushers. Pressure rate, because if I have 100 times to try to sack the quarterback, and I sack him 5 times, but I had to take 100 attempts to get to that 5 times, and then I got another guy who in 50 attempts gets 2 sacks. He's got a better pass rush rate than the other guy. And I'm speaking on kind of small numbers here to try to keep this relatively simple. But Bruce Irvin had that kind of great pass rush rate last season. He's had that great pass rush rate for the most part, with the exception of 1 year in Oakland there. So I'd be happy to bring him back on a nice cheap end deal. I don't think he'll cost a lot. Emma Brown says, Denzel Mims 40 time really throws me off. He looks slow on tape. I also don't see him separate. Yeah, Emmett, part of the reason that you don't see him separate is the Baylor offense runs such simple routes. And it's not multifaceted. So cornerbacks don't really have to worry about much different things coming at them. As well, he's not a pure route runner on tape. So he doesn't get the natural separation in his route running, and it is all reliant upon his speed. This is where I come back to the fact that I'm just kind of a no. I'm a soft kind of no on the guy. Again, I just not a big Baylor receiver kind of person either. I don't favor them very much. They don't look good coming out. They're very raw. All of them are. And Casey Coleman, especially lately, that was rough to look at, especially where he was picked. Favorite running back in the draft is Cam Akers right now. I have more running backs incognito that I need to take a look at. I admittedly am a little behind on my running backs, but Cam Akers, he's got LaDainian Tomlinson's sort of ability to spread you out on a pitch, on a outside zone run. He can really kind of get to that edge quick and get the defense kind of spread and then put his foot in the ground, cut up field with that cut that the Seahawks like, the one cut runners, and he would give you that as well. You could put him inside on the inside zone runs, and he showed really apt ability to run inside as well, even though he's not necessarily the biggest guy. So I like him. He's got a dynamic element to him that I really kind of favor at this point. I did hear that Disley is changing his number to 89. I didn't know it was because of Doug Baldwin, though. That's interesting. He'll look good in 89. Disley will look really good in 89, I think. Yeah, incognito, and I'm not going to kill everybody because I've said a couple times on the Olson trade, but I'll give you that bottom line again is just We paid a little bit more money than we should have. It cost about $3 million more than it should have. He's a guy who's got some injury problems. That foot has been broken a couple times, I believe. So it's going to have a higher prevalence to probably breaking again as he becomes 34, 35 years old. With that said, there's been Jason Witten's, Tony Gonzalez's, the guy out of Antonio Gates out of San Diego that all had really solid 35-year-old seasons at the tight end position. So there is a past history of that occurring. So I'd say that overall it'll be a decent move for us, but I really worry about the injury aspect of it. That's what has me, I think, most concerned. Emmett, I would not be happy grabbing Blacklock in the first round where he's starting to shoot up in boards. I think some of it is they look at that body. He looks like the DeMarcus Lawrence guy from the Cowboys, right? Just like this is how you draw up a prototype defensive end. But it doesn't really show up on tape. He just gets into his block and he just kind of tries to high effort his way to a sack. He doesn't really have a plan. There's not a lot of a technique going on there. And again, TCU defensive ends, I don't know why. I just got this bitter taste for defensive ends out of TCU right now. Why is that? I don't know. It's almost, did we draft a recent TCU defensive end? I feel like we did. Drew, I think the Rams, Drew Till asks, what are my thoughts on the Rams trying to get Slay? Because there's reports that Darius Slay could go to the Rams. I wonder, are the Rams not planning on using draft picks anymore? Do they not believe at all that they need to build their team from within the draft, that it all can be had through trades and just move? Because they have been moving picks for a while now, and you rob Peter to pay Paul, and eventually the bill is due. And I got to feel like you keep playing this game where you're going to give up all these picks as well. How in the hell are you going to pay him? You know, you're going to lose a couple guys this offseason in Fowler and Littleton. And then you still got to pay Ramsey, who you gave up 2 first-round picks for, who does not have a contract extension yet. So you're going to pay Ramsey $19 million a year, and then you're going to pay Slay $18 million a year. Good luck with that. Good luck. Good luck. Yeah, Dustin, Bruce Irvin would be an upgrade over everybody else the Seahawks tried out this year other than Jadeveon Clowney. You're 100% right. And that's where I go back to is that these aging guys that you can go get on even a guy like a Gerald McCoy, like they're not going to give you some freaking Pro Bowl ability anymore, but they're going to give you solid pressure rate. They're going to give you more than what you got out of this defensive line this year, which was really almost the worst in the league, if not the worst in the league, in my opinion. But Emmett, I don't like the Blacklock either. He's okay. And Trayvon Diggs. So Diggs was a really tough player. Trayvon Diggs was a tough player to scout. I watched a lot of film on him. He's not going to fit into the Seattle Seahawks scheme. The Seattle Seahawks will not be drafting Trayvon Diggs. And the reason for that is that the man does not want to tackle anything. And by me saying that he doesn't want to tackle anything, it means that he has no interest at all in any part of tackling at all. So when it comes to like getting off of a block, he's not going to make a big attempt to do that. When it comes to even helping out a teammate who's making the initial tackle and giving them some help, he doesn't want to do that really either. He'll make an appearance of it. He'll give you a look, but he's a very finesse corner in that respect. And he's not sticky enough for me in coverage to get away with being that way, in my opinion. I feel like he's good in coverage, but he's not amazing. And if you're going to be like, I'm going to go the Deion Sanders route and just decide that I don't have to do anything as far as tackling goes, then you better be phenomenal in coverage. And I don't see that in Diggs. That lack of ability it shows up play after play after play, and it cost the Tide a couple times. Maybe he develops later on, but that part right there was to me a big red flag. You're an Alabama corner and you can't tackle. They're as hard on those players and grinding those players out as anybody. And if you haven't gotten to the point of being able to tackle in that system after a few years into it, just a willingness, he's just not willing to dig and put his beak in there. I got to look at Tony Pride Jr. though, Emmett. That's one guy that's on my list that I need to take a look at. Yeah, I think Trayvon Diggs is going to go probably in the first round. Somebody's going to like his size. They're going to like his speed. He's going to do fine in the combine, and he will go higher probably. I will add Reggie Robinson to my list of guys I'll take a look at, James. I haven't taken a peek at him. Yeah, Incognito. Jordan Love looks good. He on tape. He's got he's like a little smaller version of Mahomes in some of his movement and how he releases and throws the ball, especially when he's kind of moving off angle and falling away a little bit. And he shows an ability to still be accurate when he makes those type of throws. I get the impression that he's going to jump up into the top 20. This is part of why I think the Seahawks are going to not get a really great offensive line option that falls to them at the end of the first round, is because some of these guys are just going to get overdrafted. Some of you're going to get the 4 or 5 quarterbacks taken where it's really probably you should have only had like 2 quarterbacks taken. Somebody's going to take a running back. You're going to get 4 or 5 wide receivers taken off the board. There's going to be some cornerbacks taken. So you'll see there's only, even though we are picking later in the first round, it eventually kind of pushes out, Yeah, go watch Trayvon Diggs tape against LSU. He gets murdered by Jamar Chase. There's one play in particular that gets run over to the right side, and if he had shown any effort whatsoever, because it cuts back to his angle, and he has this deal where he'll watch the play on the run play, and if he decides it's not coming to his side of the field, he just basically shuts it down for the play. Well, this particular play, the running back started out on the edge, and then they cut back to him over on that weak side, or strong side, excuse me. And he's not, if he had just gotten up in the hole, he could have held the guy back. Instead, it's a 70-yard run. I saw the same thing, I believe, in the Auburn game that they played, where a running back in a similar situation where just the lack of effort it just shows up over and over and over again on those running plays. And it's Seahawks cornerbacks have to tackle. You can't have guys in this scheme that can't tackle. That's why part of the reason that they go for the bigger cornerbacks is they want guys who are able to take down the ball carrier when it gets out there like that. But Incognito, Jordan Love, I like. He'll be a first-round pick. I don't know if I'd like to pick him in the first round, but I think he'll be overdrafted for that reason. He doesn't quite have as much size as I'd like because he's not necessarily as mobile as I'd like if he's a little bit as undersized as I feel like he is to a degree. But good arm, live arm, accurate. I like a lot of his game, and he could be a guy that really comes on at the next level and shows up with some of the throws he can make, because he's going to be able to make those money throws at the next level. Who is my favorite free agent? Well, Clowney's my favorite free agent. If you want to, I can split hairs with you, Drew, and say who's my favorite free agent. Otherwise, Jack Conklin would be my favorite free agent. Otherwise, but the problem I come back with that is I'm like, man, I'd rather just take one of these tackles in this draft and put that money elsewhere. So I guess I even have a hard time. I have a hard time with even looking at that on the offensive line and saying, oh, that's the guy. That's the guy right there. I don't love this free agent class as much as other people do. I really don't. But it would probably still be Clowney, because I still like what Clowney brings to the team. And I think if you pair him with another pass rusher who's legitimate and he's not having to just carry the whole load, that he's going to become even better as a player and that you're going to get even more out of him. Take those double teams away from him. Take the triple teams away from him, and you really are going to see him be able to shine. Overall, 1 to 10, rate the quarterback class, the wide receiver class. I would say the quarterback class would be like, I go an 8 on the quarterback class. And I think it's a solid, not spectacular class. And that there's some good guys in there. There's some the quarterbacks. You've got to watch these guys now because of the fact that everybody's so much more advanced, and it's an evolving thing where these guys coming out of high school have been running passing concepts that have even NFL tweaks in them. Say nothing for the college designs that have it just bred within it. So these guys are a little further along than prior quarterbacks have ever been, and it's very interesting to watch. This is why they're able to get out on the football field, I think, and really play right out the bat. You see a guy like Gardner Minshew just struck everybody upside the head last year, but at the same point in time, playing in that system at Washington State and just all the throws he was asked to make over that time and the games he played in, really an advanced thrower coming out already, not needing a lot of time to develop. You just plug him in and he's probably a better option almost than Foles out the gate. So I go 8. Wide receiver class, I actually put this wide receiver class at 9. it's a lot like the quarterback. It's not spectacular, but it's just so solid all the way throughout. You should be able to get a really good wide receiver in the 5th or 6th round, who maybe in prior years would have been a 3rd or 4th rounder. I think that talent will push it back like that a little bit. And so 8 to the quarterback, 9 to the wide receiver would be how I'd rate this class. The Baylor bust 10 years running. Yeah, Baylor is just not, yeah. I don't trust Baylor players in general, to be honest with you. That program's got some issues behind it. They've had some scandals. It's one of those colleges I feel like guys go to go have the party lifestyle and really the college experience. But if you're wanting a guy that's going there who's going to be an NFL player, who's wanting to work on his craft, I don't know that that's necessarily the college to go do it. Joe Schubert just hit the market. Joe Schubert, of course, middle linebacker / outside linebacker, Cleveland Browns. He's got some pass rush ability to him. But I would not want to spend money on outside linebacker in this market. Right now, I want the money to go to either offensive line or defensive line and really hit those 2 areas of this team. I don't want to be spending money on the corner. I don't want to be spending money on the linebackers. You've got other cheaper alternative options that you can bring in that are better options than doing that. Yeah, Kelly Jennings is a great thing. See, this Seahawk this Seahawk front office would not bring a Kelly Jennings in, and specifically for that reason. You saw with Kelly Jennings over and over again, he get exposed for his lack of ability to tackle. It's you think in corners. Well, I need the corner to corner. I don't need the corner to tackle. And no, you need the corner to tackle. And again, too, because you play in zone. Because you play often where your guy is in space, he's got to break down and be able to take a guy on in the open field and put him down. And if he can't, that's a problem. One of the reasons this Seahawk front office is so high on Trey Flowers is because they feel like he can become the next Charles Peanut Tillman, that he's got an excellent ability to cause fumbles. And that's part of his ability to tackle. So they really, really favor having a corner out there who can handle his own out there in space like that is something that they like. If you see a guy who can't tackle, then and man, Diggs, it's there. If you watch him. It's just, he doesn't want to tackle at all. Bubble screen game. If he gets a guy coming down him in the bubble screen game, he's walking backwards. He's letting the guy just walk him back. Emmett Brown says, my dream free agent is Brandon Scherf. Yeah, he is great. I got no problem shining Scherf. I've heard that the Redskins are looking to bring him back. Again, consider the fact that the Redskins, this is a lot like the Greg Olson signing, where with Greg Olson, you were competing against the Buffalo Bills and the Washington Redskins, 2 teams that have a ton of cap space. Nobody wants to go there and play for them. So they know that whoever they try to go out there and sign, those 2 organizations, they have to bring in, they've got to spend probably a couple million extra on everybody. And so I would say with Scherf, the problem with him is that they're going to probably break the market at guard for Scherf. And I don't think the Seahawks are going to be as willing to go that high on him. I think they'd be willing to spend the money, but that's going to be, I mean, we're talking potentially into that 14, 15 million per year for a guard. That's a tough pill to swallow, Drew Till, yes, I did see that we are meeting with Clowney's agent next week, and I would imagine that there's a lot of balls already in motion in regards to this. I think that what I said also is with that Greg Olson signing, it's not understated to say again that the Olson signing does not count against the compensatory draft system, meaning that because he was released by the Panthers, you signing him doesn't do anything to upset that balance game, which you get compensatory picks when you lose more free agents than you sign. And so he doesn't count into that. That does lead me to believe maybe a little bit that they're going to try to re-sign their own free agents and then make the trades to bring on the extra money, as opposed to delving into the free agent market. Because a guy like, for instance, Quentin Jefferson is going to probably get you a 4th or 5th round compensatory pick back when he goes out and signs his big deal on the open market. I think it's a really important part of this process to pay attention to, because it's key to how Snyder has run things lately, where he wants to play the compensatory game. He wants the four picks that you possibly get. This year, we're going to get, I think, a 3rd, a 4th, and a 6th and a 7th this year when we get the numbers back. It hasn't been released yet, but that's what everybody's anticipating. Henry Ruggs ran a 4.28. Yeah, Henry Ruggs ran the 4.28. I watched the film on Ruggs, and I didn't see the speed as much on tape. as I was expecting to see. He's fast. He's not that he's not really, really fast, but it didn't blow me away. He is a very good receiver. So he's not just one of those speedster guys that you got a gadget play for and run a bunch of end arounds and bubble screens. He can run the route tree, and he runs pretty good routes, and he has pretty good hands. But I don't know if he is as fast as necessarily that 40 times going to give you at the combine here. With that said, he's going to be picked in the top 20 because of this. Especially with the other two receivers running those 4.5s, you're going to have a team that's looking for the speedster guy in the top 25, and they're going to go, look, CD Lamb's not it. Judy's not it. Oh, here we go. Riggs, this guy's going to be able to do it, Trent Williams is available in a trade. Is that even an option? Asked Dustin. I would love it if Seattle was willing to go get Trent Williams, put him out at right tackle, Dwayne Brown over at left tackle. That would be phenomenal from my standpoint. Unfortunately, I don't think the Seattle would be willing to get that creative with the situation. And we don't even know if the Redskins would be willing to really give up Trent. There's been no indications that they are on board with trading him at this point. But I like Trent Williams. He'd be great for you over at right tackle. You'd have two great tackles, and Russell would have a whole lot of time to throw the football with those two bookends. Christian Fulton. Yes, sir. I did a little bit of scouting on Fulton today. Christian Fulton is a really, really hard player to get a read on for me. Really, 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 really hard. He's number one. He's a great zone corner. So remember, I was talking to you about scouting for the Seahawks. You want to scout players that are fits. You don't want a man-on-man zone, corner cover, and be looking at them for the Seahawks. You want to look more for the zone corners. Christian would be that for you. The kid out of LSU. He played a lot of zone, a lot of off coverage, a lot of watching the quarterback and sort of reading into the zone. The couple games I watched, I kept waiting for something to pop off the tape for me on him that just really like wowed me or really got me excited. With that said, there's nothing that is negative about him. I didn't hate parts of his game. He's a good tackler. He's not amazing. He's a good tackler. He's okay in press. His zone is where he wants to, that's where you want to keep him at. He's not a big guy. He's a little bit lithe, but he's got long arms. But I'm still kind of trying to get the final read on him. If he's going to be a guy picked in the second round, I don't know if I like that as much, to be honest with you. I don't know if I see a second round guy there on the tape because I don't see enough he's not jumping the routes on the zone. He's not he's not pattern watching as far as the route combinations to then take his shot and pick. He's kind of just staying in the pocket, just kind of protecting against the big play, which he does a very good job of. He doesn't get beaten over the top, which is going to draw the Seahawks in. And that's certainly the interest that they have for him is real. He has what they want in their corners is that patience, that first kick step. The biggest reliance on it is the patience, having the time to not bite on the receiver's first move he gives you at the line, the first juke, but to really give the patience to sit back, read the quarterback, read the receiver to really find where the route's going. He really does a good job of that. So I like him in that respect. But again, do I like him as a second round guy over a third round guy? I don't know. I think I like him more as a third round guy potentially. Marlon Davidson, incognito. I'm sorry. He's another guy not quite on my list yet as far as getting scouted, but he's on my list as far as needing to scout. He has had a fantastic combine, probably the third best defensive tackle in this combine right now. So he's going to have the explosion scores that the Seahawks look for. And again, in their defensive linemen, they like their 33-inch arms. They like the explosiveness. They're not as big on the 40 times. So the defensive linemen for the Hawks don't have to run super fast 40s, but the three-cone short shuttle, all that stuff are very important for them as well as the vertical. Yeah, I don't know the last time we traded for O-line. Yeah, you do, TJ. Dwayne Brown. Dwayne Brown was the last time you traded for O-line. Yeah, Disley giving up his number to Olson at 88. That was interesting. Then we get 89 with Disley. That'll look good on him. Emmett, it's really hard to evaluate the cornerbacks right now. The positions I'm struggling to look at, in this draft at times, defensive linemen are sometimes hard. Like Strobridge is a really tough guy to evaluate. These guys get put sometimes, like I was telling you guys earlier, you get 2-man fronts now on the defensive line at times in college football. There are some weird ass alignments now. And with these defensive linemen, they get asked to really just gap control so that they're faced up. They're not even in a 3-point stance. A lot of times they're faced up at the line of scrimmage over the top of a guard or over the top of a tackle. And you see them in a pure read and react position, which gives you no indicators about what they can do as a pass rusher or their ability to get off the block. It really does put you up against the wall with trying to understand what you're seeing. And I think the cornerback position is very similar, where a guy like Fulton, where it's like they're just playing the zone, they're just sitting back 7 yards off the line of scrimmage. You're not seeing a variance of a lot of what they're doing, but what they're doing is good. They're not getting beat over the top. They're doing their job. But at the same point in time, you're wanting, again, some kind of wow factor when you're looking at these guys as prospects, something that you can see as far as ceiling, not just a good high floor. And I guess that's my bottom line of Fulton is I see a high floor, but I don't know where the ceiling is. Ross Blacklock, Incognito Dave. Ross Blacklock, I was drawing a comparison earlier to him. He looks a lot like a DeMarcus Lawrence from a physical profile. And even I'm sure with what I saw initially here on the combine, he's done pretty good with some of his combine scores. My issue with him is that I don't see a technician out on the football field. I don't see a guy with a lot of variances of moves. He's very reliant on the high motor aspect to his game and really using his strength and size on those tackles to really get any kind of pressure. And that's when I see that, this is really drawing a lot of shades. It's not just the fact that he also plays for TCU like LJ Collier played for TCU, but I'm seeing shades of LJ Collier at times where these guys are asked to do certain things over there at TCU, which I was just talking about making it hard to evaluate, where it's like, you're not just seeing the guy attacking a tackle, beating the tackle, getting a sack. You're seeing him pressing the tackle back, pressing it back, taking time, then getting a pressure or then getting a sack. I need more with my defensive ends coming out in this draft. There's enough guys who create that instant pressure that I'm not going to go after guys in the second and the third round who are just high motor guys who are overly reliant on power. Because remember, power is the one thing from the college football game that is not going to translate as well into the NFL game. All of those guys are powerful. All of them are strong. You're not bringing anything new to the next level at the gate doing that. And so it's something that is going to get neutralized. And this is one of the reasons why LJ Collier struggled in his first year. We can all point to the fact and say, well, he had an injury in training camp and it just sort of just lingered. Okay, maybe. But he was also a guy at TCU who only showed a willingness to utilize power. And he got to the next level and tried to just only utilize power. And it wasn't very effective. So when I see this in a guy like Blacklock, that's the same thing that comes to my mind is that I'm seeing he's a bigger guy, a bigger athlete than LJ Collier is, but he is similarly reliant on just pushing guys back into the pocket. And that's just not going to, I don't think it's going to show up as much on the next level. He isn't in for his size and the length and for what he's going to do at the combine. He's an interesting prospect, but that stuff has me a little reticent. Emmett Brown says, we seem to always make a splash trade. And with an extra second rounder, I could see us trading for someone we're not even thinking about. It's a fun puzzle to try and read the tea leaves on. It really is from my standpoint, Emmett, because there is a play that you could do in this draft. If we want to fit to what Schneider's done recently, he'll have an end of first round pick. And what does he do? He tends to trade back to the end of the first round or right at the top of the second round, gains the extra third rounder from that, and then makes his pick usually right in there, if not makes another trade back. And if you did that here, then you would theoretically then have, of course, 3 second-round picks and then 2 third-round picks, 5 picks essentially in the first 2 rounds. They could have the flexibility to do that if they really like the players in this slot, in this collection of this tier. And that, if you want to make predictions, that's probably the most likely scenario to happen. I just have a feeling this year, though, there's going to be the guy that falls to them. They know that they can't fall back on. That's a guy that this guy's going to be a starter for us. We think the moon of him. We know he's a good player. Let's just grab him, pull the trigger. James Glenn, I'm not sure if we'll still restructure Britt's contract. As I lean back and think about this more and more, even from what I said, I think earlier in this stream, I think that the Hawks have not done the cuts for with Ed Dixon or restructuring Britt's contract or cutting Britt because they're waiting on the new CBA. I don't think it's indicative of the fact that they're going to keep him. It's just that they're waiting to see what the new particulars are going to be for how the CBA attacks you for releasing guys, how the bonus money falls out, if it changes, if it remains the same. They're going to sit and wait on that, I think, a little bit rather than make any sort of hasty decision. Let's face it, they don't have to make any decision. They got $50 million in cap space right now. So they can kind of sit there and just kind of wait it out and see what happens with the CBA and kind of just sit in the pocket. Yeah, I do see us giving Jadeveon Clowney. I don't know if it's a 5-year deal. Seattle tends to favor more the 4-year deal type. They don't tend to go that far. The bonus money counts for the first 4 years of the deal, so there's not really a big reason to do a 5th year. Outside of it makes the agents sound good on his numbers because the 5th year deal is always capped up at like $35 million per year in this case or something to make all the numbers look bigger. But I would see him probably sign in the neighborhood of 4-year, $23 million per is probably what you're looking with a huge amount of bonus money is probably the realm you're looking at. And I'm fine with making that deal at this point. Don't forget this cap went up this past year, 10% over what it was up last year. So if he signed a $23 million per contract, not only is he signing for about $500,000 less per year than Clark signed for, but because the cap went up by 10%, it's actually cumulatively less a deal even further than that with the 10% factored in. Brendan Eckrick, any linebackers you like to replace KJ Wright? What type of linebackers does Seattle like? I think that Cody Barton is the guy that Seattle's going to look to bring in at the linebacker position. I think when they originally had KJ Wright, they liked his length and they liked his size. I think ideally they'd like to probably get them more in the 6'3", 6'4", rather than the 6'5" range that KJ is probably sitting at. And they probably want a little bit more of a twitchier athlete who can be a little bit faster, in that role. I think Cody's going to slide right into that realm. I'm not unconvinced that Ben Burr-Kirven can't play Sam. He's a little bit undersized for the Sam role where you want the left outside linebacker to be a little bit bigger because he's going to be lined up over the tight end a lot. And that means that you're going to need him to lock that tight end out, especially if the run game's coming out there. He's got to hold the point of attack and push the run back inside. And so a guy like Ben Burr-Kirven might be a little too slight to do that. You almost like Ben Burr-Kirven is that outside back up to the middle linebacker, back up to the outside linebacker role. And so the left outside linebacker is where you'd perhaps look to bring a guy in. Zach Bond, I'll get to him in just a second, incognito, but he'd be a guy the Seahawks would certainly look to bring in at that left outside linebacker role. He played the left outside linebacker with Wisconsin, though it was in a 3-4 scheme rather than a 4-3. But he's a great cerebral guy who's looks like exactly what you'd want in a high pick, and that he's got a lot of ceiling. It looks like his best football is ahead of him. And so that would be the type of guy that I think is more the 6'2" to 6'3" range. They're going to want him to be fast. They're going to want him to be long. Those things are still all in there. They want those base scores of everything from the vertical to the short shuttle to the short shuttle to the cone to all fit up to that bottom line number of good quickness, speed, and explosiveness. That's what they're really looking for in all of their football players. And you have to have those base measurements. But not in the linebacker, they're not as fit or set in their ways as they are like the wide receiver or the cornerback or the defensive lineman or the offensive lineman, where it's, cornerback, you have to be 6 feet. You have to have 33-inch long arms. You got to run a 4.4, blah, 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 blah. They really want, in quarterback, you got to run a 4.5, but the receivers, they want a 4.4. Okay, Zach Bond. I watched a lot of tape of Zach Bond, Incognito Dave. Zach Bond has got a world of potential ahead of him. Even though he played in the outside linebacker role at Wisconsin, I can easily see him going into a 4-3. He moves really well. He's very instinctive. He's a former quarterback in high school, and he's really just come to the linebacker position late in his career. And that really tells me that this guy's a guy that still is going to develop further. He's going to get smarter and better. And when you watch him already, he's able to really diagnose pre-snap, and as soon as the snap hits, get into the backfield and know where the running game is going, and just shows his intelligence. And he has some natural bend. He's got some ability to use his hands. You could also put him in the dirt and have him rush the quarterback, I think, a little bit. So he'd give you I call him Mr. Versatility in this draft. I think Bond would give you a ton of versatility if you were looking at picking him. He'd fill a couple of different roles up for you. Sounds good, TJ. Yeah, Emmett, I agree with you. I think I would love to see the Calais Campbell trade. I think overall else, I think Alex Mack is going to be released if he hasn't already been released. So that's a matter of if you just want to pay the money for the guy that's 32, 33 years old at the center position. But Calais Campbell, I don't think he's going to cost a lot because they're going to look at offloading salary in that situation from Jacksonville's standpoint. So could you get him for a third rounder? Could you get him for a fourth rounder? I mean, I think you possibly could. And maybe not even in this year's draft. I mean, maybe you could do it even after the draft where you're throwing them a pick for next year's draft at that point in time. I would love to bring in Calais Campbell. I think he's got still a lot of football left. He was still one of the best rushers in the league, one of the best rush percentages, and he's absolutely a monster in the running game. He's everything everybody wants Raekwon Davis to be, but Raekwon Davis is nothing like Calais Campbell. I watched a ton of tape on Raekwon Davis, and it's not there. Everybody wants him to be that, but he's not Calais Campbell. I'm sorry. Yeah, James Glenn said, I'd rather restructure Britt's contract and keep him from one more year than be forced to pick Biadize or miss out on Gross Matos. Just my opinion. Yeah, James, I'm not against that either. Don't forget James as well. And I know that Posick is not a guy that's well loved by the Seattle Seahawks Nation. I get it. But let's just walk this back really quickly with Ethan Posick. He's a guy who was picked in the second round. Okay, he's picked in the second round out of LSU as a center. What does Seattle do the instant they bring him in? They move him into guard. And then they've kept him over at guard. And it's because Britt, according to the coaching staff, is so amazing and awesome. Okay, maybe. Britt's been average. But Posick, all this time, and while he has been injury prone to a degree, has not been allowed to really be able to be put in his natural position. He's an absolutely natural center. He's a very big center. He'd be, in my opinion, an upgrade over Britt, but we never really see that there because they had already given Britt the money. This is where that always compete thing gets a little gray for me sometimes. You know, the mantra is always compete. Doesn't matter if you're undrafted. Doesn't matter if you're first round pick. Doesn't matter if we give you a ton of money. The best player is going to play. But I sometimes wonder with Posick and watching the way that they've used him and how he's kind of been given the short shiv at times with this team. Don't forget him as a possibility there at the center position. Don't discount the fact that he's a guy that could be an upgrade there for us over Britt, over Hunt, and that they may like him a lot in that sense if they truly buy into him in that process. But I'm still not over on Posick yet. I think that's a guy, if he can get healthy, even if you got rid of Britt or even if you restructured Britt, I would love to see him in competition and them to actually give him a chance there. I just want to see him at the center position in the NFL. That's all I want. Let me just see him. Jesse Manuel, yes, Bond is excellent in coverage too. I didn't see any holes in Bond's game. He can take on blockers at the point of attack. I mean, they had this guy rushing the passer against tackles, had no issue with it. He shows, again, great smarts, so he knows the right place to be. You don't see him out of position a lot. I was trying to relate it again to the Murray kid out of Oklahoma, who's a real read and react guy, but he takes about a second longer to read and react than a guy like Zach Bond, who's absolutely just instantaneously on it every play. He knows he's got a plan, he knows where he's going, and he knows how to get there. I can't say the same for all the linebackers in this draft that I've, at least the few that I've looked at necessarily. So, Brandon, I think the best Sam fits, here's my idea on the Sam fit, is I think we bring back Bruce Irvin. Because Bruce Irvin really shined in that Sam role for the Seattle Seahawks. He's got a history with Norton. He's a guy who could give you pass rush when you needed it to as a rotational guy. And he's a guy who's going to cost you a 1 year, $5 million deal, 1 year, $6 million deal. I don't think he's going to cost you a lot bringing him in. I think that's probably the better way to go. But when we mentioned this guy like Zach Bond, that would absolutely be a guy, and the Seattle Seahawks are meeting with him, I believe. He would absolutely be a guy on their radar as a potential option there, to bring it in. Outside of that, they don't have a lot on the roster right now that I could say is absolutely a Sam guy. I'm kind of over at this point the thought process that Shaquem Griffin is going to give us anything as an outside linebacker. 20-25 snaps a game as a pass rusher? Yeah, sure. He'll be great for us in that. But I don't think he's certainly a guy that I don't think you could trust over on the Sam role where you're putting him over a tight end and asking him to punch a tight end at the line, keep him off. I don't think it's happening. What are my thoughts on the CBA proposal? I think the owners are going for it. The owners are trying to just, in my opinion, they're just taking this. I don't know what it is with the players. They're just kind of weak in this sport. You see with the baseball and NBA that they're a lot stronger, but it just seems like that collective crew of people there, they all sort of have varying decisions and what they think about what it should be. And the stars think this and the low end players think that. And it always seems to come down to the fact that the owners get the better end of the deal and the owners and the players seem to take a little bit less in one way or another. The 17th game schedule, the extra playoff game, it's all pure greed to me. It's not that the NFL is saying we've got such a great product, we just want to put more of it on display. I just think they're being greedy a little bit in certain respects, and it'd be great if the players push back on them on it. But I think the deal will just get done at the end of the day. The players in this sport can't afford to go to a lockout or a strike. So they're just, you're going to see it go through. And I'm happy with it going through. I don't want to see a strike or any of this stuff. So if it's got to be a bad deal for the players, then so be it, but it will be that. What if Russ can't see over the position? We have this moment. Well, Carl, I would say, so Carl asked, what if Russ can't see over Posick, a smaller Britt or Hunt? Don't forget, I think Britt's 6'3", 6'4". So there's probably about an 1.5 inch difference between Posick and Russell Wilson's already said that he can't see over any of the offensive linemen's head. He's reliant on rush lanes. It's also why Russell Wilson tends to drop back by about an extra 1.5 yards or 2 yards on his drop than you see with other quarterbacks. Because the further back you get from the offensive line, the more you can see over the top of them. So it's irrelevant. He had the biggest offensive line in college football in his final senior season, including, I believe it was Travis Frederick, who was a 6'4" guy going to the Cowboys, and he did just fine throwing over there. So I don't think it would hold Russell back having Posick as the center. Brendan Eckrick says Simmons just ran. This would be Simmons out of Clemson. I'm guessing just ran a 4.39. Yeah, I mentioned Isaiah Simmons. So if Carl Neary's still in here, yeah, Carl, there you are. I think Isaiah Simmons might be one of that other guy you were mentioning, like who are my favorite prospects. I think AJ Espinosa. I think obviously Chase Young, but that's like super easy. I'm trying not to take the super easy ones. But I think that Isaiah Simmons kid I'm so intrigued by a guy like that you can throw out at linebacker, who's played some safety, who's played some slot cornerback. You need to neutralize these tight ends now in the next modern era of how we're seeing the NFL game, where you got guys at 6'4", 6'5", 6'6" that move like 6'2", 6'3" guys. And so you need a linebacker who's not only got the length, but the start and stop, change direction, speed to hang with those guys. And getting a guy like that on your defense is that kind of chess piece. The right kind of defensive coordinator would be able to utilize that guy so beautifully, and you could throw off an offense because you could move him in so many different places. I would be so intrigued to see where he's going to go, because I feel like he's just the modern NFL player you want. Just jack of all trades. Where do you want to put him? He's going to be upper level for you and do it great. Yeah, James, Glenn, the always compete thing, it's like some things, like it's one thing to say it as a mantra. It's another thing that we as the fans have to see it play out. So if you're going to tell me always compete is the mantra, this is our Bible. This is what we stand for. Okay. Well, then how come it is that I go last season, I see Lano Hill and Tedrick Thompson on the field, and Marquise Blair is a vastly better football player in every way, shape, or form. And it seems obvious to anybody watching the game who's got any sort of depth of football knowledge at all. I'm not speaking on a comment here that isn't widely held by everybody that watches those players. That didn't look like always compete to me. What that looked like was, oh crap, we drafted Lano Hill in the 3rd round. Oh crap, we drafted Tedrick Thompson in the 4th round. And none of these guys have really flashed or shown anything. Let's keep trotting them back on the football field to eventually validate these picks as being good, instead of that draft being looked at, as it's looked at in retrospect, as a complete crap show. So yeah, the always compete thing needs to be kind of reminded through Pete. And this is my thing with this. Like you got all these mantras, man. It's all about the ball. Is it? Why is everybody fumbling? If you're going to have a mantra, make it a mantra. Make it a part of your team literally, instead of just something that you say and sounds cute in a book or as a phrase. Oh, Emmett, I'm sure if you were to say, who's your favorite player in the draft, I bet John Schneider would say Isaiah Simmons is one of his favorite players in this draft. It's exactly the type of guy that he would gravitate towards. a guy like that you can move all over the place like that. But yeah, he won't be anywhere near. That's 4.39 just put him in the top 5 100%. If there was any chance that he was not going to be in the top, like that just put him right there. You don't get an outside linebacker running 4.39 who showed the coverage skills, who showed the physicality he showed, who's got the length he has, who's twitchy as he is. He's not going to last. Where he goes will be interesting, though, because you'll have the quarterbacks going in that place. You'll have Chase Young going in that spot. And then it's like, well, who's the team that kind of comes in there then picks him? I could see Detroit, even though everyone's putting them with Jeff Okudah, really getting, Matt Patricia, that head coach, they're really getting kind of falling in love with the kid, Yeah, Pete seems at times a little bit complacent for me at this point in time in his tenure. He does. I don't see an injection of new ideas. I don't see a willingness to really adopt things that can fix problems and issues that seem to continually repeat themselves over and over again. He's got a lot of success to build on the back of that as validation for that, and to say, well, I've been to a couple of Super Bowls. I've won multiple national titles. It seems to have worked pretty good for me. And I can't argue with that to a degree. I can't. And it's why I do come back to the fact that we can still be successful with this scheme. We can still be successful with Pete Carroll as our head coach. And I was never one of those guys saying he needs to be fired. But he is definitely getting a little bit at times, stiff-minded in things. And it gets rough at times to watch because they go the hard way instead of sometimes going the much easier way. At least that's the appearances sometimes. Yeah, I watched a little bit of tape on A.J. Terrell as well. I liked his tape a little bit more than I liked on Fulton. It's another cornerback out there that a lot of people have liked or talked about. Kid out of Clemson. Really, really, really long arms. He's great at breaking on the ball. Another guy who I would expect would be on the Seattle Seahawks radar because he fits within what they look for. He reminds me a little bit of a Marcus Peters. So a great zone guy that's looking to pull the trigger in coverage and jump routes. He's watching the quarterback. He'd be, I think, a good fit in the scheme for that reason, a fit for that from that standpoint. Willing tackler, all that. So I think he'd be a good guy for us as far as in the late second round. I don't think he'll last that long. He's probably going to be a late first round to an early second, but certainly a scheme fit for the Seattle Seahawks. Well, that would be great for us, James Glenn. You imagine if Pete Carroll retired after winning the Super Bowl this year. Do you imagine the caliber of head coach that you could bring in? Hey, you want to come coach a team that just won the Super Bowl, who's got a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime with 5, 6, 7 Pro Bowlers? Does that interest you at all? You want to talk about having the pick of the litter at that point? You know what I mean? Who do you want? I mean, and I'm not just talking about coaches that are just out on the market. I mean, coaches that are on teams right now would be willing to go, So that would be awesome if that was the case. And I could certainly see Carroll doing that. But I don't know, too, man. Carroll would be the type of guy to win a Super Bowl. And he's like, I'm going to keep going. I'm getting the impression with that guy that he wants to coach until he's literally like on his deathbed. He's going to go till he's like, they rip him off the field, Jim Harbaugh. Yeah, I bet Jim would love to coach this team. I bet he was. I think Jim loves Russell Wilson. I bet a lot. If you were to put Jim Harbaugh on a lie detector test, he'd tell you that he really has a lot because he sees a lot of himself, I'm sure, in Russell. Absolutely. So let me see what else here I've taken a look at for certain guys. I got a few other guys I scouted. Let's look at Raekwon Davis and talk about him for a second. So Raekwon Davis is a guy that a lot of people have scouted to the Seattle Seahawks in the late second round. They feel like he's going to drop. And again, what people like in him is that he's the 6'7". They draw the comparisons to the Calais Campbell, and they say, "Oh, look at he got the same build." And then it's his movement ability. He's a guy that moves like he's 6'3", but he's actually 6'7". And That's all well and good, but the thing he's missing and the thing that you have to have at 6'7", that's absolutely elemental, because when you get to be 6'7" as a football player, you're not going to have the bend. You're not going to be able to get low and bend and get around a defensive lineman, get low on the field as you're turning the corner. It's not going to happen. You're going to be reliant on basically pure power. You see this with Calais Campbell, where he just uses those long arms. He's got damn near 37-inch arms. He locks the offensive lineman out where the offensive lineman can't even touch him because their arms go to here on them. He pushes him back and he just forces him back into the backfield. So with a guy like Raekwon Davis, you need to see a similar thing. You need to see from that defensive tackle one tech position an ability to lock the offensive lineman out and walk him back into the backfield. And I wanted to see that a lot more on his film than I did. Granted, he was double teamed a lot because he does play a lot of just pure one tech for them. But I just didn't see him in moments where he was singled up, being able to just take a guy and put him in the backfield, speed up the quarterback's clock, or destroy a run play in the backfield. I just didn't see it. And when you look at his production, he had 8 sacks in his sophomore year. Then he had 2 sacks in his junior year, I think, and then 8 sacks freshman, and then 2 sacks the last 2 years. So he's not giving you a lot of pass rush over the last few years. You're not seeing the development occur. He had that one great year and then kind of not a lot else. I didn't see a lot of fire. I saw questionable effort. He looked slow at times. I don't know if he's going to really develop as a pass rusher because of the reasons I said, is those 6'7" guys, that power's got to be phenomenal out the gate because they have to be so reliant upon it when they're rushing from that inside positioning. So at the end of the day, I'm out on Raekwon Davis. I really am. I'm not sold on him as an option for the Hawks. I would be disappointed if we drafted him. This is not Jaron Reed, who a lot of people are trying to draw comparisons to, because Jaron Reed came out as a run-stuffing defensive tackle, and then his pass rush kind of developed. But at the same point in time, he was so much better, Jaron was, in run stopping, and you could not move Jaron off the ball at the one tech position, which I see too often with Raekwon, where he can be moved off the ball with the double team. So again, I'm not in on Raekwon Davis, but he's all right. I guess if you got him dropping in the 3rd round, maybe I'd take a flyer on him. Emma Brown says, I'd love to pair Lincoln Riley. Lincoln Riley would love to probably come to the Seahawks if he had a chance to do with Russell Wilson. I get the impression with Lincoln Riley, he's just waiting for his exact perfect opportunity. I know he's been out there and available for other head coaching positions, and he's not taken them. It leads me to believe that he is he's just sort of waiting to pick his pie. You know what I mean? Just kind of waiting to see if he pick his pie. And I don't know. We'll see. He's going to come at some point, though. He's too brilliant of a mind not to. Emmett says, I'll be very disappointed if our first round selection is a linebacker, safety, or running back. I would agree with you 100%, Emmett. I would be very disappointed if that was the case as well. Brendan Eckrick, do I like Julian Okwara? Julian does not really excite me as he excites other fans. Maybe he should excite me more. Maybe I'm missing it on the film and I need to go back and watch more of his games. My problem with him is that he's really fast, but he's not really quick. So when it comes to him winning in the pass rush game, he's not winning I'm looking for pass rushers that are going to win early and fast within the play, not who need to win late in the play with high effort, high motor. And I think he's more of that type of guy. He is your kind of modern day defensive end in the respect of he's going to run so fast to 40 here, and he looks so fast on tape that he's a guy who you feel like you could have, able to track down these fast quarterbacks, these mobile guys now. This is a guy who's not going to get outrun to the edge. He's going to be able to run step for step with the quarterback. And maybe there's a team out there that kind of values that as we move into this modern NFL where there's less statues in the pocket and more of these guys that are mobile and able to get out and move around. So there's a value to Julian's game. He's good in the run stuffing, but he's got not a lot of technical ability. He's not going to do a lot of ripping and a lot of forgetting the word I'm trying to say here, but he's just not going to give you a lot of multifacetedness there. And I don't like that when it's looking at picking a guy at the end of the first round to an early second round pick, even the late second round. I don't just see enough of the twitchiness I want to see to be picking a guy at that place, especially when there's better offensive linemen on the board at that point. There's better wide receivers on the board at that point. It's not picking towards value. Nick Coe out of Auburn. Yeah, I think I would probably go in that direction too, Emmett. I think that there's better pass rushers later on in the draft, or at least close enough to what Julian could give you. But he's not enough of a separator. The difference between, to me, Gross Matos and Okwara is that like this. And you just mentioned Emmett Brown just mentioned Nick Coe out of Auburn. You go Nick Coe and Julian Okwara. It's like, well, it's kind of like this. It's a lot closer to me as those differences. So don't go for the guy that you can get later on at almost equivalent. Same thing with the running backs. Don't draft a running back in the second or third round when you get a running back that's very close to that in that fifth, sixth, seventh round territory as far as the value goes, the type of player that you're getting. Dr. Alleycat, thank you, who says I should stream more. Dr. Alleycat, I am shooting for it. So I'm trying to stream more and more. It's definitely in my cards, and it's trying to get through all the work of life and all that. But I'm looking to get more of a consistent schedule for you guys and get this hammered, because I really enjoy this. So I want to do it more. It's just a time thing. There's not enough hours in the day, I tell you. Not at all. Oh, man, Antonio Winfield Jr., James Glenn, you just mentioned one of my favorite players in the draft. And I think Carl Neary, we're mentioning favorite players in the draft, and James just mentioned one for me. I watch Antonio Winfield, and I see Earl Thomas, but a guy that's willing to tackle. And let's go back on Antonio Winfield, whose father was a Seahawk for a very short period of time in 2012 in training camp. But this was the year that we had the deepest cornerback room that we've ever had in our history of the Seattle Seahawks. And so Winfield had a hard time because he could not unseat Jeremy Lane for that slot corner. But Winfield's father had a phenomenal career, one of the best tackling cornerbacks you have seen in NFL history. And when I watched the tape on Winfield, he is super quick. Again, he looks a lot like Earl Thomas to me on tape, where he's all over the football field. He's a flash. He's instinctive. He's going to take the ball away. He's going to take the ball away as far as picking the ball off. I don't see a lot of holes to his game. Maybe the size thing, he's not as big as you'd like. But, man, I love him as a safety. Someone's going to pick him in the second round, and they are going to get a hell of a player. A hell of a player. I think Anton Winfield's probably maybe I'm going on a limb here, but I think he's a Pro Bowler as he comes into this league. I really do. Drew Till said, just thought we are leaning towards keeping Britt for 2020. Yeah, Drew, it could happen where we keep him or restructure him. I don't think that they're in a hurry to have to release him right now until the new CBA comes out. I would hope that they would not keep him at the $11.3 million cap hit that it costs right now. Do any of you want to pay $11 million for a center this year that gives you league average play? I'll wait. Glad to have you back, TJ. But no, they've got to restructure him if they keep him. He needs to take a few million off that contract this year if we're going to bring him in. How was the trip? Which trip? Oh, sorry if I missed your comment there, Dr. Alleycat. I got a little behind earlier, and so I probably missed a few. Oh, okay. Yeah, Joe Thunney is a guy that could be an interesting guy in free agency, that he's not going to cost as much as Brandon Scherf or Jack Conklin, so you get him at a little bit of a lesser rate. He's a guy who every single year in the NFL at the guard position has gotten better as he's gone along. So he's continually, he wasn't great coming in the league and got a little bit better, and he's always average, a little bit better than average player. So you get a very solid player there, but I don't know what the cost will be on the final dollars. That's where the devil will be in the details on that. If he's going to be a 10 million plus year player, or if you can get him in that $7 to $8 million range, that would be where I'd more like to probably get a guy like that. But he would be a starter for you at left guard. You plug and play, put you right in. He'd be an upgrade over what you've had there. He doesn't blow me away, but he would be solid. But yeah, Britt needs to be restructured if he's going to stay. Brandon Eckert writes, do you like Prince Tega Wango? Wango. Yeah, I didn't love his tape as much as other people did. It was all right, but in a tackle class, when you've got your Wirfs and your Willis and your Becktons and your Thomas and your Isaiah Wilsons, I would even say that Ezra Cleveland is a better guy than Prince. When you've got all of these guys as far as the depth, I lean towards them over him. But he's a guy that is a late riser. He's coming up boards. He seems to be having a pretty good offseason as far as the workouts go. But what I've seen so far, I'm kind of meh on him, especially if you're looking at him going in the high end of the first, at the end of the first round. My goodness, I'm all for Slay, but just remember, Dr. Alley Cat, that with getting Slay, you're paying $18 million per, and it's costing you a second round pick. Is that a price? Is that a price you want to pay? I mean, it's not a price I want to pay. And if you were able to get him in at like 10 million per, 12 million per, and then maybe you're talking to me about maybe I can do the second, maybe even then I'm like, it's a guy who's going into year 30. He didn't have the greatest season last year. And again, when I'm talking about the problem with Greg Olson signing, you're bringing in an aging player. It's like the injury prone problem comes back in, where you're bringing a guy like Slay. It's like, okay, you're bringing in an aging player now. Don't be surprised when they get injured. And that's my worry with him. I'm trying to hold off on my trip to Montana, because when I go to Montana, I'm going to be out in the middle of the wilderness, and I'm going to have a very slow internet, and I won't be able to do live streams, I don't think. So I'm trying to hold off until after the draft in order to be able to do these live streams and keep doing, my stuff with it. So, but I'll be going out for probably in late April, right after the draft. I'll be heading out to Montana to Whitefish. Emmett Brown says, I'm of the mindset that rather than taking the best player available, regardless of need, I want a difference maker. Who's the second or third best player at their position? I don't want to reach for need again. Emmett, I'm in agreement with you. And frankly, it's where we've seen Seattle go outside of what they operate in the respective. That's not the way that they've operated recently. The LJ Collier pick was a pick made because you got desperate with all of the edge rushers and defensive linemen that were taken in the first round last year. And so you reached because you didn't have anything. You had almost nothing and you needed to do something. The Rashad Penny pick, when you made that, yes, that was a deep running back draft, but at the same point in time, you had put yourself in a situation of having to go get a running back and go find a talented one because you just didn't have the depth or health at the position that you needed. So yeah, I'm in the same place. When you set yourself up like that organizationally, you put yourself behind an 8 ball because you're always picking the need rather than going for what is the best that's out there. And I think really Seattle has gone outside of that in recent drafts to a large degree, and it's not done them favors. I think that is something you see in the DK Metcalf deal, where they target a guy and they move up. That's what it's like. That's when it works good for them. They did the same thing with Tyler Lockett. Targeted him at the second round, saw he dropped in, threw a late round pick to move back into the second round to grab him. I don't mind it when they get aggressive like that. I love it when they do that, when they actually target guys in rather than just kind of float along. How would you rank tackles and guards right now as far as a fit with Seattle? Jack Conklin would be the best offensive line fit that's out there in free agency for what Seattle does, because of the fact he was the 5th best rated run blocker by Pro Football Focus. He's continually has come on as his career has come on as a high first round pick. So he's got the talent. He's a player that's on the rise. He's going into his prime. He'd be a perfect fit for you there. Obviously Scherf would be as well at left guard, just because he's not necessarily super uber talented, but he's like a sub-level Pro Bowl player. You haven't had that kind of play at the position since going back to Hutchinson. And so he would probably be the next guy. After that, Joe Thuney is okay. He's good. He'd be fine, like I was saying earlier, but there's really not a lot in free agency at the offensive line that I like a lot. I don't, there just isn't much there, So I do, last stream you said you were going. So no, I'm not going anywhere, TJ. I'm right here. Oh, last stream. Yeah, TJ, I'm going to Montana here soon, but I'm going to try to hold off because I want to do these live streams. I want to live stream the whole draft. So I hope you guys are going to join me during that, but we're going to be live streaming day 1, day 2, all that stuff. I'm going end to end on that stuff. So it's going to be fast and furious. We're going to be doing updates, all that, but yeah, I want to do that. I want to do the first day of free agency. I'll be live streaming the whole first day of free agency. I'll be live streaming that whole day if I can. That's the plan, at least right now. So, we'll see. Dr. Alley Cat says, I don't trust the quarterback group. You're not alone, Dr. Alley Cat. There's a lot of guys out there. I think that Carl Neary's one of these guys who wants to see, I think, a new cornerback here and don't like Trey Flowers. I keep pounding the table for Trey Flowers, though. I keep saying that this is a guy that's exactly what you drop for what you want as a cornerback in Seattle's scheme. If you look at Shaquille Griffin's second year, he played at a D-plus level. He himself said he didn't do very good his second season. And then the third year, the light bulb went on. He had this fantastic Pro Bowl year. I think Flowers can make a similar jump. The coaching staff and Carroll indicated in a recent press conference that they think Flowers can make a similar jump. And when you look at Flowers last year, he had 8 passes defensed, 3 interceptions. And when you look at Griffin, he had 13 passes defensed, but if you look at Griffin's second year, how many passes did he have defensed? 7. So it's, again, I think Flowers had a better second year than Griffin, who everyone gives, by the way, I never heard after his second year, Shaquille Griffin being told, we got to bench him, we got to get rid of him, we got to stop, he can't be out in the field anymore. Nobody was saying that. D-plus level, no one's saying that. But for some reason, Flowers just gets kind of beat on a little bit by the fans. And I understand if it's your flavor and you want to go that route, but from my standpoint, I'd rather just sit patient on the kid and maybe pick a corner in the 4th, 5th round. Like I say, in Bryce Hall, you get a guy that's going to give some competition in there, but don't break the bank or go over the moon to get it done. I know Seattle likes to trade down, but what about trading up for a better player like a Dirt or maybe even a receiver? Look, if I was to say, I'd love to see Seattle trade up in this draft for Espinosa, right? This is a guy that's going to fall into probably the 17 range. You could drop up from 27 to 17. You give up a 3rd rounder, maybe a 3rd and a 5th, and you can move up there and get him. I'd love to see Seattle target a player thusly. They've shown no willingness in 10 years to ever do that. In 10 years, we have 10 years of draft data to go off of, and John Schneider has never traded up in the 1st round, ever, not once, never, now, So I'm not going to predict it happening until I see it happening. And until I see it happening, I'm just going to, go without saying that they're going to lend to trading back. They might trade up in the 2nd round. They've done that a couple times, but not in the 1st. They just won't do it. James Glenn, yeah, I was when we drafted Penny, you had Nick Chubb and you had Sony Michel on the board. Both of those 2 guys I thought were better fits for what Seattle did. And frankly, it's kind of been proven true in certain respects. Penny's had I think, average 5 yards per carry for the Seattle Seahawks. And in the short times that he's been given the ball, he's been very effective. Unfortunately, the Seahawks don't utilize Penny right. He's an outside zone runner. He's a toss runner. He's a guy you got to get on the edges. Instead, Seattle tries to hammer him up in the middle like his name's Chris Carson. And it's kind of had varying results at times. Chubb would have been a better guy to grab if that's what your intention was to do that. But they must have been scared off by the ACL tear history with Nick Chubb and just thought, Rashad Penny had never been injured in college. He never had missed any games or any of that due to injury. So they probably thought we were getting a little bit more of a solid running back. And they were valuing that at the time because they were coming off the Marshawn Lynch's injuries and the Thomas Rawls injuries and the Eddie Lacy injuries and the Chris Carson injuries. They were just trying to get a running back who could stay healthy for a full season, which they still have been unable to find. I'm a little behind here, guys, but bear with me. What are the best O-line fits for the Seahawks who will be available? Yeah, I think the Zach Conklin's the best fit. Brandon Scherf would be the next. Joe Thuney would be the next one under net. The best O-line fits as far as the draft goes. If I'm gonna take the Willis and the Andrew Thomas and the Tristan Wirfs off the board because they will be picked before Seattle selects. But I think Isaiah Wilson will be there for Georgia. I think he would be a fantastic fit. Ezra Cleveland would be, I think, a pretty good fit for Seattle. I love, of course, the Logan Steinbergs, the Cesar Ruiz, the Nick Harris. Somebody mentioned, I think it's Hennessy is his name. Another great center out there. Those guys would all fit for what Seattle wants. If you look at it, the interesting thing with the offensive linemen is Seattle wants those explosive scores in their offensive linemen. They want the vertical numbers. They want the short shuttle cones, and then they want the strength numbers with it. The linemen did very good in this combine. All the linemen did really, really good. There's a TEF score, a TEF score, that sort of takes all the measurements of those linemen into that, spits out that bottom line score. And the TEF scores this year for the linemen have been really, really good. So just as far as guys to be targeted, I'd look at those guys in that late first round. But later on in the draft too, I mentioned a guy like John Runyon, who I've got in my mock draft. just a good solid tackle that you could maybe spit in there and put in there. A guy like Adams out of the University of Washington, the guy who's probably going to fall because he's got some athletic limitations, but it's a guy that maybe you could put out there and who could give you some good starts for you at times and could come on and develop a little bit out that right tackle role. He, I think, is a little bit miscast as a left tackle because he just doesn't have that athleticism for it, but you could kick him over to the right side and he could maybe give you some starter type play out there right out the chute. I'm really intrigued by the offensive line talent in the draft. I feel like Seattle could go really heavy offensive line and get started, guys who could play right out the gate. We wouldn't have to wait on them like we've had to wait on some of the offensive linemen in the past year. TJ, I will try to see if I can turn up the TV potentially. Yeah, I can. The YouTube does get really touchy with the live stream stuff as far as they will cut you off. If last year with the draft, I had mine cut off a couple times just for the title saying live. So I'll try if I can. I absolutely will shoot for maybe trying to get the volume up. Maybe I could do 710 KGRs one. They do or not KGRs, but we could do the radio one playing in the background as well. I don't think that would get me schwacked. What are my thoughts on DK? I think Team 12's DK Metcalf is a Hall of Fame talent. And I think that he's right on line with Julio Jones and potentially even up into that Calvin Johnson range of receiver. You don't see guys with this kind of size, speed, ability come out. And then now we understand his work ethic. That was the key aspect you don't know about. You think it's there. You look at that body type and you look at the workout demon he must be, and you go, okay, this is a guy dedicated to his craft. But there's been a lot of receivers, there's a David Boston types that want to be workout warriors is more than they want to really be wide receivers. But that's not DK by the impressions I've gotten. The staying after practice, the working with Russell in the offseason at 5 a.m. in California, all of those things lend themselves to me believing you've got all of this natural talent and ability and explosiveness and speed and length, and you're adding that now to the ability of the work ethic. The thing you really need to go in combination with that to get the most out of that. And that's where you get to the Hall of Fame level of things. And if you look at his stats with Julio and Calvin and some of these other great receivers in their first year, he's right in line with them. So I'm expecting the world out of DK, especially consider he's playing with a Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime who throws the best deep ball in the game. It's going to probably fit pretty well for years to come. Well, thanks, Drew. I appreciate that, man. I'm stoked too. I love doing these streams. You guys make these always interesting, and it's going to be exciting come draft day. And you'll probably watch me. If it was like last year, I went on my diatribe, my LJ Collier diatribe. So you guys might get a special form of anger if it happens to be a player that I'm not happy with us taking, which is a possibility. Emma Brown says, it's usually easier for me to target guys. I don't want us to draft. It's only happened once. Malik McDowell, terrible tape, lazy attitude, crap attitude. Yeah, the Malik McDowell one was one that I think Seattle was trying to inject their defensive line with talent. And we see this with the LJ Collier pick. They got desperate. It was just desperate for different reasons. They went for the guy that had the uber high ceiling, but had all of the character questions, all of the attitude problems that you would not want to bring in on a football team. And they were aware of it. Schneider was aware of it. In his post-pick call to the prospect, where he's talking to Malik, he says, Malik, remember what we talked about. Remember, when do you ever hear a general manager tell, like, he just picks up, hey, you've just been picked. Hey, remember what we talked about now? And it's like Schneider already had indications. He already had sort of maybe it was a burning in his gut feeling that this might go sideways. And so that one you could see kind of coming. I agree with it. It's just they've become desperate with getting in talent back on the defensive line. They've not been able to restock since Averill and Bennett and Clemens and Irvin and all these guys left. We just have not been able to really round that positional group out like we had when we were in our heyday. And I think that it's what they know they need to get there because we're not making the schematic changes. We're not becoming multifaceted or going from 3-4 to 4-3 or going to a wide 9-4-3. It's all staying the same. So the only way around that then is that you better start getting better pass rush out of that front four. And God hopes so that they did. I only can hope that they actually truly attack it this offseason. We'll see. We'll see. I think they will. I think they finally figured out last year being some of the worst in the league at pass rush that, oh my gosh, we better start addressing this. But they didn't. They did a horrible job of the last offseason, and they needed to do it then too. So All right, I'm going to make some coffee, guys. I'm coming right back. I'll make sure I'm caught up on questions here first. Wait. Binky man. Yeah, he's got his binky. I think free agency tends to start at 1 o'clock Eastern in the afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. They used to have it in the middle of the night, then they did in the afternoon, I think. So it's like right in the early afternoon, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, Dr. Alicat, man, I appreciate that. I appreciate you guys doing whatever you can on the channel to share, tell your friends about it, help get subs. That's the best way to help this channel grow for me is just, it's at this point, it's all about getting the subs and getting that count up because that just gets the visibility up. So if you have friends or family or people you know that Seahawks fans that, you know, might want to sub or whatever, please do tell them about it. I do appreciate it. But thank you, Dr. Alicat. Sean plays, do I still have high hopes for getting Von Miller? I wouldn't say that I have high hopes, but I have hopes. I would be more, if I'm having to gamble, I'm gambling more on getting Calais Campbell than I am getting Von Miller. I think there's a really high likelihood that you're going to be able to pluck Campbell from the Jaguars. But I really like Miller. I feel like it's a fit for the Broncos and it's a fit for the Seahawks. It's one of those deals where you go, both of these two teams should come together and just, this is a kind of a no-brainer kind of move to make. Broncos need draft capital. They need ammunition. They're nowhere near ready to win. They're not going to compete against Kansas City. Oakland seems to have surpassed them. San Diego Chargers are a much more talented football team from top to bottom, outside of not having a quarterback now, of course, no Phillip Rivers, but I just feel like they've got to be realistic about their situation and holding on to a guy like Miller who's still got a couple of years of good pass rush ability in him for what? To pay him and paying him at top of the market for what? I really hope we get Bryce Hall, my favorite college team, and now he's hurt, but he's good, so he might be biased. Well, Dr. Alicat, and maybe you guys weren't here, just as I'm not going to go through the whole list of it, but I did do my mock draft earlier in the podcast here, earlier in the live stream, just again to reiterate my NFL mock draft was as follows. With the first pick, Seattle stands tall, holds point. They go with Yetur Gross-Matos. I think it's not likely to happen. I think he's going to get drafted in the teens. Therefore, I hedged my bets by saying that I think if it's not him, then it will be Isaiah Wilson, the right tackle out of Georgia. Next, I had Logan Steinberg with the second-round pick. My next second-round pick, I had Brian Edwards out of South Carolina. Third-round pick, the third-round compensatory pick we'll get back, I had Bryce Hall, Dr. Alicat. So I have Bryce Hall as well. The fact that he was injured last season is actually going to help us get him because he falls in the draft. If he was healthy, he might even be a first-round pick here. I like him a lot. In the fourth round, I got John Runyon. Fifth round, I got Nick Harris. Sixth round, I got Michael Warren out of Cincinnati, a running back, and then Trajan Bandy out of Miami, a slot corner in the seventh round. So those are kind of that is my mock draft. But yeah, I like Bryce Hall quite a bit. I think he can come back from that injury back to full health, and he would be great competition for Flowers over there. For you guys out there that want to see Flowers kicked out, he'd be a guy who would give him legitimate competition out there right out the gate as soon as he comes back fully healthy. Oh, 4 p.m. Eastern. Wow, they're going late, Drew. That is interesting. I could have sworn they used to have it in the midday. But hey, that's fine. We'll have a late night on. It's going to be no. Okay, so it's 1 o'clock our time at that time. Yeah, okay, I was right. 1 o'clock our time. So yeah, I'll be live streaming at 1 o'clock on free agency then, and we'll just go throughout the day there. It's usually a fast flurry of signings, and because all those deals are done right beforehand, like all those teams have been talking and all the players have been talking. So usually you get a good 24 deals right out the chute that you can kind of discuss and go over. TJ asks, who do I think will make the Super Bowl in the AFC this year? I am going to go with, wow, that's a really good pick, or it's a really good question. I have a really hard time going against Kansas City. I got to be honest with you. Patriots, I feel like, are going to continue to take a step back. The Buffalo Bills are interesting as a developing team. They're building that team right. They're building that team slowly. They're up against the limitations of being out in Buffalo and what that brings with it. But yet they have still really done well in their recent drafts. And with the free agent signings that they do make, they're just very targeted in who they go and get, like a Micah Hyde type that they bring in, who's been very good for them. So I still like Buffalo, but at the end of the day, Mahomes is so much better of a quarterback to me than pretty much everybody else in the AFC. There's not a lot of competition for him at quarterback. And I think Lamar Jackson is going to get injured sooner than later. He doesn't play with enough of a protective style of play that he's going to take a hit, and it's going to take him out for a season and sooner than later, as we've seen with most quarterbacks who play with that fashion. Colts don't have a quarterback. Houston, do we trust Houston with that offensive line that's always shaky? And with JJ Watt getting a year older, I mean, do we think that they're really going to be a contender going into next year? I just go back to it's got to be probably Kansas City. I don't buy into Oakland. So yeah, I go. I'm kind of thinking through this out loud, TJ, as I'm doing this. So, but yeah, I'm going Kansas City. Okay, I'm getting my coffee. Bear with me, guys. Here, just 2 minutes. Alrighty. Hi, Tyler. Sorry, Tyler. I had to go get some coffee there. Breaking away a little bit. Or I had to start my coffee. I had to make it. Tyler, I want Yetur Gross-Matos. Yeah, Tyler, I think if I had a dream scenario for first round and a dream scenario where you're not playing in Candyland and going, I want to have the Ohio State guy fall to us. Okay, so we're being realistic. The dream scenario of being realistic to me is that you get Mastos, because he's a guy who would be, if you can't recite Clowney, you've got a perfect Leo end out there. You can flip him over to the other side. He's got just what you want in a first round talent, which is that you want upside. You don't want limited upside. You want all the upside in the world if you can go and grab it in the first round. You go for higher floors into the second, third, fourth, fifth round, thusly, in just my opinion. But that is what he would give you. So I think he'd be a great pick for them if they can somehow do that. But we'll see in that respect. Yeah, she's always up there. My kitty's always up. She's the king of this place, so she's got to watch over her kingdom and make sure everything's okay. My kitty. I've been talking to the Bengals. I got a buddy who's a Cincinnati Bengal. Unfortunately, he's a Cincinnati Bengal fan. He's from Cincinnati area, but man, those fans, that fan base, when you talk to them, you want to talk about a beaten down fan base that's just doesn't have any, they just can't even be forced to care anymore. Like, that is it. But he doesn't want Burrow. I think that they should trade back as well. Trade back for go back a couple picks, get a couple first round picks, just build your team up, because Cincinnati's not ever going to get free agents. The only hope you can have is just to assemble as many draft picks as you can to naturally build your team out as well as you can. Got the best tackle in the draft last year who missed the whole season due to injury. Their other tackle missed the whole season due to injury, who was their starter. They're going to have a pretty good offensive line that they're bringing back. They've got some pass rushers there. You could put that team together all right, but I do think that they do need to trade. If I was the Bengals, I'm going to go find a team that loves Burrow and try to pick up an extra first round pick, because you're not really close. And Burrow doesn't seem to want to play there. He's sort of doing the Eli Manning, like, kind of forcing a trade kind of thing. You know what I mean? Thank you, Tyler. I appreciate that, man. Do you love my name, or you love the Mastos name? Yeah, you got to love the Mastos name. That's pretty epic. Oh, my student. Thank you, Emmett. I love talking to you guys, man. This is so much fun. Just talking shop, talking Hawks, man. I got the combine in the background here playing, we got off season, ratcheting up. Like, I'm in hog heaven right now, James Glenn says, if we miss out on Gross-Matos, I like Curtis Weaver from Boise State. Yeah, boy, I'll tell you, Curtis Weaver is a really, really tough prospect to try to figure out, because I can't hate the guy at all. You're absolutely right in that when you watch him, you want a pass rusher. And I was talking to you guys earlier about pass rushers who can't win quick, pass rushers who have to rely on the motor or the secondary moves in order to get to the quarterback. With a guy like Espinosa, I can't say his name, I'm just gonna call him Espinosa. With that guy, you've got a guy who gets you quick pressure. He can get off of blocks fast. Similarly with Curtis Weaver, he's the same way. That rip and dip move that he's got, where he gets the offensive lineman's hands off of him and then gets low to the ground. And then you look at him doing that with that pudgy body that he's got, because the guy looks like a trash can, but he somehow can get just right off the ground this low, it seems like at times, and get around to the quarterback and get the sack. Is it going to translate on the next level is the question. He plays at Boise State, so you have to wonder about the competition level there. And then that body, that pudgy body that just doesn't scream necessarily, I love football, or I'm a workout demon, or I'm really trying to get the most out of what I've got. That's where I'm not sure on. But at the same point in time, I feel like whatever you think of Curtis Weaver, you got to feel like he's a guy who's going to get to the next level and find a way to rush the passer somehow or another. If it's rotational, if it's a starter, whatever, that he will find a way to be effective, just because he is so good at getting those hands off of him. You cannot get your hands on Curtis Weaver as an offensive lineman, not for any length of time. I mean, he's slapping him away. He's not going to back off. He is a technician at the position. Drew Till, I'm more confident that we're going to re-sign Jadeveon Clowney after the Greg Olson signing. What's up, Jonathan Salazar? Thank you for dropping on in, man. You know I do appreciate it. I'm a lot more confident because I think that we're not going to be diving into free agency as much. So that means that we're going to be then at that point, maybe making trades to eat up that salary. And I think in that also re-signing your own free agents, i.e. Clowney. I think we've got as much money as anybody else to spend. He's mentioned he wants to play for a Super Bowl contender. The other teams that are being sort of aligned with Clowney being the Colts and the Giants. Neither of those two teams are close to a Super Bowl. The Colts don't have a quarterback, and the Giants are light years away at this point, in my opinion. So I think I'm going to go about 85% right now that we re-sign Jadeveon Clowney. I think there's an 85% chance. I think we're the number one team to go do it. No one else out there is going to compete for us to do this. I would see us re-signing him. Absolutely. It's going to cost probably about $23 million per year, but that's the market's the market. You know what I mean? Would I trade up for Kinlaw? You bet I'd trade up for Kinlaw. What is it going to cost though? You go from 27, Kinlaw is going to go about 8. That's where he'll be picked. So to get up from 27 to 8, what we've learned in the past is that's going to cost you probably 2 first-round picks plus. First-round pick this year, first-round pick next year, and you're going to probably have to throw in maybe even a third-rounder this year or a third-rounder next year to get that deal done. Would I be willing to do that for Kinlaw? Yeah, because I want us to be aggressive this offseason. I probably would, and I love Kinlaw. He's nobody on the defensive line, a defensive tackle in this draft moves like him. Nobody throws together the size, speed, strength, twitchy combination that he has. And I think he's a guy who's going to get you 8 sacks from the defensive tackle position in this league. I really do. I like Kinlaw. His tape was fantastic. But that is going to be a lot. So I say this now. If I probably thought about it more, I might be a little bit more hesitant as I get closer to the draft to give up that kind of assets, because it's a lot to move up that far. You can't just give up a second-round pick and drop, jump up that many slots. It's going to cost you a buttload of picks. Yeah, there is an option, Tyler. You're right. There's an option that is there that is emerging in the background of going and signing Everson Griffin, and you get him at, let's say, an $11 million per year deal on a 3-year deal. So 3 years, $33 million, right? And that's a significantly less deal than what I was talking about with Clowney, where you're at $23 million per year. So you have another $12 million that you go out and spend on another pass rusher out there on the market, as opposed to just having Clowney at that point, especially with some of your concerns with Clowney as far as his injury history as it bears into it. So there is a scenario where that exists, where you go Griffith and someone else instead of the Clowney. And I think that if you were to pin down Schneider right now, you say option A is Clowney, option 2 is probably to go Griffin and move in that realm instead. but he's on the table for sure. Yeah, we're just getting warmed up 3 hours, TJ. I'm just getting loose. Just getting loose, man. Jonathan, I'm on the fence with you with Greg Olson. I can't say that I'm overwhelmingly loving it or overwhelmingly against it. It's an okay move. It's fine. You spent a little bit more money than I would have liked. He's got an injury history that I don't like. You missed more games last year due to injury than any other team in the NFL. We can't forget that. So bringing in aging, injury-prone players is not going to fix that. With that said, he's got upside. He's a guy that doesn't drop the ball. He's had highly inaccurate passers throwing to him throughout his whole career, and now he gets to have a pinpoint passer throwing to him. So maybe there's even some more upside to Olson's game than we've really ever considered. But it's got the signing's got its issues with it. Yeah, I guess Dr. Alley Cat, you got to go to specifics. I think when you say, because Dr. Alley Cat says not going to lie, I'd rather trade up for a defensive tackle or lineman than get Masos. Maybe I'm wrong. I don't think you're necessarily wrong. It's just a matter of what lineman you're trading up for and the assets you're giving up for. I mentioned Espinosa. That's a guy that you can get up into the 18 from 27. But like a guy like Kinlaw, you're going up from 27 to 8. So the cost is going to be like the difference of a second rounder or a third rounder to move up. First, you got to put a first plus to get up. It's a lot more assets to go up for those kind of guys. And then, of course, if you were to go up to the number 1 slot, we're talking 3 first-round picks. Drew Till asks, what do I do for a living? I am an IT consultant, Drew, which is basically just a fancy term for saying I help out people in their businesses with anything and everything computing. So web development, computing, stem to stern, I do it all. And I'm going to be probably going back to Western Washington to look about getting back in with Microsoft actually here in the next 5 months or so. So get a little bit out of the private game, which is kind of a bear. After the first 3. Yeah, that might be true, TJ. That's definitely true. We might not go 7 hours today as far as this one goes, but certainly once we've got the draft and stuff going, there'll be plenty of content to talk about there because we're going to be having the picks flying in fast and furious and trying to figure out what it means, not just for the Seahawks, but what it means for the guys we have to play in the division and the conference and all of that. It's always interesting to me to watch how other teams are also kind of building their squads in these drafts. Like the Cardinals have been very interesting to see how their drafts have gone and what they're doing, especially with the spread formation that they're so embedded with as far as offensively speaking goes, But yeah, you're right. We're going to get through some of this stuff where it's going to get a little light. 1 second. Just getting some coffee. Bear with me, folks. Oh my goodness. Yeah, the other tough part too is about the 7-hour streams. My voice is done tomorrow, TJ. I'll guarantee you that. But yeah, Dr. Ali Cat, I don't think you're wrong on trading for defensive linemen. You want to get if you get past the first top 3-4 defensive edge guys or the top defensive tackle guys like Brown out of Auburn or Kinlaw out of South Carolina, there is a drop off. There's a tier 1 group and there's a tier 2 group. And when you get into the tier 2 group, the Curtis Weavers are in there who can create instant pressure, but then there's the black locks in there as well that are just the high effort, high motor guys that aren't the twitchy guys that are necessarily going to give you the quick pass rush that I think the Seahawks are going to need if they're hoping for these young prospects to come in and give them production right out of the gate. Yeah, James, I agree. I think, James, the other thing that makes it hard is when you're not at if you're not picking at 21 or 22, 23, and then you're trying to get to 8 versus picking at 27, you're at the back of the first round already. So it's really, really, you're asking a team that you trade up for to really have to bite the bullet as far as the talent level they're going to get, because those top 15 picks are the first tier. And then you've got the next tier of just general overall prospects, and somebody's moving out of that. They're giving up a good prospect to do it. They're going to want the draft capital to do it. So I agree. It's just, Seattle's shown no reasonable prevalence of doing it in the past, and I wouldn't think that this year it's going to change when you look at the way the prospects stack up and how the tiers stack up. It's just not in Schneider's DNA. I think it just goes against everything he stands for to give up picks rather than to gain picks. Yeah, Jonathan, I mean, Greg Olson's had a great career. He's not at the best of quarterbacks throwing to him, and you've got to take that into account. Cutler was not accurate. He had a big arm. Cam Newton had a big arm. He's not accurate. Those guys really do make it harder on their receivers at times because they oftentimes put the ball not in the greatest position to catch it. So going to a team that's pinpoint, he might be a little bit better in that. I'm not expecting tight end level play, but there've been a history of guys that are 35 years old that have been able to have good seasons at that age. He might be one of those guys, Brendan asks, if Seattle doesn't re-sign Clowney, how do they make up for it? I think that they're going to have to get creative really quickly. I'm sure Everson Griffith would be the first guy on Schneider's call if he hears that Clowney signs somewhere else. If they don't go that route, then they're going to look to a Von Miller type trade. I certainly think Calais Campbell's in play down there. I would think that at that point, they're probably going to be more willing to go into the free agent market. I don't think Dante Fowler is a guy that they necessarily go look at and go, yeah, we want to bring this guy in. Let's do it. But I think that if they get caught in a bind, if they get caught in a bind, that they certainly at that point could look at going that route instead and diving into free agency because they look at option 1 being off the board, option 2 being off the board, option 3, you're down to your 4th or 5th option, and it's just doing what they can at that point to bring in what they can. What is nice about it is that if you're not able to get the Everson Griffith, we lost Clowney, we can bring in a guy that's not necessarily Clowney, but kind of near in what we're getting. Okay, you don't get that. There are going to be those free agents that are available at the post-June 1st period that are always available there. The Gerald McCoys, the Bruce Irvins, last year the Justin Houston that was there but went to the Colts. Those guys that'll sign the 1-2 year deals that isn't going to cost you a lot of money that you can fit within the cap more likely than not. I would look for that to be as another available option to them as just sort of if they get down that line of, here's our option A, here's option B, here's option C. I was able to get Chase Young in a mock draft because he fell to the 5th. Yeah, there's no way Chase Young falls to the 5th in this draft. I will say that with Isaiah Simmons busting out a 4.3940 at this combine and some of the other stuff that he's done, he could very well get him in the top 5 if quarterbacks get overdrafted. We know 2 quarterbacks are going in the first 5 picks. But man, I got to feel like somebody's going to love Chase Young in the way that they need to love him. And they're going to say this is our guy in those first 5 picks. I can't see somebody taking Jeff Okudah out of Ohio State over Young in any kind of feasible scenario. But if we got Chase Young in this draft, I've been on record saying I'd give up 3 first-round picks for Chase Young. If I get offer Cincinnati tomorrow, 3 first-round picks, Chase Young straight across the board, I do it. I get 5 years of play out of him before I have to pay him. Yeah, I'll do that. Would we throw in Bobby in a pinch? Yeah, Bobby Wagner's not going to have any trade value at all anymore. He's a Seahawk for life. He just signed a contract. If you were to trade him, all of that bonus money would accelerate, and you would kill your cap this year. He's not going anywhere. He's the leader of your defense. He might have lost a half step last year, but he's still a very good player, if not the best, one of the best middle linebackers in the sport. Probably not heading off anywhere. Yeah, John Robinson, I've got a lot of issues with the way that Seattle's drafted in recent years. It's a lot about quantity than it is quality. And you get these people that lauded Seattle's draft last year saying, well, they only came into the draft having 4 picks. They came away with 11 picks. And isn't that amazing? And isn't that option? Because you just need more shots. You get more bullets in your gun. You get more opportunities to pick. And that's all well and good, but it just it discludes basically the whole pre-draft process, the whole process of scouting and evaluating players and ranking one player above another. It says essentially at the end of the day, it's all just this big damn crapshoot. We can say there's first round picks and so on, but it's all just a huge crapshoot. So why not just get as many picks as you can? After watching NFL for all the years I've watched it, don't fall into that line of that belief. I just don't. I think that there are truly special players and truly good players. We mentioned Malik McDowell a few minutes ago. And in Seattle picking him and how transparently stupid that pick appeared at the time and was proven out to be. But the other guy that you could have gotten, who you needed, who would have been a great sensational player, who was a no-brainer sitting there in that moment that we knew locally was going to be a very good player, was Budda Baker from the University of Washington. He was also there for you, available at that very same pick. You needed a slot corner at the time. We didn't have Justin Coleman necessarily as firmly in place. But Seattle got cute with it instead. They went for this big, and it is my issue a little bit with the team, and that they just get cute in their picks. They don't find the upside guy. They don't got the guy that's the pure upside guy, who's the pure scheme fit, who's just bam. It's a lot of like jumping and diving around in the draft and stuff. And it's when they do actually target guys. That's what I argue, is like when they actually target a guy, instead of just like waiting something out for something to fall into them, they target somebody and go for them. It tends to turn out pretty well, as it did with Tyler Lockett, as it did with DK Metcalf. You don't have to just trade up in the first round. You can trade back up into the second round too. Seabass was drafted in the first round because Al Davis, many years ago, drafted a guy by the name of Ray Guy. And Ray Guy really changed the punting position, if you can imagine this. He came in and he turned the punting into a weapon. He could have the Oakland Raiders over on their 30-yard line of their own 30, and he'd punch you back inside the 20 across the football field. And Al Davis really got an appreciation at that time for not only special teams, but for what punters and kickers could do to change the game. And he was always looking for an edge, of course, Al Davis was. And so when he went and drafted Sebastian Janikowski in the first round, he was looking to reduplicate what he had done with Ray Guy. And it wasn't the greatest pick. That was a horrible draft for them. It went even worse into the second round, if I remember correctly, in that draft. But at the end of the day, they got, I think, 13, 14 years of nearly Pro Bowl kicking out of Janikowski with a big-time leg. So maybe it was a bad pick, probably was a bad pick, but that's why they did it. The Greg Olson signing is a 1-year, $7 million deal, $5.5 million guaranteed. The 1.5 extra, I think a lot of it's incentive-based. That's kind of expensive. That's a little bit much for my taste. I wanted more of a 1-year, $4 million deal. Or I would have rather, if they were going to have to force to be paying him $7 million this year, it would have been nicer if they split it into 2 years, like they did with KJ Wright last year, where they knew KJ Wright, the second year of his deal, they were going to cut the second year. It wasn't real money. It was just a way to push both the bonus money into 2 seasons. I would have preferred to do that with Greg Olson, where even if you weren't looking at keeping him past 1 year, you moved it into a 2-year deal so that we could lessen the cap hit this season. But they didn't do that. They went 1 year, 7. And it's again why I'm a little bit down on the move to a certain degree. Yeah, they cut their 4th round. John Robinson, that's the thing that comes with this as well, and that we've seen in recent past history, is that it's one thing to collect all these picks, but it's kind of sad when you start cutting 3rd and 4th round picks, and instead of using those in other ways. Like, you couldn't have used that 3rd round pick to trade up in that draft. I mean, look at the Amara Darboh selection, which was just a horrible receiver pick, just an awful pick. And by the way, a pick that I have heard in the tea leaves, they knew from the very first practice when Amara Darboh walked out onto the field that he was a bust. Let me repeat that. The very first practice, the coaching staff knew he was a bust. And you can see it on the film, not a hands catcher, not able to get separation. It was a lot of a guy who just blew up the combine a little bit, and that got people super excited. But it's a guy who you had to cut that year in the 3rd round, partially because you had 4 3rd-round picks that year and 2 4th-round picks, and you just collected all of this draft capital. And we saw this last year, as John was just talking about, with Gary Jennings, where, Jennings is an early 4th-round pick last year that you go out and get, who you pick partly because you're so desperate at the wide receiver position with Doug Baldwin's retirement that you're just trying to bring in as many bodies at the wide receiver position as you could. John Ursula, him, DK Metcalf. You knew you were going to cut one of those guys. They are higher on Ursula than they were on Jennings, so Jennings gets cut, but you ended up now giving away then a 4th-round pick at that point for nothing. He's now on the Dolphins. It's something you could have gotten down ahead of to a degree and saw it, in my opinion, and utilized it better to then move up back in the 2nd round, move back up in the 3rd round for guys. If you're not going to move up in the 1st round, fine. then choose second and third round as your target spots to go and look at guys that are true fits for your scheme and your team. Yeah, TJ Watt was a guy, I can only think with TJ Watt, John, that they thought he's a 3-4 outside linebacker at Wisconsin. We don't know if we like him as much, if he's going to be as able to set the edge as a 4-3 end. Is he going to have the size to be able to do that? That's the question you have with those 3-4 outside linebackers. It's one of the reasons I don't necessarily like Terrell Lewis for Seattle out of Alabama, because he is so slight and he was an outside linebacker for them. I feel like there's some limitations to those guys at times, but I didn't feel that way with TJ, because I just felt like you saw a guy who was going to be a competent pass rusher for you on the next level, and the value there has to be somewhere to where this, you got to put that value somewhere a little bit higher than just everything being about setting the edge and how is he in the run game. Yeah, they whiffed in the first round for years. It's part of the reason why Seattle, I think, has tried to trade out of the first round and just collect picks, is I don't think they trust themselves at times in the first round. And that LJ Collier pick is not going to help matters in that respect. It's probably going to make them even more on edge. Yeah, Michael Dixon did have an off year last year. He's probably, not been as good as since he was in the rookie year was outstanding. Hopefully he comes back on. I still like the thought of investing in kickers on this team and punters on this team, because of the fact that this team's going to play so many close games because of the nature of running and shortening the game and shortening the amount of possessions. You're going to be in tight games. It's good to have value at those positions. The Jason Myers thing wasn't a great signing. We saw that. I'd prefer them to find like a great kicker in one of these drafts and really target a guy like they did with Dixon. But, Oh no, Murphy got hurt during the 40. Did he? There's always a couple guys that pop a hammy on the 40. So Cale Garrett looks good. That's a big boy. So, Messa, what'd you do for trading for Chase Young? Sorry, it's okay. I don't mind. I've mentioned before I would be willing to move 3 first-round picks for Young. I don't know if that'd be the cost. I don't know if that'd be enough to get up from 27 to 1 for Cincinnati. But I think that the next 3 years, you're going to be picking with a first round in the back of the first round. We're talking about going and getting talent. We're talking about going and getting high ceiling guys who have a lot of potential, and stop getting these low floor or these high floor guys that are very limited in what they're going to get you at the top end. He would give you that. And I think with the way our first round picks have gone recently and picking back like that, I think it'd be perfectly fine value for us to go out there and do that. And I think he's a guy who's going to be a lot like Julius Peppers was for years. He may not be a 20 sack a year guy, but I see a guy who's a 15 sack a year guy who you're not going to be able to run at, who can set the edge. I'm fine doing that with 3 first round picks. All right. So TJ, I was cross-referencing kind of Zach Bond up against Murray with Oklahoma, and TJ Wilborn asked about the inside linebacker for Oklahoma, Murray. Let me get my notes here on him actually, because here we go. So Murray, we got elite closing speed. He's good in pursuit. He does not take blockers on well. He gets great space and coverage. He gets great depth in coverage, but he's not necessarily instinctive in coverage. He's not sticky in coverage. He's a guy where Zach Bond, I talked about, right at the snap, Zach Bond knows where he's going. He's got a plan and he's going to get there quick. With a guy like Kenneth Murray, he's going to have the snap happen, and then it's going to take a beat to kind of figure things out. And then he's going to pull the trigger. Now, when he pulls the trigger, he might be the fastest linebacker, in football. He might be the most dynamic at just going from here to there when he decides to go there. But you want the instincts with that to be able to really take advantage of that. And those are missing in what I saw on the tape with him. Not really physical, not really great in coverage. A guy some people are putting out at the second round level. I don't see him as a fit in Seattle, and I'm not really high on him as a prospect because of that. I see him as more of a late third round, a mid to late third round guy. He'll probably be drafted over that. But for my middle linebackers, I need my middle linebackers to be very instinctive. You can't wait after the snap to decide where you're going. You don't get the time to do that in the NFL level. You're going to get overrun. You're going to get fooled. It just isn't a good way to go, in my opinion. He looks the part, Emmett. He really does look the part. And I tell you what, I will watch more film if you like him and you've seen some stuff you like on film with him. I watched a couple games of him, so I've got to give maybe some more look at him. And the highlight tape looks great on him. It does. But it's when you watch him play in and play out, I don't like the hesitancy after the snap. I don't like that. I'm not sure where I'm going. I'm going to watch what happens and then I'll go where I need to go. And maybe some of that's how he's coached, as opposed to how Zach Bond's coach, where Wisconsin's scheme is a little bit more downhill and it attacks a little bit more into the offense. But with that said, he's a middle linebacker. You got those instincts are almost the number one thing you've got to have first and foremost. And I wanted to see more of him in coverage. I'd gotten way more hype on Kenneth Murray being really outstanding out there in coverage, and I just didn't see it enough. I didn't see him popping out there when he was matched up on tight ends or when he had to play zone. He didn't look excellent in zone recognition. He's feeling his way out there. A lot of like the post and pre-snap stuff I was talking about with him. Make sure I'm not behind here. So why the hell did they not blitz Shaquem Griffin more? I think, John Robinson, you're probably referring to the Green Bay Packers stunt play where they stunted Griffin inside and then they blitzed his brother off the edge from cornerback position, and both those guys grouped up for a sack. The blitz scheme for Seattle is very rudimentary. You could argue that it's really not in Pete Carroll's DNA to blitz much in general. If he had his way, he'd probably not blitz at all. So it's when he gets into the place of blitzing, it's just not in the wheelhouse for Seattle in a lot of respects. And I don't think that they do it particularly well. I liked a lot of the quarterback blitzes that we did as the year went on, but man, the linebacker blitzes, I'm not feeling any of that stuff this year. I felt like we were really ineffective, inefficient, and we were not getting as good a pressure and leaving a lot of holes open in that zone because of those blitzes throughout the season. But I'm okay, John. I think that Shaquem, look, for 20-25 snaps a game up against the tackle, I would like to see him stunt some because I want to see that 4.39 speed cut up inside and attack a guard from time to time just to give him something to think about, especially because those tackles against Shaquem are really going to try to get their sets wide. They're really going to try to squeeze out to that edge because they know with him that he's so fast, he's going to get around them if they don't. The problem is going to be with Shaquem is he is always going to be limited because of his size and his weight. And so if a tackle gets their hands on him, it's going to be kind of over with. With that said, it's easier said than done. You're talking about tackles that are, not as quick and not as fast anywhere near what he is. And if he can just continue to kind of come along with his pass rushing moves, and he's got a great spin move that he started to develop to the inside, that's going to help him out a lot because as those tackles widen out and as they get too much depth on their set, if he gets that spin move to a point where he can keep the tackle's hands off him off the spin move, that inside's going to open up. There's going to be a huge open lane for him on the inside. So I love still Shaquem as a developing player and a guy that 20-25 snaps, rotational guy. We need those guys on this team. There's a place for that on this team. You're never going to be able to get him in as a guy who's going to get 60, 70 snaps out there because he's going to get just destroyed in the run game if anybody's even any position to run the ball at all. But they found a role for him last year. That's exciting to see. John asked, what do I think of Seattle going to the immortal wide 9 like the 49ers next year? Well, the wide 9 is a sword that cuts two ways. I like the wide 9 because especially for my defensive ends, I'm giving my defensive ends about another yard and a half or so to operate in space against the tackles. And that's always a good thing because you're really going to put the tackles in a bind then just for the same reasons I talked about with Shaquem and really asking those tackles to get their sets wide, which then will open up the inside. So it's great in that respect, but it also widens out the defensive tackles too, right? Wide 9 doesn't just widen out the defensive ends, it widens out the defensive tackles. And this bit San Francisco right on their happy ass in that Super Bowl, didn't it? Because you had the Chiefs who want to be pass happy, who were pass happy throughout the year, who were not a running team throughout the year. They suddenly doubled down on running the ball constantly. And where did they go? Right up the middle in between those gaps. This has been some of the problem with the 3-4 over the years in stopping the run, is the 3-4 naturally allows for the guards to be able to get down into the second level and the linebackers. And so that's the problem with the wide 9 from my standpoint with Seattle switching to it is that Pete Carroll, first and foremost, on a defense wants to stop the run, not the pass. He wants to stop the run, turn a team one-dimensional, and then attack. Well, A wide nine is not really going to lend itself well to that because the wide nine's weaknesses are going to be in stopping the run, especially the inside zone runs up the middle. And so I don't think Seattle would necessarily adopt that, but I would certainly like to see them maybe become a little bit more willing to throw it in from time to time. And part of what the Leo does in our end is the Leo lines up like a wide nine would. He lines up wider than the other defensive end on the left side of our scheme does. So he has a little bit more room to operate out there. I wouldn't mind seeing that myself, but probably not likely to happen because we are stuck in the mud in that respect, schematically speaking. Who got injured? Who got injured that you're talking about, John? Or sorry, I'm a little behind here, guys. Emmett, remind me who you were talking about. Oh, Murphy. I don't know anything about Murphy, so I'm gonna have to look up on him a little bit more. I gotta look a little deeper on him. Brandon asks, what do you use to watch film? I mainly go through YouTube right now. There's a college football site that you can find some film on, and I got to look it up. It's on my other computer. So sorry, I don't have it where I can go and find some tape on that type of stuff. I just look at that in general, to be honest with you right now. There's a lot of game day tape that you can find on YouTube of these guys where it's play in and play out, just cut up and you can watch it over and over again if you watch. Ideally, you'd love to have the coaches film to watch these guys, but I don't have that. So it's kind of, you're stuck in watching what you can see. But I feel like, especially with HD now, you can certainly get a lot of a feel for just the game day tape of what you're seeing out there, especially once we got the combine information to go off of in addition to it. I would have thought the Dr. Alley Cat asked, what about getting Everson Griffin and keeping Clowney at the same time? It's going to be very, very hard for them to pull that one off because I think Griffin had such a good year last year. And the fact that he is a free agent, he's not beholden to the Vikings right now. He can kind of go anywhere. It leads me to believe that you're going to be competing with other teams who are willing to pay him into that, $11-12 million per year deal that Griffin will get, as opposed to, if you were thinking about it going through the season and about maybe getting Everson Griffin in the offseason, you're hoping, well, what if we could get him on a 2-year, $16 million, 2-year, $17 million, give him a $10 million signing bonus, something in that range would be more of what you were hoping you could go at. But he's maybe priced himself out of us if we sign Clowney. I don't know if we can get both of them in there because that's about $38 million combined for two players on a $200 million cap. Probably a little bit too expensive for Seattle. Matt Bonesbar, thanks for dropping on in here, man. He says reports of the cap are going 200 to 205 and then up 10 to 20% in 2021. Will John Schneider be even more aggressive because of this? My answer is yes, he will be. I think the one thing holding us back from really understanding the landscape here is the new CBA. If this new CBA is just going to last as it's going to last right now, what we understand about it is that you do not get to roll any money over. So if Seattle, it would behoove Seattle then if the CBA doesn't occur and there looks like there might be a strike or a labor disagreement going down the road, it would behoove them then to spend all the money this year and to get it all spent, but you would also see a lot more one-year type deals at that point, right? You wouldn't see as many multi-year deals. The CBA is going to have to come along for us to see those multi-year type deals come on into play. The cap has been going up for 10% for the last couple of years. It's a $200 million this year. That's a 10% increase over last year. It was a 10% increase the year before that. 20%. I actually think that there's even it's probably going to be closer to 20% next year because I think the owners are going to use that as the leverage tool to close the CBA negotiations out. This will be the thing that they'll give the players, that extra percentage of the profit that'll get them to then take the 17th game, take the extra playoff game, all that other stuff that they're kind of they're winding into this deal. So yeah, you're going to see a lot more money there be available to teams. And again, that Russell Wilson 32.5, $33 million a year contract he's on is going to look like a steal here within the next 2 years as that cap goes through that roof, because Dak Prescott is going to be at 37, 38 million per. Mahomes will be at 42, 43 million per. It's those quarterback salaries are going to get crazy. So yeah, I'm expecting Seattle to be aggressive. I'd love to see us be aggressive with the multi-year deals where we can spread the money out. I said in my thumbnail here, go for broke. And what I meant by that is that you don't just allocate and use up the resources of the cap this season. I actually am willing to kick a can down the road. I'm willing to maybe put ourselves in a little bit of peril for the 2021, 2000 not have added. Oh, are you guys okay? I think I had a little bit of bump there for a second. Is everybody still in? I think I lost you guys, maybe. Did I lose you? I had a little bit of a connection interruption on my stream thing go on here. So, okay, we're good. Sorry about that. Something interrupted there for half a second. So yeah, the go for broke strategy from my standpoint is, and this is why I didn't like the Olson signing on the 1 year, $7 million deal. I would have liked to see it as a 2 year, $13 million deal where he still gets his guaranteed money, but you can keep it down to like a $3.5, $4 million cap hit this season. Really get the most out of the cap this year by doing that. That's what I'd like to see Seattle do. And they're in a position to be able to go do that with all of the cap space, with the draft pick allotments they have. But will they go do that? That's the question. And I still haven't seen the indicators that we're really, you hear Russell say we need more superstars. You hear Carroll say we're going to be active in free agency. But are we going to? That I don't know, because we've seen them be very conservative over the last couple of seasons. We really have. There's been reasons for that. We're stuck up against the cap. They had dead money that they had to get out from under, but it doesn't change the fact that they haven't been very aggressive over the last couple off seasons necessarily. Dr. Alley Cat proposes a trade of Flowers first and a second for Griffith and Diggs. You may not be that far off, Dr. Alley Cat. I mean, that may not be that. That's probably about what it would cost. I don't know if Minnesota would be taking Flowers. You might be able to get away with it just as a first and second round pick alone, to be honest with you. For just those two guys, but that's been a serious scenario I've seen posed out there by people saying maybe we go out and get both of those two players from the Vikings. That there seems to be interest with both of those two players in Seattle, and Seattle has interest in both of those two players, and so why not find a package that works for the Vikings to bring them in? Yeah, Carl, Isaiah Simmons vaulted himself into the top 5, if not the top 3, with that 4.39. He puts it out on the footage. He puts it out on the film too. He's fast on film. He's so big and long. That's a modern day NFL player. You want a puzzle piece or a chess piece to use on defense. You got it there, man. He made himself some money there. And I don't think he was still going to be picked in probably the top 7, even if he didn't run, if he ran a 4.4, but 4.39, my goodness. Thanks, John. Love you too, man. Yeah, John, that's one thing I'm not doing on this channel. I know I've noticed at times that's something that people do at Seahawks commentators or stuff where people want to just go, well, maybe it's a good move or maybe it's not. Could work or it could not. I'm not one of those guys. I'm going to have a take. I'll be wrong. That's the thing. You got to risk being wrong. There's going to be times I'm wrong with my takes because I'm making so many this is what I think. This is what I think. No. Yes. But I don't want to be a guy on the fence. I'd rather have a take in a spot where this is what I think and believe on. This is where they're going to go with it. And something a little more certain than just could be good, could be bad. That doesn't tell you anything. That doesn't, Plus, I like seeing my predictions come true. I've had some predictions on this channel. I've done pretty damn good my first year as a channel. I said last offseason when we ran into Russell Wilson, Bobby Wagner, Frank Clark, and Jaron Reed were all up for a contract. And this was this was when Frank Clark wasn't even on the trade market. You can go back and check my videos. I said one of those 4 guys is going to have to be traded this offseason. One of them. I said, we'll take a receiver in the first 3 rounds. I was right on that. I thought it was going to be Terry McLaurin or Paris Campbell or N'Keal Harry. I didn't think that DK was going to slide. But I think that my predictions have been more often right than wrong so far. And we'll see if it continues to be proven out here over the next 6 months. But I'm always going to go for certain take. I don't like sitting on the fence on stuff. I hate that. Well, I'll promise you this, Emmett. I'm not selling out. So this is my channel. I'm gonna be opinionated as hell. I'm gonna do what I want, and there's not gonna be a moment I'm gonna ever just try to milk toast things down or get things too generalized so that it's all palpable to a mass market. That's not my game. Yeah, TJ, we've had a rich history of trading with the Vikings, and hell, we've even traded for disgruntled wide receivers recently, haven't we? So, I mean, you can even go back to Burleson. Hell, the Nate Burleson, the return serve for the poison pill contract with Hutchinson. We've always had that kind of market with them. So I think that smoke that's out there with the trade market with Griffith and even with Diggs, I think that there's a really good chance that we potentially see him brought into Seattle. I think Russell likes him a lot. I think Diggs likes Seattle. I think it's, for whatever reason, there seems to be a fit there. I don't understand it necessarily as much why they're maybe as drawn to him. I like Diggs a lot. Just it seems like more of a convenient pick at this point with some of the issues that you have going on. Yeah, I just like it, Emmett, too. I like it when people are talking sports like they actually have a certain pick. You don't now need people to be right 100% of the time, but it's so much better when people have a certain, stance that they're going to take on stuff and say, this is what I think is going to happen. This is what I think I believe. And then see how it proves out. What's wrong with being wrong? Everybody's so scared to be wrong about stuff or to have a take that doesn't land. And it's like, so what? If you educate yourself on this stuff, usually if you make predictions on it, you're going to be closer to right than you are going to be wrong, as long as you're educating yourself. Dr. Alley Cat, this isn't Seahawks related, so you can go fast on this, but Tua to the Redskins instead of Chase Young. I've heard that news is building. They very well could do that. Dwayne Haskins had kind of a rough rookie year, and that was an owner pick as well. Let's not forget that. It was widely reported by, I think Gruden probably leaked it actually, Jay Gruden, that he was not a big fan of Haskins last year. Haskins, had that whole selfie moment. He looked overwhelmed, in over his head. I thought Haskins was going to take some time to develop anyway, but he looks like he's going to need even more time than that. So with that said, you don't have a quarterback really in place. Maybe they feel like with Tua, they can bring him in competition and eventually can trade one of the two of those guys for first-round picks down the road. It wouldn't be the worst thought process, I guess. But if that is the case and Chase Young does fall at that point, does he last past 3? Who is it not the Lions that are at 3, I think? I don't know about that. But I could see it happening. Tua seems to be a lot of people are liking Tua now, especially the medical reports are coming out that he's actually is going to be healthy. I would be very reticent with that, with the fact that even before the hip, he was having injury problems there at Alabama. It wasn't like he was a model of health there in his time. And a guy those hip injuries, that Bo Jackson hip injury, I know that the medical science has come along and all that other stuff, but you're talking about making a top 5 pick. I don't know. AJ Epinesa only did 17 reps on the bench. I thought he was going to be stronger than that. That's okay though. That's not bad. That's not bad. Nick Cole, 4.91 gross. That's pretty good. I mean, remember, these 40 times aren't as important as the short. It's the short shuttle for those guys, man. It's the 3 cone and the short shuttle for the defensive end, defensive tackles. That's more of the important qualifier. Yeah, I agree, Emmett. I'm not expecting to agree with everyone out there. I like actually disagreement because disagreement's what gets you closer to the truth. I'm not always going to have the right takes. You guys are going to have sometimes the better takes, the smarter takes, and I'm not going to get there if I'm just always, I think that's where you get to a better understanding of the truth is by having a little bit of friction, but yeah, I'm not going to push things with, this channel is really for me, not necessarily at this point about making money. It's about growing the channel up. Down the road, it's going to be about making money when I can make it a full-time job. Because once I get to the point of making this a full-time job, you guys will get a daily live stream. I'll be able to kick out all that much more content. But that's so far still down the road that it's really not worth bearing, a mention yet at this point. But that's the long-term what I want to do. And that once I do that, I'm not going to change my content or whatever to get that money. It's going to be through the ways that I'm going to do it, you know? Yeah, James Glenn says Tua may never play a snap. There's a lot more that meets the eye with that injury. James, I agree. That injury is a bad hip injuries are really bad. You saw with Percy Harvin. His career basically was ended by that hip thing. He had the surgery, of course. He came in, we signed him, and then he had the hip surgery right out the gate. He almost missed that whole first season with us due to that hip injury. That thing just ended up being the thing that took him out. You know, he just couldn't consistently get on the field with the hip, and hip is a little bit like the back. When it starts going wrong or it starts going bad, there's really not a medical fix there. You're kind of stuck with what you got. And it's a concerning one to see, you know. I'm a little behind here, guys, but I will catch up. I think the Lions are 3, though I would think that the Lions would pay. They just got Trey Flowers in there from the New England Patriots, who had a really good year for them as a piece they moved around that defensive line. I think that Patricia would love being able to bring in Chase Young and match him with that guy. They'd have a really stout pass rush. I think they still have Ashawn Robinson in there. They'd be having a developing defense, at least as far as the front seven goes. They're going to have to fix their back half, but that would be interesting. Have you noticed that the year we went 9-7, we was 8-4, then we lost 3 out of 4. We did the same thing this year. We lost 3 out of 4. TJ, I think you're speaking to something that I kind of have tried to harp on a little bit, and that is that and this is what I was speaking to, like with the Olson signing, and how Olson, you're bringing on injury-prone players, and then you're surprised at the end of the season when half your team's injured because you brought on a lot of old guys or injury-prone guys, and you were counting on them to be healthy when they hadn't been healthy in the past. And the thing that I look at with this team is that we've seen the same thing play over with this team over and over again with the season as it's ended. Granted, this year was a little bit better, but we see them about 9-7 to 11-6, right? They seem to do okay, and as the year goes on, as the year ends up, we seem to be getting less healthy and less healthy. We start getting battered more and more. Our running backs seem to all go down by the end of the year. Pass protection seems to fall apart by the end of the season. All these things kind of mount up, and we see the same thing play out again and again. That's part of my problem with why don't we see some changes here? You guys are seeing the same story play out since 2015. Carroll, Schneider, why not do something different then? Why just continue the same program in place? And granted, there were things they did a little different this year. The high propensity of blitzing, for instance, the trying to stay to the base, 4-3 base more often. But there was a lot of other stuff that was the same old stuff you were doing that you've always done. Not letting Russell cook, as some people are saying, right? Not going out and trying to throw a little bit more, just hammering that inside zone run over and over again. I think there's a good chance you get some similar results if you just continue to do the same thing. Outside of, we just get such a pop and talent and production from guys. Guys take such a next step in their development that it just overcomes some of the schematic deficiencies. It's going to be what has to happen, unfortunately. Yeah, it sounds like Kenneth Murray got hurt on his 40. And again, a guy he reminds me of, there's a kid we drafted out of Boston College a couple of years ago. And I can't remember his name right now, but he's a linebacker out of Boston College that we drafted. And he reminds me a lot of that. He looks the part, he physically can move. You see the speed, you see the quickness, sideline to sideline, middle linebacker, all of that good stuff. But instincts are vitally important for the middle linebacker position. You can't get away without it. Yeah, Emmett, you mentioned Jackai Polite. I'll tell you, I'll tell you this, you can't hit yourself too hard over that one, because with that guy, it was a matter of, it was information that you as a person, like me as a person, we don't get to do the personal interviews. I don't get to meet with these prospects and see how their brain works and how they talk and how you interact. Do they have that fire in them? Are they pissed off for greatness? Do they really care about football? Some of that stuff you kind of can't get until you talk to these guys and get it. And the Polite kid, it seems to be a matter of, you look at him physically, it's all there. He from an athletic profile, it was all there. But just a guy who, obviously can't make the meetings, isn't a professional, not ready to come in and take that next step in his development. But I'll tell you, you were right on the money. I'm sure from your scouting stuff, you're right on the money. The kid looked it. He definitely looked it. I was shocked when that kind of went the way it went. Obviously, the Jets messed that up a little bit as well, though, because he was a defensive end, and I think they were trying to move him to an outside linebacker. That didn't make a lot of sense. That was when the Jets were having that whole general manager coach schism thing where the coach was wanting one thing and the general manager was like, here's Le'Veon Bell. And the coach was like, to hell with you, F Le'Veon Bell. And it's like, okay, guys, let's try to work on the same team, huh? I'm a little behind, but I'm catching up. Yeah, man, that they aren't evolving. Yeah, I wish they would evolve the passing game more as well. We don't run the thing you hear guys talk about who understand offenses and watch a lot of offenses in the NFL, and it's their job to look at the overarching lot of all the offenses. Take a guy like Chris Sims with CBS. You know, that guy watches all the film of all these offenses, and the thing that he always keeps coming back to is how simple our offense is, how simple the passing concepts are, how simple our route trees are, what we ask our receivers to run and all that. It's very predictable and easy to prepare for, let's say. It's a lot of that. We're just going to show you what we're going to do it, but we're still going to do it through our sheer will of force because we just have such a sheer will of force. Like, look, these guys are all so close as far as talent. It's hard to have that mentality in this day and age. It really is. Patrick Queen hurt too. Oh man, Queen was one of my guys, man, that I looked at. What do I have on Queen? Yeah, Queen is Patrick Queen, twitchy, quick, lean. He's like a poor man's Jordan Simmons in this draft. So that sucks that he wasn't able to run the 40 because his 40 in this was going to be very important to his draft stock. Justin Madabuk just cannot do a spin move. But that was going to be very important to his draft stock because he was so long and you wanted to sort of go, okay, I can't get Isaiah Simmons, but maybe I can get this kind of guy. That sucks to hear if he wasn't able to get a 40 time in. What's up, D Nugget? Appreciate you stopping in, man. Yeah, Emmett, I'm the same with you. Lack of offensive and defensive scheme changes are driving me nuts as well. Especially when you're watching again over and over again the same stuff play out season after season. And offenses are not going to get less equipped to being able to attack our defensive scheme, right? The stuff's only going to go in one direction. You're not going to see it outside of our pass rush just getting completely fearsome and shortening the quarterback's clock and not giving him all the time in the world to throw like they've had. You're really not going to see us suddenly just reinvent the wheel here. It is going to be what it is, and we're going to be really reliant on our offense being dynamic and explosive and putting up a ton of points. That's part of the modern day NFL in general, but it's going to be even more so true now because of the lack of scheme changes. Kevin Pierre Lewis. Thank you, Emmett Brown. My aging brain sometimes can't pull all the names out that I want to pull out right at the moment I want to pull them out. But that's Murray reminds me a lot of that guy. Obviously, Pierre Lewis was an outside linebacker. Murray's an inside guy, but they both run similarly. You like the way they look on tape, but that same thing, just not the instinct. Just doesn't pull the trigger quite like you'd like him to pull it. Yeah, John Robinson. It's John Robinson says if you run, why not be more creative? You're right. Why all inside zone runs? Why not outside zone runs? Pitches, traps, draws. It's too easy game plan. Yeah, that's exact. You're 100% right. I mean, this is my issue with Rashad Penny. Rashad Penny. Part of the reason that Detroit Lions have tried 2 times to trade for Rashad Penny is not just because they love his talent, which they do, but part of the reason that they tried twice to trade for him is because they see Seattle misusing him. He should be an outside zone guy. You should be pitching that guy 4 to 5 pitches a game. You should have him on 3 to 4 more outside zone runs a game. But he seems like at least half of his runs are hammering up in the middle on that inside zone run that they love to run with Carson. And they'll then do the opposite. What really will drive me crazy is you'll see them do the opposite. They'll have Penny run inside, and then they'll bring Carson in and have Carson run to the edges. And you go, what are you guys doing? Flip it. Is this hard to understand what each guy can do and what they're good at? But yeah, there's not a lot of, say nothing for draws. When the last time you saw Russell under center and then run a draw? They don't do it. They'll do some traps, but not a lot. Team 12 is what we need to do to win this offseason is we need to get our offensive line restructured with some talent, and you need to get an assembly of pass rushers in on this team. An assembly, not one or two, an assembly. Yeah, I'm talking about, no, not, yeah. Kevin Pierre-Louis is the guy I was talking about. I wish the Seahawks would hire me. I'd be passionate as hell in that room. Dr. Alleycat, I'd like to see us get Isaiah Wilson or Gross Matos with the first round pick. That's kind of my realistic dream scenario, right? Not putting my head too much in the clouds, but just going, okay, in a realistic scenario, who can we land with? And I think Isaiah Wilson would be an upgrade over Jermaine Ifedi. I think he's going to be a fantastic run blocker at the next level because of his size and movement ability and strength. He's gonna move people at the next level. I really do believe that. No, I wouldn't trade Penny for Slay because of the fact that Slay is going to cost $18 million per year. I guess if you're talking about trading Penny for Slay and there's no other draft pick compensation, it's just that. Even that, I'm probably hesitant because, again, you're not going to get a pass rusher in here. And it's, if you don't have guys that can rush the passer and you're asking a cornerback, even as good as Darius Slay is, to cover for 6-7 seconds, he's going to get burnt like toast. So it doesn't, one comes, the horse doesn't come before the cart, or the cart doesn't come before the horse. You got to have the pass rush in place to shorten the clock, and your corners don't have to be asked to cover as long. But if they've got to cover, it doesn't matter how good a corner is. It might be Deion Sanders out there at corner. He's going to get beat because he can't cover for 7-8 seconds. No one can. And our corners were asked to do that last year. That's the important part of my point on this. They were asked to cover for that length of time too often. I appreciate that, D Nugget. Thank you, man. Emma Brown says, speaking of misusing players, I think David Moore is pretty damn good at getting yak. The fact that we send him deep constantly is stupid. He needs to be put in space or more of those bubble screens to him. Yeah, Emmett, there was that play against him where he had the bubble screen at the goal line at the 11, caught it, did a juke move. I think it was the Ravens game maybe. Juked the guy, got into the end zone, and you go, why didn't we see more of that? But I agree with you. They seem to have Tyler Lockett for the bubble role, and that's who they're going to put the bubble, and that's it. And then, like you said, with David Moore, they've got him basically, you run go routes all day. That's your job. And he does it okay. He runs a 50% catch rate. He's like one of those guys. He had that run of games last year, not this year, where he was great for about 4 or 5 games, but he's not been able to duplicate that level of production or that level of play. It's been more of a hit or miss kind of stuff is what we're getting, So I'd like to see more bubbles to David Moore too. He's a guy, again, ran a 4.35 in his pro day, put up 26 reps at 225. So he's strong and fast, but we don't really see him utilized like that. Dr. Alleycat, I know you do, man. You love yourself some Slay. I can't hate on you for it. Darius Slay is a fine player, man. If he wasn't asking for top of the cornerback market, I could be talked into that situation. It's the fact that he wants to break the market on the cornerback that, that's what gets me. Yeah, he ran the 4.35. It wasn't combine. It was his pro day, and pro days are hand timed. So, if it was combine, he was probably more a 4.4 guy if they were doing that electronic timed combine stuff, but still very fast, very strong. I think he put a 40-inch vertical up on his pro day. David Moore is a physical freak. But you could make the argument, as Emmett said, that they're not necessarily utilizing him in the best of ways. Okay. Coffee refill. 1 sec. TJ Wilborn asks Josh Norman. So Josh Norman, I think, cornerback position, a lot like running back position, is just one that does not allow itself for corners to really, there's a few corner outliers that'll get out there into the 35, 36-year-old to be able to play out there. And even Sherman's kind of somewhat fighting against father time at this point himself and about this age. But the issue with Josh Norman is that he's definitely getting long in the tooth. He certainly is a fit in that he likes to run zone. He's a zone corner. That's where he's going to be off coverage. that's where he's going to be very good. But as I've spoken to in the past, that's the kick step technique to the bail coverage, which is what Seattle runs out of their corners, can be a very tough technique for cornerbacks to pick up. It's very advanced for cornerbacks to pick up. It's not simply just you cover your man. It's like you're doing dance moves a little bit. So it's very hard for guys that have been in the league for a long time and have done it their way and have covered a certain way to now have to change that up. Asking an old dog like that to learn new tricks it's a big request. It's a big request. And you saw this fail with Kerry Williams a couple years ago when we brought him in as a free agent, and he really, really struggled with the kick step technique. He even said as much. He said, it just doesn't come naturally to me. It's really tough. So I'm out on Josh Norman. I'm a no on him. Yeah, James, that is a little bit of my issue with David Moore. I don't think the Seahawks are utilizing him right, but I also do think that he might be a little bit limited as his potential and that he is what he is. A 50% catch rate guy, a guy that can go deep and can go high point a ball on a deep ball, but he's not necessarily a red zone threat. He's not going to run a variety of different routes for you. Hey, Live Life, thanks for dropping on in, man. Good to see you in the chat. But he's not going to run. He also has some limitations to what he can do. It's just it's a matter of both Seattle not utilizing his skills right, and he's got kind of a limited skill set in what he can do at a receiver. But what he can do, like in the bubble screen game and some of the deep stuff, I still like him on the team, especially because he's on a very cheap contract, I think he's a 6th, 7th round pick. So it's only costing you a couple $100,000 to have him. And you've got to have those positions on your team where you are paying a couple $100,000. You can't pay everybody $1 million plus. Some bargain free agents. So give us some bargain free agents the Seahawks should sign. Somebody mentioned Snacks Harrison, John Robinson. I think he would be a great one tech that you could bring in who would be your Al Woods of this year, where it's a 1 year, $3 million deal. I know I've been on this a little and tired some of you out on this, but I think Ndamukong Suh's not going to cost a lot. When you're talking about getting that guy on a 1 year, $7 million deal, which is probably what about he'd cost. I think that's a pretty good darn deal for a guy that's going to give you some good pass rush and you're not going to be able to run at all. Imagine having Snacks, Harrison, and Suh out on early downs. You're not getting into the middle of that defensive line at all. And that's only 2 guys that collectively cost you about $10 million per at that point. As far as anything else, as far as other cheaper guys that I would take a look at, I really do go to the pass rush as well. The Bruce Irvin type, Gerald McCoy as well, who, even though I know he didn't have a great year for the Panthers last year, actually still had a pretty good pass rush percentage. He does give you some juice there at the 3 tech as a rotational guy. None of those guys I think are going to cost a lot of money, but who could give you some good bang for your buck. Emmett Brown, I'm warming up to Hunter Bryant. Okay. I'm warming up to him. You guys can talk me into him. I can be talked into with him. I cannot be talked into Laviska Shenault. I'm not going to be talked into him at all. He ran a slow 40 as I understand it. He's not a pure route runner. He's a gadget guy that you're going to have to work in bubble screens and end arounds. And with the fact that he's not if you're trying to say that he's going to be a Cordell Patterson and you think there's a place on this team for having a Cordell Patterson type, a guy that isn't going to run the full route tree, but is going to be deadly in screen game, deadly on end arounds. Well, he's not even that. Patterson ran a 4.39 40 at the combine. This guy just ran, I think, a 4.5. So he's not going to be able to give you that quick stuff that you're going to want necessarily. So again, I think his limitations are so high that he's going to be picked probably somewhere in the mid-second round. I can't do it. And my only worry with Hunter Bryant is the size aspect. He's just a hair over 6'2". Is that big enough at the next level to get it done? And maybe, he's a smooth athlete and his film is good. He's a hands catcher. He understands how to get through zones and get open. He's very patient. I know what you meant, James T-Rex. I know what you meant. But he does have some good spots to his game. I like the tight ends in the 6'3", 6'4", because our tight ends aren't just pass catchers. They have to be able to block. And you saw with a guy like Jacob Hollister when he was in there and who was actually fairly decent in the pass catching game, but who just couldn't really get it done in the blocking game. And we need that with as much as we run the football. Sounds good, TJ. I understand, man. We'll see if I'm here. I'm hanging in so far. We just passed the 4-hour mark. So we're still rocking and rolling. What about a non-injury prone, versatile third down back in the draft? John Robinson, I think we have our third down back right now on the team right now in Travis Homer. I know that he didn't necessarily light it up in the playoffs, and I know that he didn't necessarily have a lot of opportunity throughout the season to really shine. But the thing with him that I like is that I think he's really set up to be a third down back. He's a willing blocker. He was a really young guy coming out. This is a 20-year-old guy coming out of college that we got last year. So I've got a lot of reason to believe that he's going to further develop that frame, that you could see a little bit more size and speed added to this guy as he goes along over another offseason in an NFL program. I still think I like a lot of what he adds. With that said, if we put some, if we put some competition out there for him in the 5th or 6th or 7th round, my contention is just you don't draft the running backs in the 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th rounds. You draft them in the 5th, 6th, 7th rounds. That's where you get your value in them. So if you want to take a running back every year in the 5th, 6th, 7th round, I got no problem with that because I think you're going to find some diamonds in the rough that way. That's one of those positions where you could go at it from a quantity standpoint rather than a quality standpoint and make the argument for doing so. Brendan says I would take Chenault in the 3rd round. I'd have a hard time doing that, man. I'm just really down on Chenault. I just don't get it with him. I'm not on the Laviska train. I'm just not. Dr. Alleycat says, I like the idea of taking Lockett off of kick return. What's a replacement? I as well am in favor of giving off kick return. I think that the kick return game, because of the rules that have been brought into the NFL, the lack of ability of the build up speed, all the moving the ball up so that you can kick it in the end zone. I just don't think it can be as dynamic an element of the game as it once was in the past. I think that it's just been neutralized a little bit because they've been trying to fight against. That was where the kickoffs were where you're getting all the concussions happening. So they instituted all those rules that to protect the players, but actually kind of cost some of the big time returns that you used to see. And if you look at Tyler Lockett, he's been nowhere near the same kind of returner he was in his first 2 years. And I'm just not as much putting as much, priority on that position because I think it's a little limited in what you can truly accomplish out there. John Robinson says, did you love when they would come out in base I form and audible to 5 wide when we'd have Marcel Reese? I would love to see them get a versatile Jukic, I can't pronounce that guy's name, type fullback, the guy from the 49ers. Yeah, it's again a thing that's been a head scratcher to me. You want to be a run heavy scheme, but you don't really put a lot behind getting a nice fullback, or really bringing one in. You just kind of bring a guy off the street who's like whatever, and they've really never valued the fullback position here with Schneider and Carroll since they've arrived. Granted, it's been a position that's been a little bit dying in the NFL, but this team with its old school approach, with its we're going to just come downhill at you, that we're going to hammer inside, those inside zone runs, rather than going out of the read option all the time like they do with Carson, I would have been more in favor of having the fullback in on those inside zone runs like you did with Marshawn and Michael Robinson at that time, when it really helped Marshawn a lot having Michael Robinson there because he can pick up that free running defender and neutralize them in the hole and give you the chance to get the running back into the second level at that point. I'd love to see them actually target a fullback in this draft, even that they really like, who's athletic, who can catch. Yeah, I thought Marcel Reese, he was a little long in the tooth by the time he got here. But boy, Russell liked him a lot, and he worked well for us when they had him here. So I'd love to see them put a little bit more of a. I don't know who it would be. I haven't scouted any of the fullbacks in this draft, but it seems like there's always a couple of them that are at least decent. That could be some players. I've thought of too about like Hunter Bryant. I've wondered about him with being 6'2", because that's the reason you can't move the tight ends to fullback as often as you like, because you get the 6'4", 6'5" guys that can't get the leverage game to get low in the hole like they need to get. But a guy that's 6'2", maybe you could put like, maybe be revolutionary, implement back in the tight end, bring in a guy like Hunter Bryant and put him in a tight end or at fullback for a large period of the time, and then use him out of the backfield. Let him run those wheel routes. I don't know. I'd love to see them get creative like that. Wouldn't you? I think Cam Akers, though, James Glenn, I think Cam Akers is a pure running back. I don't think he's a fullback. But he could be a guy, somebody's mentioned in the like a third down back type. He certainly could come in here and play that role as well. He's one of my favorite backs in the draft right now, though. I really like him. Yeah, I think Homer still has some upside. He's a really young guy. When those guys are 20 years old getting drafted in the NFL, they've got a little bit more to give you, I feel like. John Robinson says he's got to be Adrian Peterson to draft a running back in the first round, right? Yeah, you got to be Adrian Peterson for me. It's a value game, and it really just comes down to that. It's that it's I can go find a running back in the 6th, 7th round. I can't find a twitchy defensive end in the 6th, 7th round. I can't find a 3-tech defensive tackle in the 6th, 7th round. I can't find a right tackle who can move people in the 6th and 7th round. And that's where it comes down to. If it's the one position you can go find those things because of how deep it is. So it doesn't make sense to draft high on it because you can get a very equivalent player later on. Not the same player, but a similarly equivalent player. And the running back is so reliant upon the offensive line. You can look at Henry out of the Tennessee Titans, who everyone loves, and goes, he's a monster, he's a beast. Well, if you didn't have 2 first-round picks at the tackle position for the Titans, does he look as good? Is he the best back in the league this year? No, he's not. It's more, the running backs are more reliant on the offensive linemen. The value is better deeper in the draft for them. Devin Hester. Drew Till asks, what will beast mode do? Well, I would sure like to have beast mode. I want beast mode on the dial for late in the season next year. The last 5 years, we've lost all of our running backs by the end of the year, pretty much. Almost every single season it happens. So what I tell beast mode is, as I say, beast mode, I got $1 million for you that I'm going to keep $1 million available for you. And I'm going to have to call you maybe at some point if stuff goes down. Will you come on board at that time? No training camp, none of that stuff. You just come on in the building and start playing. I think you could talk Marshawn into it. I'd be happily open to it. I don't know if it's likely to happen, but I would like to think that it is because it makes me smile to think that it would. But yeah, John Robinson, I would even argue, John Robinson, your wins above replacement for a running back is a very tough thing to tabulate because, okay, you can do missed tackles, broken tackles, and all that. And certainly like Pro Football Focus is going to look at that stuff to the minute degree as far as did the running back choose the right hole? Did he break the tackle at the right place? But I still come back and argue to you, well, it's so reliant on the offensive line. It's so reliant on good quarterback play to be able to keep the defense honest and having to not just bring a safety down in the box and have an extra defender down there to really clog the lanes up. Those are the things that really factor more into the success of the running back rather than the pure talent and just a monster at the position. Dr. Alley Cat, so I feel the Chiefs will cut a receiver for their cap. Would you sign one of them to release? No, I would not sign Aldrick Robinson. Doesn't excite me. And then the other guy that burned Sherman in the Super Bowl, Watkins, has been a guy that's really underperformed throughout his career. He's gotten paid. He's been drafted high. And it seems like he's done, it's all for a couple games that he gives you a season. I'm not willing to spend the money on that, and I don't want that at a player. I need consistency. John Robinson says Russell Wilson is not a threat in the read option anymore, and you are absolutely correct, John Robinson, which is where I'd like to see us run less read option. I don't understand why we run it as much, but hey. What's up, B7? I appreciate it. All the way from the UK, B7. The UK. Welcome in. Welcome in. What do you see the Seattle drafted? Who do you want to see the Seattle drafted this year? I think is what you're asking, B7. Who would I like to see drafted? I think I'd like to see it the first round. The two guys I'm looking at in the first round I'm targeting right now are going to be Gross Mostos, the great young pass rusher out of Penn State, or Isaiah Wilson, who's the big hulking right tackle out of Georgia, the real man mover. I think both of those guys come in and they're able to make an impact instantly, which we absolutely need out of our first round pick. We can't just kick this down the road. We can't redshirt season our first round pick this year like we did this year. So I think those guys would give you that kind of play right out the gate. And They excite me as far as I think that the upgrades that they provide out there. Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't normally be in the modern NFL saying, let's scout fullbacks, let's look at fullbacks. But if you're going to be what you are, which is a 1980s offense, then own it. That's all I'm saying. Own it. Like the Niners have owned it they went out and spent money on that Kyle Juszczyk guy. They actually spent money on that fullback when other teams were not even carrying a fullback on their roster. They were showing an innovation. They were showing a willingness to do what others won't, to be different, to be successful in different. And that's just what I'm looking for Seattle to do is find a fullback. We've had John L. Williams here. We've had Max Strong here. We've had Michael Robinson here. We had the preacher here. Remember the guy who he'd do the baptism with his stiff arm? That guy? Like, we've had some great fullbacks. I'd love to see them bring in a talented guy there. Yeah, I got to get the cat more in frame. She goes to sleep when I do my stream. Something about my voice, I think, puts my cat to sleep because she just sleeps the whole stream. But yeah, I'm going to have to get something to put her on display, I think, a little bit more. Maybe I'm not. Am I spelling it wrong? It's not Isaiah Wilson, is it? Yeah, it's Isaiah Wilson, right? Out of Georgia. Why we have a problem protecting Wilson is because he sets such a deep pocket. The tackles are stepping backwards instead of attacking the D line. John Robbins says there was an ex-Seahawk lineman who was talking about how we have a problem protecting Wilson because he sets such a deep pocket. The tackles are stepping backwards instead of attacking the D line. John Robinson, this isn't wrong. And this does speak to the little bit of the people that say, okay, we're going to just be a complete pass-happy attack with Russell Wilson. This is some of my reticence with it, is that I don't think we can ever become the pure passing attack, like becoming like the Saints reinvented with Drew Brees in his prime with Russell Wilson. I don't think that we can quite get to that place with him because of some of the limitations due to his size. And you speak to that with some of the deep drops that he requires and it puts linemen in a bind to a degree. And the only way to offset some of that is to have a strong running game and to not just let the defensive linemen pin their ears back and then just go. So that's a very keen insight there. And it's something that is really very much worth noting in a lot of respects. It's also why I would tend to favor, like I am in this draft, the guy like Isaiah Wilson. It's why I would favor a guy that's more of going to be the run blocker than the pass protector, because the pass protector might get a little bit wasted because he might be a great pass protector, but he's a great pass protector with Russell Wilson's deep drops. I don't know. James Glenn says, poor Marshawn, he'll never get into the Hall of Fame. You are correct. He is not going to get in the Hall of Fame because he did not do the dance with the media. They expect you to kiss their ass. If you don't kiss their ass, they're not going to vote for you in the Hall of Fame. It sucks. It's not really right. But those NFL reporters, especially, man, they are some bitter little women sometimes about stuff. B7, been watching for a while, and I'm a huge fan and keep the content going. Thanks, B7, man. I really do appreciate you watching, dropping on in here on the chat. That's it, man. Just give him some Skittles and say, come on, man. We got some Skittles for you. Come and play a couple games, Marshawn, just the end of the season. You want to play for another Super Bowl, unfinished business, all that. You know what I mean? Will Tukuafu. Yeah, Will wasn't bad, but Will's kind of an indication, Carl, nearly of what I was saying with like them not really investing in the fullback position in the respect of them scouting a guy who's got some good talent, has got some upside to him. They'll just kind of bring guys in off the streets like, oh, Tukuafu, you played defensive tackle once, but you were okay as a fullback somewhat. Let's just try to toss you in. Why don't we try to go actually get some guy who has some talent, maybe, who can do some multitude of things, who can block and catch like somebody just mentioned. Leonard Weaver, that was the guy. He used to stiff arm guys, and it would be the baptism. He was a preacher, I think, in his off time. And so they call it a baptism when he'd stiff arm a guy. Dr. Alleycat, I agree with you. I think Marshawn Lynch should get into the Hall of Fame. Absolutely 100% agree with you there. The problem is going to be it's the politics game. He didn't answer all the questions, right? He wasn't available to the media. He didn't do what they wanted him to do, and they're the ones who vote him in. So while, in my opinion, his numbers are good enough, he's the modern day Earl Campbell, essentially, and Earl Campbell got in, but that media thing, not doing the media dance, might be the one thing that ends up kind of stopping that from happening. Though I will say, if Eli Manning can get into the Hall of Fame, why is Marshawn Lynch not going to get in the Hall of Fame? You know? Yeah, John Robinson, I'd like to see more wide receiver screens myself. I'd like to also see more fly sweeps with Lockett. I just as a general trend in the NFL that I see more and more often. I don't know if you guys remember this in the Panther game, but when we played the Panther game this year, they killed us with those fly sweeps for the first 2 quarters, and it was unstoppable. We were trying to deal with McCaffrey, and they're bringing DJ Moore on the sweeps, and they were just getting yards every attempt, and then they just stopped running it. And I can never understand why teams don't like run 6-7 times a game that fly sweep, because it seems to always be good for 7-8 yards. And again, it widens out that the defensive line. It makes them have to really like hold their blocks instead of attacking into the inside zone, which you see a lot of teams do where they just clog us up on the inside because they know it's kind of coming. Yeah, I think Olson's going to be a great fit B7 with Russell Wilson, because he's been a guy who's actually played with a couple of quarterbacks who've been really inaccurate, and now he gets a quarterback who's super accurate, which is really going to help him out a lot. And when you look at Olson, he only had 4 drops in 4 years with the Panthers. Man, you figure he had all those inaccurate passers thrown to him. Now he's got pinpoint guy throwing to him. He's going to really do well with that. I would think it's going to be a nice match between those two. The key is, can Olson stay healthy? That is the fly in the stew, so to speak. Can he stay healthy? Yeah, Leonard Weaver was an absolute beast. I don't know why that guy didn't have more of a longer career, but he was certainly a dog. Dr. Alleycat, I would like to believe that as well. I'm going a little bit off the opinion of a guy like John Clayton, who's a Hall of Fame NFL writer. And he's a guy who has spoken to Marshawn Lynch's Hall of Fame stuff, and he talks to these other writers. And he has spoken about the fact that he doesn't think Marshawn will get in because of this reasoning, and because of the talks and conversations he's had with other NFL writers, that they will hold this against Marshawn. I hope it's not the case, but Clayton tends to be pretty accurate on that type of stuff when he reports it. So I would tend to think that that's probably true. Yeah, John Robinson. Yeah, the misdirection and motion kills the NFL right now, because you force teams to be hesitant. You force them to have to read and react. And when you get a team that now can't just come downhill on an offense, that has to sort of think it through a little bit, that's going to work in the offense's favor every single time. And there's not enough of that in Seattle's offense, from my opinion, frankly. There's not enough easy completions for Russell Wilson. There's not enough stuff that's just schematically set to attack opposing defenses and be able to easily get yards that every other offense seems to have within their playbook. It boggles my mind why everything has to be made so hard sometimes. Yeah, John Robinson, fly sweeps to me are just, I wish we would use them more. I really would, especially a guy like Lockett, who seems absolutely set to be perfect for that kind of role. Yeah, the night Debo Samuel on those fly sweeps, man. Sean Wright. Welcome, Sean. That's right. They killed us with it too. I mean, it's absolutely so hard, because you've got defensive tackles who are being asked to gap, like with our defensive tackles. You're gap controlling. So you've got to watch this gap or that gap, and that's your responsibility. So now if you're a defensive end and you've got a gap responsibility, and you've got to come down on a running back or on a quarterback who's keeping a read option or whatever, now you've got to encompass now and factor in a receiver coming wide on you as well. It's almost like adding a third gap control to the defensive tackle or the defensive end. It's almost like adding a third extra element to what you're asking them to have to think about. And that's just one too many, in my opinion. That's where you really can be successful with it. And again, it just opens up the inside zone run off of that. It opens up it uncrowds the middle. Do you think it would be easier to transition an aging free agent running back to fullback than a rookie? I think they'd be more willing to stick around. Emmett, I don't think you could transition a running back to fullback. If you look at it historically speaking, that doesn't tend to happen in the NFL. If the transition happens where you get a running back going to fullback, it's when they're coming out of college. And that's where the transition takes place. But once you're at this point, they've got to learn how to block. They've got to put it's a very specific skill set of sticking your head in the hole and really like laying the wood to those linebackers, and a guy that's a running back who just doesn't do much blocking outside of in pass protection. And even there, we've seen in the past, those running backs don't like to pass protect at all. Marshawn's the one who I've seen in the last few years coming through Seattle is actually really good at it. But everyone else, including Chris Carson, is just, they don't like to get physical like that, those running backs, that's not usually in their skill set. I think it's easier to just find a fullback out of college or find a running back that can transition to fullback out of college. Hey, B7, I appreciate you hanging in here till 3:18 in the UK time, man. Thanks for stopping on by, bro. Always appreciate it. We'll get another one up here during free agency as far as, at the very minimum, my next live stream. Hey, thank you, James. I appreciate you dropping by in too, brother. TJ, who would be my head coach when Pete Carroll hangs it up? I'm gonna give you two names: Harbaugh out of Michigan, or we're gonna go with Lincoln Riley. How about that for two specific names? So John Robinson, you did a mock. You got Chase Young at 4. So John Robinson, how did you get up to 4? What did you have to trade to get up to 4? Or 2 second-round picks? Harrison Bryant, James, Jake Hansen. Well, James, I'll say this. If we get that draft, we'll be doing handstands if we pull that kind of draft through. I would love it. I would absolutely love it. I don't think Harrison Bryant probably lasts to the 4th round. He's probably more of a late second, 3rd round guy, if not earlier. But I love it. That looks good to me. Sign me up. Our first 2 seconds and next year's first. Yeah, it's probably going to cost more to get up in the 1st round than that. But hey, if somebody's willing to take that deal and we can get up there to do that, then all day long. Brendan Eckrich, AJ Dillon, fullback and running back. He's very, very thick. The thing I've got to see with the fullback is it's the blocking in the hole, and it's hard to see from a guy that's been a running back in college. He's got the size to do it, but is he going to have that willingness you've got to have a willingness it's a unique willingness to really put your head in the hole as a fullback. And it's almost not a skill that can be taught. It's something that you either are willing to do or you're not willing to do. I don't know with AJ Dillon if he is or not. He's certainly big and he's very stiff as an athlete. Those hips are not fluid hips. So him on the next level as a running back, I question whether he's going to be able to really be effective on the next level. He'd be a candidate who I'd love to see be open to changing a fullback, but probably not a guy who will, because he'll be picked 4th, 5th round as a running back, and someone's going to try him as a hammer and see if he can work in that role. But I'm not super sold on AJ Dillon. I got to watch a little more tape on him to get a little more feel for him as a runner. But that was, good burst, but a little bit stiff in the hips was a little bit of what I saw. All right. So we're rocking along here. How is everybody going? We've crossed the 4-hour, 20-minute mark. Are we feeling good here? Do we want to keep rolling along? I know we've had a few losses. Had a few. I think I talked about most of the prospects I've taken a look at. I covered Gallimore. Let's see, we got Murray, Moss, Bond, Brown. Derek Brown's a fun prospect to look at. I think I talked a little bit about him. Just the best pure power defensive tackle I've probably seen in 3 years. A lot like Sue when he came out. What are some defensive tackles that fit with Seattle? I don't have a feel for a lot of the defensive tackles in this draft. I've not loved what I've seen so far. It's part of the reason why I'm leaning towards wanting Seattle to go in free agency or go with trades this offseason, because when you look at the defensive tackles, it's just there's some potential there. There's some good guys there, but once you get past the upper level guys, I don't really love what I see. Kinlaw and Brown are the great defensive tackles in this draft, of course, but then who are the guys below there? It's like Strobridge is a guy that his tape is very inconsistent. He doesn't give you a lot of pass rush there. And then he had a great Senior Bowl where he blew it up in the Senior Bowl and he looked fantastic there. But if Seattle's drafting defensive tackles in this draft, I don't know if I'm loving that. If there's any defensive tackle point that I'm really happy with them taking that selection there. It's the value's not there for me as far as I see it. I'd rather go out and look at, you pick up a Snacks Harrison. You look at making another trade, maybe a guy like Calais Campbell. You hope to kind of fill in through. You still got Poona Ford there. Maybe you're bringing back Jaron Reed. Maybe you can kind of round out that position a little bit. As opposed to I'm not sold on the defensive tackles in this draft. I haven't been wowed by anybody really yet. Derek Brown looks phenomenal again, and the other guy I mentioned as well, but it's a little light after that. It's very light in this draft. Thanks, Emmett, man. I appreciate it. A top receiver. What are you saying, Dr. Alley Cat? Yeah, she loves it up there. She's actually checking things out now. What's she doing? Oh, she's coming down. It's time to get some pets. It's time to get some pets. You guys are going to see a close-up grim. How do you like Josh Jones? I got to watch more tape on Josh Jones. I can't get a feel for Josh Jones quite yet, Brendan Eckrick. I did get a feel for Gallimore. Gallimore is a pure 3 technique. You're not going to be able to put him at 1 tech. He gave really good pass rush for Oklahoma. The Big Ten is sort of renowned for not knowing what defense is. It's just track meets sometimes with some of those football games. But he did supply fairly good pressure from the 3 tech. He does get eaten up a lot in the run game. You can wall him off. You can push him down the field a little bit. He's a dynamic athlete. He moves great. And that late second round, which is where you'd look at picking him. Do I like the Seahawks picking him there? I really don't, because I feel like his limitations as a run stopper. I need to see more from him as a 3 tech pass rusher if he's not going to be able to provide me anything as far as stopping the run goes. And that's really where he falls into, is I just don't feel like he's got enough there in that respect. And he's not a good enough pass rusher. I put him more of a 3rd round, probably early 3rd round. I got to admit that, but he'll go in probably the late 2nd. Emmett Brown, I like Gallimore's power and explosion. Yeah, he's got great explosion. The problem I have with the power is it doesn't show up there on the run plays as much. Like, I want him to play stronger at the point of attack and not get moved at the position. It's understandable a little bit because 3 techs are always going to be a little bit more of the guys that are going to shoot the gap than they are going to be guys that are going to hold at the point of attack. But you can't get pushed backwards consistently, which is a little bit of what I saw on his tape, just a little bit too much. With that said, he does have a lot of ceiling as a pass rusher from that defensive tackle role. He's a guy with that dynamic first step, good hand usage, understands how to rush the passer, understands all that. He's really, I think, going to have some upside for him as far as that goes. So he'd be an interesting player, but I do think he's going to, I don't know if he comes in and gives you 5-6 sacks for the defensive tackle position right out the gate. Might take some time to kind of get there with him. No worries, Dr. Alleycat. Drew Till asked, would you like to see AJ Green as our 3rd wide receiver? He mentioned he'd like to take on that role. Yeah, I would, Drew. I really would. I am to a degree kind of enthralled by the idea of bringing in that extra wide receiver as, if the new CBA doesn't kill the marijuana stuff and you can bring back Josh Gordon instantaneously, then an AJ Green guy would be right in that line as well. Because I think he's a guy, he'll cost you what? 1 year, $5 million deal, maybe. It'll be a very short contract, a very cheap contract. I know a lot of people are really worried about his injury history, but I got the impression last year that a lot of what his injury thing came from was the fact he wanted out of Cincinnati. He didn't want to play there anymore. And so he just said, hell with it. I won't play this year. I'm injured. I think he's actually had a whole year off now. I think he's a guy who would fit well with Russell because he's another one of those trust throw guys, and he's absolutely always been lethal in the red zone, which is where I think you'd really be able to take advantage of him. You might only get like 30 catches on the year from him for like 500 yards, but you might get 6, 7, 8 touchdowns and be absolutely deadly in that respect. So I really do like AJ Green as a potential option for Seattle, and I don't think he'd cost a lot. Still want to put that in that still want Clowney. What do you mean by that, Dr. Alleycat? Sorry, I didn't even know what you meant by the Clowney comment. Justin Matabuke. He's a wild player, man, Brendan. He is all over the place on the film. Sometimes he pops. Sometimes he almost, just becomes another guy there on their defensive line. He looks really big, long, and athletic. I'd like to get more into the tape on him because he's another one of those guys. It's like Christian Fulton, where it's like I've watched a lot on him, but I just can't quite get the feel that I want to get for him as far as the type of player that they are. I think he's going to be a player at the next level. I think he's more rotational than he is starter, but he is a big man and he moves well for his size. Yeah, AJ would give you would give you another veteran in that locker room to go with DK. And yeah, maybe he could give him some tricks as far as how to body position and all that stuff. I mean, AJ's been a guy that really he's got those long arms and body control, and he's relied on both to be really good throughout his career in that respect. Obviously, the injury problem is legit with AJ in that, he seems to have the toe thing that's always popping up, and there's always some injury that's clicking him a bit. But at the end of the day, again, if you're not asking him to be a number 1 and number 2, but you got to ask him to be a number 3. I mean, that's the key, is you're asking him to go line up against the third best cornerback on the opposition and go eat. And I think AJ Green can hunt in that type of situation. But Brandon, let me get a little bit more of a feel for Justin Matabuk. I've got to admit, I didn't get as deep into the defensive tackles yet, just because I've not been as blown away in the initial view on some of these. And it's almost part of it is me wanting to just go, please, Seattle, don't draft the defensive tackles, because I just don't think that's going to be a great fit. I don't see anybody that I'm loving. Let me get one guy I want to talk about a little bit here. If I can find him. If I can find him. Get my notes here, guys. Because somebody was asking a little bit too. Let's talk a little bit about Thaddeus Moss. I think he's fallen a little bit back for most people, but I do want to talk about him because that was asked last time to go scout him. I am not in on Thaddeus Moss. I think if Thaddeus Moss was named Thaddeus Smith, I don't think that he's even going to be drafted as a tight end in this NFL draft. It's because he's Randy Moss's son, and because he played at LSU is why he will be drafted. He's 6'1.5" is what he just measured out here in this last combine. I think he just had a foot injury, so he's going to have to go get surgery done. Not super dynamic as an athlete. This is not Randy Moss explosion speed, runs like a deer, not any of those things. He's very much of a lumbering tight end. And at 6'1", you'd actually hope for him to be a lot smoother of an athlete than he is. It's very much a lot like a lot of these tight ends in this draft. The Cole Kmet's a lot like this. I even say Bryson Allen's a lot like this. Just very stiff, very kind of lumbering, not smooth athletes as much as I'd like. He's willing in the blocking game, but because he's 6'1", he's not overpowering anyone. So when it comes to Thaddeus Moss, I'm out on him. I think that he's really overrated because of his namesake, and I think that he's a guy that's really at this point an undrafted guy more than he is a 5th, 6th, even 7th round guy. But I know he has some people out there that absolutely love him. I feel like it's because of his namesake as much as anything else. What do I got here? So let me see here. Will DK be with us for a full career? DK will be with us, I think, potentially for a full career. Once you get a receiver like this in your control, you don't tend to let them get out of your control. So Julio Jones has played his whole career with Atlanta, and Atlanta has had to do handstands and backflips and pirouettes in order to be able to keep him there. You see that he's constantly wanting his contract redone, and they've had to constantly kind of fit within that. The same thing is true with Detroit. And my point on this is that it does seem like whatever the value you seem to realize when you have one of these guys is such that you go, we need to keep this guy at all costs. So when it comes down the road, if it's a potential of you having to let go Lockett to keep DK Metcalf at that point down the road, you're probably going to let go Lockett in order to keep DK Metcalf. Maybe you keep them both. Maybe they're all here for the rest of their careers. That'd be great. But I think that there's a very good chance that for the next 10 years that you're going to see DK lined up on the outside in Seattle. I have not watched any Netani Muti film as of yet. Sorry, Brendan. Yeah, I've given a cursory look at some of the quarterbacks so far, Emmett. I like what I've seen. No guy's been a separator. 3rd round, 4th, 5th round guys. The various levels of a guy like you've mentioned here, Cole McDonald, big arm, pretty athletic. There's some guys that can move that are also big. You like that, the combination. I think I'm more about just finding a guy that fits as a good backup to Russell, being a movement guy first and foremost over a thrower, right? I'd like to get a guy in who I know can maybe run the read option, run some kind of specialized stuff, kind of hold the water for Seattle while Russell maybe is injured. Jalen Hurts is the guy that, fits that mark for me. If he's there in the 4th round for Seattle, I wouldn't mind necessarily seeing them take him there. I'd like to see them invest in a decent backup quarterback over what they've done in recent years, because I do believe that there is a very high chance that we do see Russell Wilson injured in the next couple of seasons. I'm not wanting to see it happen, but he's taken such a beating over his career. He's had so much mileage pulled off those tires. It's going to come due one point or another, especially when you factor in his size and then how much he runs around back there in the pocket. Getting a guy that might be able to handle things for 4 or 5 games if Russell needs that amount of time. Russell will go down for the year. It doesn't matter, right? We're toast. So that's irrelevant. But for a couple games, give me a mobile guy who can move around a little bit, who you can do some specialized stuff with. And a guy like Jalen Hurts would be really the number one guy I'd like to see that fit with it. I know what you like with that, Emmett, as far as finding some guys that can really throw it as well, but I'm just less apt to lean that direction as, those thrower guys tend to take a little bit of time to develop. They need to be playing week in and week out so they can really advance the passing game and what they need to do. Any idea for a guy to complete for nickel? I had Travis Bandy, Brandon Eckrick. I had Travis Bandy from Florida State, I believe it is. Was a nickel corner for them. I like him a lot down there. Montez from Colorado. He's a good player as well. This is a deep draft for some corners, Brendan. I mean, even a guy like who's a guy that's going to be posted to put on the outside, but I like a lot is that Arnett kid out of Ohio State. He's a guy who could slide a little bit, and he's a guy at 6 foot who actually gets you some decent size in there. And I think he's actually got some of the quick twitch stuff to be able to handle some of the slot corner duties and compete in there. I still like Ugo Amadi. I think he needed I would have liked to have seen Ugo get more snaps earlier in the season so he was prepared for the bigger role that they put him into at the end of the year. I think it hurt that they'd had him sit for so much of the year and didn't really give him a chance to get his feet wet, that he was a little bit, not as able to hit the ground running as much as we would have liked. But I still think Ugo's got a lot of potential in it, that slot corner role. I like him from an athletic profile, that feistiness that you need to have out of those slot cornerbacks. You got to have those fighters in there. And I still like Ugo there. But you could certainly stand to bring in some competition there. It'll be interesting to see if they even potentially make a run at Chris Harris, because of course he probably will also be available with the Denver Broncos. He's a guy that had a little bit of a down year last year, but a guy who at one point or another, was one of the better slot cornerbacks in the league when he was asked to play there. Yeah, save the money, John Robinson. You're on the mark there as well. Save some money at the quarterback 2 position. When you bring in a Geno Smith, okay, when you bring in a Tavares Jackson, you're going to be paying those guys $1-2 million per year, if not more. The backup quarterbacks actually make some dough in the NFL. So when you're able to get a Jalen Hurts in the 4th or 5th round, and you've got him at now $200,000, $300,000, $400,000, $500,000, as opposed to paying him $1.5 million, $2 million per year, it's actually those little bits of savings that can add up. It's those little places that you can save that dough. Like I say, at the receiver position, have a couple receivers that are at the $500,000 mark, where you're only really paying Tyler Lockett right now. It's where you're saving in those places is where you can then allocate it into other positional groupings, because there's only so much cap space. You can only cut the pie up so many different ways. So you got to choose your places where the pie is thin and choose the places where the pie is a little fatter. Yeah, John, I look at it through the lens of if Russell gets injured, it's irrelevant to get some quarterback of the future or some high talent guy to me, because I don't think he's going to see the field enough to get the draft compensation you want down the road. Because the ideal dream scenario is you go in the 4th round and you draft this like big upside guy who has a year or 2 to develop behind Russell. And then just before he's about to maybe go have 1 year left on his deal, you flip him to a team that looks at him as a franchise quarterback and you turn him into a 1st round pick, right? Or a 2nd round pick like the Patriots did with Jimmy Garoppolo, where they flipped him for a 2nd round pick down the road after selecting him in the 2nd round. But I think that's not as much of a feasible scenario as it was in the 90s and the 2000s. I just don't think it happens as often. So I fall back into more of the line of just get the mobile guy, get the guy that can fit in for a few games and can hold the water, and hope that Russell can get back and save the season at that point if that becomes the situation. Mackenzie Milton. Yeah, I think he is still in school. I don't think he's a year out. I've watched a little bit of him, but not a lot. Got to admit, I was a little bit behind on my college tape this year. The channel like took a lot of my time. That's why I'm behind on these prospects. Is this year just the channel and doing the Hawk Nest videos, the Great Seahawks Moment videos. I wasn't able to put as much time as I normally did or do towards watching some of the college prospects and really like knowing my guys ahead of time here. I'm really trying to catch up for lost time a little bit, just because of there's just not being enough hours in the day for me right now. So I'm trying to catch up on all these prospects, but I'm behind a few of you guys, that's for sure. 3 years you need to scout tight end TJ out of Oklahoma. Not a good pass, but has great hands and has speed. Hey TJ, that's the new NFL TJ. So I will scout the hell out of you. I'll even do a nice hype video for you, man. I'll do a hype video breakdown. We'll get some highlights of you, man. We'll have you like all on the close-ups, making those like, trust throw catches, guy hanging off you. I got you. So let me see if I got through most of my I think I got through all my prospects that I've been catching up on here with you guys that I want to talk to you guys about. Another guy I talked to you guys about that I looked at was Cushenberry. So he's another interesting prospect. This is a kid out of LSU who was the center for LSU last year. Does not fit your normal profile of a center, which is normally the squatty body, 6'2", 6'3" guys. This guy legitimately looks like a 6'4", 6'5" guy. He had the longest arms of any of the offensive linemen measured in this draft. He's got some ridiculous like 80-inch reach. And when you watch this guy, he's a very interesting center to watch on tape because these arms are so long, he's got to come up and latch onto the defensive tackle rather than punch into them. And it actually works. He's able to, because he gets his arms on the defender before the defender can get his arms on him, he's able to latch on and kind of get his grip in there and hold up. He's a very interesting center to look at because of that length and because he's very good in pass protection. I have to watch more tape on him as a run blocker because at the very first I was like, this is not good in run blocking. But then he got better as the two games I watched as they went along into the second half. So he seems like he kind of leans on defenders, wears them down a little bit with that big frame. But the thing you'd like with him is that you're not going to get a long guy like Armstead with the 49ers who uses his length against defensive tackles and really just uses it to lock him out. That's not going to happen with this guy. He's going to be able to usually lock anybody else out that he goes up against. Could be an interesting target in the second round if the Seahawks were to fall in love with him. Not that they would, but they might. He's a guy with that kind of physical, and he's got oak arms. I mean, just two just oak arms, 80-inch reach. Absolutely just phenomenal. Yeah, Ezra Cleveland. Let me get that's another guy that I did scouting on. So let me bring him up here. Ezra Cleveland. He absorbs contact and pass pro awesome. So he's strong defenders go right up into him, and he just eats the contact right up, and he does not go backwards like you sometimes see. You see a lot of the tackles in this draft got great feet, but that you see their strength get kind of exposed when the defensive end hits them. You see him kind of go back a bit. Austin Jackson for USC, who's actually shooting up charts, and he's going to go, it looks like, in the top 20, has a lot of that to his game. He's uber athletic, but when he gets a strong defensive tackle who gets up in his face, it really lifts him up, and he's going backwards. Ezra Cleveland just sits down. He's an oak. He's going to stay where he's at. He seals defenders with ease. He understands how to move his body with where the running back is. He's very cognizant of that. It's kind of an unusual skill, and that he can move his body and just kind of inherently know where the running back is to keep the defender off of him. So I like that a lot. Fluid athlete. There's a lot of lumbering tackles in this offensive line draft. You got your Adams kid out of Washington, for instance, or Andy Heck out of North Carolina. Just these big sort of Frankenstein moving like tackles. Cleveland's a guy who actually is just a very fluid athlete. There's about 8 tackles in this draft that I love their feet. I absolutely love how quickly they get into their set, how fast they mirror these guys. They go up against these guys that are, going to run 4.7s, and they're going to have these super short 3 cuddle the cone drills and all that. And they just they just handle him with ease, and Cleveland fits right into that. The number one thing I like with Cleveland too, and why he might be an option for Seattle at the end of the first round, is he is an ideal zone scheme fit at the left tackle position. He understands the zone scheme blocking concepts well. And what I mean by that is he understands the combination blocking. A lot of times you can tend to think in the zone scheme that it's just the guard or it's just the center that's doing the zone block, the guard, the combo blocking. But what you've seen even in Dwayne Brown is phenomenal at this, is he'll get the initial hit with the guy, and then he gets down to the second level and he'll start attacking a linebacker. Ezra Cleveland does this as well as any tackle in this draft. It's part of what will make him a perfect fit for the zone scheme system. And again, if he happens to fall to Seattle, I think he'd be a perfect fit for that reason. He does play a little shorter with his arms. He's got nice long arms, but he plays shorter than his arms are. He tends to absorb the contact, but it's not as bad a problem because again, he's so good at like sitting down and rooting like a tree, and you're not going to be able to move him. So it's the fact he doesn't utilize his arms as much as you'd like is not as big a problem. But Ezra Cleveland is going to probably be a first round tackle when it is all said and done. Just my opinion. Can you do a live draft machine like the first 3 rounds? Can you do a live draft machine? What do you mean, Carl? I kind of need you want to do like a draft, like I do a live stream, like I do every other team's draft, kind of like what I would forecast them picking and go pick by pick? TJ, I'm going to stream every single one of the football games this year. So I will be streaming every one of the preseason games. I'll be streaming training camp and any playoff games. You can catch me here game day every day. So I had a lot of fun with that playoff game of the Packers. I'd really like to do that some more. And it does help. These stream games do help as far as growing the channel. I always get a lot of subs off of them, and it helps as far as just for the monetization goes as well. So I will be doing these as much as I absolutely can possibly fit in. I am going to fit in. But yeah, all the games for sure. Emmett Brown asks, are you all right if the left guard spot comes down to Phil Haynes versus Jamarco Jones competition? Yeah, I am. Part of what is going to happen here, if you end up with what I think you might end up with, which is if Seattle is not able to necessarily go get an upper level tackle or an upper level left guard in this offseason, you will be looking at Phil Haynes at left guard, and then you'll be looking at Jamarco Jones at right tackle. And what this is going to be a very interesting turn if this happens is, does Seattle then go to more of a pass-happy offense? Because both of those two guys are much better in pass protection than they are as people movers. And you're going to kind of force yourself at that point to have to go in that direction if you're Pete Carroll in this offense. I think that they're probably going to get different guys to compete with those guys / different starters, and that they're really going to look more with Phil Hayes and Jones as guys that are backups. But if they went that route, you could look at it as an indication that they probably are going to be throwing the ball a lot more than they have in the past. I don't think it's probably going to happen, but I'd be all right with it. Your question was if I'd be all right with it. Yeah, I would, because I want to see them throw the ball more. I want to see them less reliant on having to hammer the ball and run the ball constantly. I really would. Yep. Schedule comes out, I think, in July. I think it's even a little bit earlier than July. I think it's May. Oh, okay. Well, Carl, I'm definitely down to do it on a live stream. We can do it. Maybe, Carl, I can try to set that up for the free agent live stream that I was going to do. We could do kind of an automated draft with that. I have to figure out a way to show you guys it though, because like trying to use OBS or our open broadcast source with YouTube live stream is really tough. The YouTube live stream is super, super touchy. And so it will lock up with the smallest, tiniest of little things. And so it's hard to get like overlays or get stuff that I can put in to really show you guys some film. I'd love to be able to like be running some film of some college tape for you guys right now, showing you some of the things I've seen, but it's a little bit tough with this live stream right now. This is this thing's a work in progress for YouTube. Yeah, Brandon, I think I'm open to that. I think that's a great idea, you guys. So some kind of like just kind of a live mock. I think especially once we get past the combine here, we're going to understand where stats and where things are running at, and that's going to let us know. And especially once we get into free agency, we'll get a little bit clear picture too of who's going to pick who where. So I absolutely will look at trying to formulate how I can do that. I wish I could do it where I could show you guys the picks and it was like overlaid on. Like I said, I just wish it's just a little broken with this live stream right now on the OBS stuff, at least. But yeah, Carl, I'll definitely look at trying to put a live 7-round together. Yeah, Emmett, a Jones, Haynes, Posick at center, you would be doing a 180 shift. I mean, it would. And the nice thing, you would be better in pass protection than you were this year by leaps and bounds, in my opinion. I think Phil Haynes has got a lot of upside as a pass protector, which he showed off in the Green Bay game. I don't know if he's going to be able to create a lot of rushing lanes for running backs. And Jamarco Jones, we saw this similar. He handled his own against Aaron Donald in that game when he was moved at right guard early in the season. And then he looked pretty darn good at right tackle or at, I think his left tackle the couple times he was put out there. He's a little bit restricted in his athleticism. Jones is kind of a pure technician. But with that said, pure technicians have been able to thrive in the NFL and have 10-year careers. So why not him? Okay. So the Draft Network's mock draft machine is by far the best to use. We will do next time. We will do that one for sure. We'll do a deal and I'll do a little commentary. If I can't show you guys the stuff I'm doing as far as the picks on the screen itself, I'll try to have some kind of quick and easy way for you guys to see who's been going off the board or whatnot. Yeah. Brendan asks, is Posick good or not? I think the problem with Posick is that we haven't gotten to see what he is or what he isn't. They have miscast him as a left guard. And there's this thought process in theory that if a guy's a center, you can just pop him out to guard and it's ubiquitous. It's the same thing. The same level of play that he gives you at center, he'll then give you at left guard. It's like, are you kidding me? There's a difference between a left guard and a right guard as far as what you want out of each of them. A left guard, for instance, is going to be matched up against a 3-tech a lot, right? So you're going to want to tend to have in a left guard a guy that's got some movement ability and who can block in space. Whereas your right guard is going to be taking on a lot of times the 1 technique. So you need a guy with a little bit heavier, a little more sand in the pants, a little bit stronger, a little bit able to push at the point of attack. So this is my problem when you get a guy like Posick, who was a pure center at USC, not USC, but at LSU. He was a pure center, a very good center at LSU, a good pass protecting center at LSU. And now for your whole NFL career, you've moved him out at guard. Now, granted, he was injured at the end of last year, but I would love to see him cast in the actual role that you drafted him in the 2nd round. Let's see what we've got with him. They've got some kind of love affair with Britt that I don't understand, but I would certainly like to see a little bit more Posick next year, especially if he is if he's healthy. Streaming during games could be scary for me. I get a bit insane during games. Maybe you can help me off the ledge, Emmett. I'll tell you, that's the way I am. That's why I watch my Seahawks games alone. Even before live streaming, I tend to watch them alone, not with friends or family, is because I get very emotional and I tend to get very angry and frustrated at times. And I don't want to. I want to just be a nice, happy little clam over here and just be nice and patient and relaxed and just take the game in, just breathe it in, right? But I just tend to get very emotional and, a little nervous. And it actually helped me having you guys on the chat, though, in like the Green Bay game, just having you guys there to kind of just release that pressure release a little bit helped me out. But I am absolutely not fun to be around personally and friends and family during Seahawks game day. I've learned that about myself over the years. I've had to accept it. It is what it is. I'm a little bit intense come Sundays, but I can't stop it. I'm too old for it now. It is what it is, For sure, Carl. Let me have fun with it. I'm going to put some thought to it and try to put something together. It's got some structure to it, but I'll look at that draft site that you guys mentioned and we'll try to figure out how I can, kind of encompass it in. I have been thinking about doing like the whiteboard thing or trying to find something that I can do that puts maybe a screen in the background behind me where you guys can see it. Again, I've got my green screen, but again, with live stream, it's in YouTube. It's kind of a POS right now where they've got this thing set at. What does your most ideal O-line look like for pass pro versus run blocking? The ideal O-line would be you got Brown at left guard, left tackle, of course. You would have Haynes at then left guard. I would then have Posick at center. I think the reason that Britt has stayed in there is they like him more as a run blocker at center, and that's kept Posick off the field because they value run blocking over pass blocking. Then I've got Fluker, of course, at right guard, and then right tackle Jamarco Jones. If you can't find a good right tackle in this draft. Isaiah Wilson would give you some limitations as a pass pro right tackle if you picked him in the first round, of course, but I think that he'd still be decent and he'd be an upgrade over Fetty, who's been horrible as a pass. I just think I don't think Fetty's been that very good as a right tackle for us. Well, I appreciate that, D Nugget. Yeah, TJ, that's a lot of what my problem is as well, is I see the team sometimes just punting away possessions or not seeming to kind of go for it, just sort of playing the cards, holding the cards close to the vest, trying to just shorten the game, playing not to lose. I think that's the thing that ends up pissing me off when I watch the Seahawks sometimes, is they're playing not to lose rather than going for it. Let's put the pedal to the metal. Let's try to put this, let's put this team down. So I give them a chance to even think about it. We just don't seem to do that enough. It's a little bit of a let's feel him out. Let's feel it out. Let's kind of just, let's go with the flow. Let's see what it's like today. Let's see what's happening. Is that Whitney Houston? I get emotional every time. I just smoke hella weed. That's not a bad way to go either, Carl. I've done that myself as well at times. Sometimes you got to put yourself in a state of comatose when you just can't take it anymore. Yeah, I like Phil Haynes a lot. I loved him as a 4th-round pick last year. He was one of my favorite picks of the last draft because I thought the value was great. I thought he was kind of a 3rd-round guard that you were getting in the 4th round, a guy that could be a starter for you. I thought he'd be a little bit better in run blocking than I think he's probably going to turn out to be, but I think he'll be excellent as a pass blocker. He's got nice long arms. He's got a great set. He moves his feet well. He has a very good understanding of the blitzes and where it's coming from. So I really like Haynes's development there going forward. I'd certainly like to get him some competition, but I'm okay with him, if that is what it is. What weed in Washington? What weed in Washington? I think that's how you said that. Sounds good, Carl. That would be a good deal. Yeah, just go crazy. I'd go like Back to the Future, like Doc crazy. You know what I mean? Like it just, oh, yeah, we got go nuts with it. I do think I'm going to do the what made him great Seahawk moment. I'm going to do the whole library background. I'm going to do the whole smoking jacket thing. I'm going to do the pipe with the sifter. I got it all set out. Yeah, Wyoming is that's brutal, Carl. Yeah, it'd be a brutal being a place where it's illegal right now. It's heaven having it legal. Do you think we need some rule with the refs? What do you mean by that, TJ? Emmett, my gut tells me right now that this is going to be a satisfying offseason, but it's not going to be the hope that we had. You know what I mean? That I asked for going for broke. If I have to boil down what I want to see in this offseason, I want to see a willingness to stop just wanting to be good year in and year out, but to actually go try to be great. Go try to be great this next year. Don't try to be good. Don't try to be competitive. Don't try to, if all the cards roll right and if things work in our favor this way and that way, then we can be great. No, go for being great. Try to assemble a roster that's great. That's what I'd like to see. I don't know if they're going to quite get to that point, Emmett. I get the impression that they are going to be a little bit conservative. I think I heard Schneider mentioning or Carroll mentioning something about thinking about still 2021 and 2022 and having that in their thought process. And they always say that at this time, Schneider does, about forecasting 2-3 years out. But I'd like to see more forecasting for just next year. I don't want to start thinking about 2 and 3 years out. I want to think about next year. Go for it. Push the envelope. Go as hard as you can. Like I said, kick a can down the road. Put next year's cap into a little bit of peril maybe for going for it this year. I'd like to see that because Russell Wilson's not going to have prime for the next 5-6 years. We can talk about all we want about how there's these quarterbacks who they play till they're 37, 38, 39 years old, and they still play at a very high level. But the Drew Brees at 38 is not the same Drew Brees that was 32. The Tom Brady at 37 is not the same Tom Brady that was Tom Brady at 32. And Russell Wilson's heading into 31, 32, 33 years old. This is his prime right now. It is not going to last, especially a guy who's been very reliant on his movability, on his escapability. You saw this year with Aaron Rodgers that he really lost a lot in his legs this year, and at 35, 36 years old and being able to move around. I would say that we could probably expect something similar in Russell, where he's not going to be as great at 36, 37, 38. So make the most out of what you got in him right now. Utilize this epic prime Russell Wilson that you have now. Don't short sell him. Don't give him a crappy ass offensive line and no wide receivers to throw to. They've started to give him receivers, but now let's fill this thing out a little bit. That's what I'd like to. I hope I see that. I really do, but I get the impression it's going to be a little more conservative than I would like. It'd be great to see them challenge the ref calls, TJ will. But the one thing I've heard so far is that we don't even know if that whole pass interference thing that they tried out this year is going to go through for another year. The officials absolutely hated it. You saw River Ron, the head of officiating, basically poo-pooing the fact that coaches could challenge the pass interference calls, and you would see them not go against the calls on the field. We got one call, I think Carroll in the Steelers game got one call to go the other way. But overall, you saw game after game throughout the NFL this year that really teams weren't winning those calls, even in obvious situations where it looked like the call should be reversed. Almost like the pride of the officials and the pride of Riveron was not going to allow for them to switch those calls. I'd love to see it. They've talked about like an eye in the sky ref, like a God ref who would essentially be able to overrule. But the officiating in the NFL continues to be a problem. Yeah, Carl, you got the 30 miles to the border, but man, it's always weird when you got to cross border with weed, and it's like, you're going from one state where it's not. It just takes one cop who's a little like rigid, and you got that problem here. We've got the upper end of Idaho here, and when you're going back and forth, you got people going back and forth from Montana, and you got cops. They just sit on that quarter lane corridor, just trying to catch people with weed going through. I mean, they just make it their end all be all goal, because Idaho is, of course, very anti-pot overall. So only important free agent next year are Griffin and Carson, and then you have $95 million next year. Yeah, honestly, Brendan, I don't even think that Chris Carson is a big priority as far as a free agent goes. So I will be pissed if we sign Chris Carson to an extension this offseason. But Griffin, yeah, he's the only guy. I mean, hell, even as you mentioned it there, if you had to with Griffin, you could franchise him next year because you don't have any other real free agents coming up at that time. You got a couple of guys, but nobody that you're going to have to break the bank for or anything else. And I think the Seahawks have purposely set themselves up in this situation to have this kind of flexibility for right now. Because of the dead money we were carrying in 2015, 16, 17, now you're not carrying the dead money going forward. And so you have that flexibility that you didn't have because of that. Yeah, TJ, I agree with you. It would be great if they had better things in place for these calls that are just awful, that aren't good calls, that you can see and go, well, that's a bad call. I mean, the pass interference stuff is one of the ones that I don't know if I still understand what pass interference is, right? You got the 49er game against the Seahawks at the end of the season with the Hollister play and Fred Warner on Hollister, and he appears to Brad, Carl, man, you're too kind with the donations, man. I hope you're not breaking the bank on me with this here, because I don't want you. I know you just got paid. If you got bills to pay, don't be doing too much, but I appreciate it, man. I really do. So Carl says Bradley is a beast for how much longer? Me and Bradley McDougall, how much longer is he going to last? Quandre is obviously a beast right now and still very good. But yeah, they didn't seem to trust Blair. And you got Lano Hill and Tedrick Thompson still on the roster. I've got to feel like one of those two guys between Hill or Thompson will be cut come training camp. You're going to see a competition there for them in that respect. But I really would like to see Blair on the field. I thought he flashed every time he got on the field last year. I thought he played really well. I don't know why the coaching staff was so down on him, Carl. I really don't. I thought he played really, really well. And this was a guy who I wasn't super high on him when we drafted him in the second round. He was a guy that grew on me as I watched his play. So don't understand that necessarily, but if we end up with Grant Delpit And you could trade, if you could trade one of those guys, maybe you could trade a McDougal. Maybe you could trade a Blair. Somebody likes Blair. Maybe go up and get, if Grant Delpit then fell in the draft, you could maybe make that kind of move. I wouldn't be opposed to that. Again, I think Grant Delpit is as an upgrade over any of the safeties that we have right now. I do. I think he's going to be I don't know if he'll be a Pro Bowl player, but I think he's going to be a very good modern day NFL safety, and that he's a coverage first guy, which is what you need right now, in my opinion. And he can do a variety of different things for you at the position. So I really do. But yeah, Bradley McDougal's got one more year, in my opinion. We'll see what we get. He was one of our better defenders down the stretch last year, frankly. So I think he still is the starter for you, and I think Quandre is still the starter for you. But we'll see. Maybe Blair just tears it up this offseason and has a killer training camp and just puts Bradley in the back seat, and you end up moving Bradley in training camp for a safety hungry team or something. That's also a possibility, maybe. But thank you again for the donation, Carl. I really do appreciate it, man. Yeah, I'm hoping Pete worked his magic as well, Emmett. That they went to the Pro Bowl to recruit. That's specifically why Carroll said that he went and coached the Pro Bowl this year, was to recruit. So you got to, the guy comes from the college ranks. He was one of the great college recruiters that we've seen in the last 50 years of college football. So you would think that some of this would translate, and they've not been in the position to be able to recruit guys over the last couple of years because you had all of the dead money that was carrying on the cap from Cliff Averill and Michael Bennett and Cam Chancellor and Marshawn Lynch and Doug Baldwin, all those guys retiring early, which accelerated the bonus money and just ate up our cap like nobody's business over the last couple of years. You're not in that position now. You've got some ability to move around a little bit. And so I would fully hope and expect that they are able to bring somebody in. Or if not even bring him in through a free agency, make the trade for a guy that you talked to at Pro Bowl and said, if we make a trade for you, do you want to come here? Is this a place you'd be happy at? Yeah, I'd love to. That might also be another feasible scenario that's at play here, not just in through free agency. Yeah, Brandon, I don't think that they thought that they were going to be as good. So Brendan Eckrich says, pretty sure the rebuild was set up for 2021, not this year, thinking back to 2018. Yes, Brendan, I don't think that they thought they were going to be as good this last year as they were. I think that they were anticipating that there was going to be some need to kind of get everything realigned back through, and it was going to take some time because of how much you had to reset and reinvigor, I guess is the word I want to use. And I think it's changed the game up a little bit, but the timeline is kind of sped up for them a little bit. But with that said, I think that they're ready to roll. They've cleared the dead money out. If I'm not mistaken, we're maybe carrying like $500,000, maybe $1 million in dead money into this next year. So everything's set up not just for this year, but moving forward. And don't keep in mind too, for as much as people talked about that Russell Wilson contract being such a huge contract and it's going to eat so much of the cap up, with that cap going up 10, 20% every year, for the next couple of years, that deal is going to look very, very good as well. You can always convert one of his seasons into bonus money, kick that can down the road, create some cap space for you. So it's something that's also you're going to be able to take advantage of once you get through these first 2 years of Russell Wilson's deal. A very important part of the flexibility as we go forward. Emma Brown, T2 better be gone. Yes, Tedrick Thompson better be gone. I don't see anything in his game why is he on this team? What is it that Tedrick Thompson and Leno Hill do? What is it that they do? You've got to have some skill set. I can go Marquise Blair as a hitter. He's a sure tackler. He's very good in coverage. I watched him one-on-one against Baltimore Ravens tight end and him lock him up. Like, I know what Blair can do. I know what McDougal can do. I know what Quandre Diggs can do. What did those two guys do? They don't give you anything. And that's my issue with them is it seems their draft status is the only reason they're still being kept on this team. They're not even good special teams players. TJ asked, do you think we should trade our first and Penny for the Lions first? If the Lions are willing to take that, TJ, then I will do it all day long. But it would cost more than that. You'd probably have to throw in an additional first rounder on top of that. It's going to cost an additional first round pick on top of the assets that you allotted there. But if they were willing to do it, and especially listening to the fact that we may see Ohio State's defensive end drop down in this draft, I'm all for it. And the Lions covet him. They've tried twice to trade for him, so they absolutely do covet Penny. Carl says, I think they're worried about killing Blair's confidence like they did with Tedrick and Leno. It could be. It really could be, Carl. The thing I go back though with it is that I don't know if Tedrick Thompson. It could be those guys do play tentative. You might be onto something. I mean, both of those guys are guys that just said they're reading reactors. They tend to take an extra second to kind of figure out what they're doing out there. And in Tedrick's case, the free safety in the Seattle Seahawks defense has got to protect over the top. You cannot give up the deep ball first and foremost. And we saw every game Tedrick was in there, once a game at least, he was being beat over the top. So that's the one thing I really have a problem with in Tedrick's game, because that's not tentativeness. That's not reading the play. That's, you have one responsibility here, pal. Do this one responsibility, and yet you continually get beat on that responsibility. It's where I really get my vitriol for Tedrick Thompson. So Brendan Eckrick, LJ Collier, he said, Brendan Eckrick, I forgot how you feel about LJ Collier. How do you feel about him? So LJ Collier, everybody wants to put into the Rasheem Green phase of things. They say, look at Rasheem Green, horrible first year. Then he comes out with 4 sacks this last year. He looks like a developing player on the come. The problem I have with this is that, number one, they're physically 2 different profiled guys. Rasheem Green is your traditional 4-3 defensive end in every way, shape, and form. Whereas LJ Collier's a little bit of a shorter guy. As well, when you had Rasheem Green coming out, he's a guy coming out at 20, 21 years old. You could see the development going through there. With LJ Collier, you had a guy who was already 24 years old as he's coming out in the draft. The die is cast. It's already set. He kind of is what he is. He's not going to go beyond that at this point, really. You saw the upside being very, very, very limited, in my opinion. And we saw that play out this season. He was a guy that relied specifically on power at TCU. He's not a technician. So those moves aren't probably going to come along in his game. I just don't see LJ really coming along in the same way that I see in Rasheem Green, who I do see as the next Everson Griffith. That's who Rasheem Green's going to become. He's going to become what Everson Griffith was in his prime. That's what you're going to see as Rasheem Green become, because he's such a young guy coming in, and you're seeing that development come along, where he's not just good as a pass rusher and coming along that way, but he was actually, Rasheem Green was an underrated, absolutely fantastic run defender for us last year. Don't underrate that part with Green. It's a big part of his game. He's a complete defensive end. I'm a little behind on the questions, but I'll catch back up here. I'm going to shit if we talk about first round grandpa that only had 3 tackles on like 200 some plays. Yeah, I would be angry if they did the same thing, Carl. You guys go back. My first live stream last year was the first round of the Seahawks draft. You can go back and watch it. And I am absolutely so pissed that we drafted LJ Collier. So mad. I did not like it then. I do not like it now. Maybe there's some confirmation bias on my part at this point. But I don't like the pick at all. I'd start Blair too. But Brendan, I guess the question is who do you sit at this point? Because you made the trade now for Quandre Diggs, who was really the glue on that defense. He brought everything together for you defensively last year. Do you sit McDougal at that point? And maybe you do. I mean, maybe that is the better move to make, where McDougal is getting older. He was a good player for you, but Blair is the guy with the potential. He is the future. So why not start the future now? Dustin says, all year I was waiting for John Ursula to get on the field. We could have really used him last year. He knows how to get open. Dustin, I agree with you. And I think it was telling at the fact that they kept John Ursula and they let Gary Jennings go. Gary Jennings was the 4th round pick. John Ursula was the 7th round guy, right? So they went for the guy they drafted later on because I think they liked so much of what he gave you out of the slot. The problem is, of course, you have Tyler Lockett in the slot. So to move out Tyler Lockett out of the slot, you've got to figure John Ursula's got to be better than him lined into that position. And it seems that the Seahawks coaches don't yet believe that Ursula is better in the slot than Lockett is in the slot. So I don't know if we see him there until we actually see probably an injury with Lockett, or that they just decide they want to keep him out on the outside. They just love what Ursula gives them inside so much. But that's why it was so hard for him to get out on the field. And I don't know that I can make the prediction that you're going to see more of him just because he is going into his 2nd year, because he's still going to run up against the numbers game there. He's not an outside guy. You can't put Ursula out on the outside. He's only a slot guy. Brendan Eckrick writes, is there a safety you like in the draft for depth behind Blair, Diggs, or McDougal? I don't have a good feel, Brendan, for let's say 5th, 6th, 7th round guys yet. I got to get deeper into my scouting with them, but I love Antoine Winfield Jr. I absolutely love him as a player. He's one of my favorite players in the draft. Carl Neary, you asked about my favorite players in the draft. He is one of my favorite players. He really is. He looks like Earl Thomas on film to me. He's got all of Earl Thomas's abilities. He looks a little bit bigger. He might not be as fast as Earl was as far as just a blur, but he's a complete safety. I love the bloodlines he comes from. Antoine Winfield was a fantastic corner in this league for years, one of the best tackling cornerbacks the NFL has seen in its history. So I love that part of him, Brandon. And when I look at all the film I watch on Winfield, I just end up being over the moon on him when I'm done watching. I wish Seattle wasn't so deep at safety that they could, because he would be a guy I think that Snyder and Carroll would target if they weren't so kind of set at safety. Yeah, Tedrick Thompson had, I think all three of those interceptions, TJ, were on tip balls. The one thing is too with that is that Tedrick does he's a little more limited than Hill in the respect he can't play both strong safety and free safety. He's just a free safety, whereas Hill can theoretically play both. He's not going to play both well, but he could play both. But you're probably right. They'll probably would lean that way because you've got enough strong safeties. You've got basically three strong safeties that you can play out in Blair, McDougal, and even Diggs can play strong safety if he needs to. So they probably feel like they would go probably lean to Tedrick over Hill at that point. And that's probably going to be what the choice is, because I don't know that they're going to draft another safety in here. And I think I am a little bit behind here. So sorry, guys. Yeah, Carl, you hit the nail on the head. Tyler Lockett has got to get hurt for him to be able to get on the field. And if that's not going to happen, you're not going to see him at the slot. Yeah, I mean, I just go to when you get the guys that are 20, 21 years old coming into the league, and I believe that Green was a 20-year-old guy coming into the league. He was a guy that a lot of people thought should have gone back for I think it was a junior year, like a redshirt sophomore guy. So he's a guy that people thought should come back for a junior year, and that he might even be a top 15 pick at that point. But he's a guy that is to me on the rise. It's what you expect to see and this is one of the reasons I'm hesitant to want to look at pass rushers in this draft. Guys that you draft in the NFL draft tend to take a couple years to develop as pass rushers. It's very rare you get the guy right out the gate who's going to get you 10 to 15 sacks and you could just write it down and he's going to go. They all take a little bit of time. It's the nature of the beast at that position. And so with him, I can really extrapolate out and see him kind of taking those next steps forward. And if you go look at Rasheem Green's stats versus Everson Griffin, because Everson Griffin was similar. He came into the league as a 20, 21-year-old guy who'd had no sacks in his first year, like Green. Then the second year got up to 4. Then he started working into that 6 to 8 range, and he got into that 10 range where for about 3-4 year stretch, he's a 10 sack a year guy. He's giving you upper level edge run defender as a defensive end. They're just a complete defensive end. I look for him to make that same step. And I don't think I'm going out on a limb, Emmett, by saying that. I really feel strongly on this opinion that he is going to go into that next step. I don't think he'll never be a 15 sack a year guy. He's not a twitchy. He's going to dominate. He's going to be like we saw in Clowney at times this year, but he will be a guy who can be very consistent for you. And again, because he's a complete guy, you can have him as a 3-down defensive end, which is a very valuable thing to have in this day and age. Lockett, Metcalf on the outside, Ursula in the slot. Yeah, Dustin, I think that the thing is that they think their strongest unit is David Moore or Malik Turner on the outside, and then Ursula and then Lockett in the slot. That seems to seem what the coaching staff favors. I don't know if I agree fully, but it seems to be what they like and how they want to align it, where they will put Lockett on the outside. He's adept at it, but they like to work him more, I think, inside and utilize him from there, especially on the crossing routes. That's really this year, you saw him really leaning on Lockett on those inside crossers from the slot. How I feel about Shaq and Flowers. Carl says, see, bro, how you feel about LJ is how I feel about Rasheem and Shaq. I get it, man. Fair enough. Fair enough. I totally get what you're saying there. So, I could end up being wrong on Flowers. I look at things and what I see, I think he's going to take that next step in his development. You're going to see a huge leap forward in this third year with Flowers. That's one of my strong predictions. We'll see if I'm wrong on it, but he's a guy who I don't think he's going to play Pro Bowl like Griffin did, but I don't think that he's going to be the problem in that secondary. I don't think he's going to have the couple collection of bad games that he had this year. Brendan Eckrig asks, how do you like Collier, Blair, Barton, and Amadi coming out? Basically the draft class last year. I liked the draft class last year. At the time, I had a little bit of issues with Collier and Blair. Collier, I've already kind of spoken about my reasoning there. With Blair, it was really about, look, the NFL is legislating hard hits out of the game. Why are you going to bring a strong safety who's literally had like 3 games he's been ejected out of college football for targeting because he wants to lay the lumber on everybody, and he can't lay the lumber in the NFL anymore? With that said, I wasn't as aware of that he was as good as he is in coverage. That's the part of Blair's game that really surprised me. You can man him up. He's going to protect over the top and zone. In that Baltimore Ravens game, he didn't let Hollywood Brown wasn't playing, I think, but he didn't let anybody beat him over the top in that game. I think that's the part. He has a lot more of a well-rounded game than I thought when we drafted him. And with Barton, he is the modern-day NFL linebacker. He's got good size. He's the ideal will for us. Unfortunately, he was asked to play the Sam linebacker role instead, and have to do a lot more edge setting than he probably is good at doing. He's probably better and more adept at that will where he's able to play off the ball and kind of roam around there a little bit. So I really like Barton in that respect. And Ugo is the same way. Ugo, everybody kills for Davante Adams, beating him they lined Davante Adams in that Green Bay game in the slot, and he beat Ugo Amadi, and then everybody beats the hell out of Ugo Amadi there. Say nothing of the fact that, by the way, Lano Hill was supposed to have help over the top and provided no help over the top of the safety position. Another place where Hill basically crapping the bed, and Ugo's got to take the heat for it. But if you look at Ugo last season, in the game in the Philadelphia Eagle game, in that playoff game, he was our top-rated defender in that Philadelphia Eagle game. And that was a game where Rasheem Green played a good game. That was a game where Clowney played a good game. But he was the best defender in that game out of the slot. People are kind of sleeping a little bit on Ugo. Just a little bit. I don't think he's going to be some super fantastic guy, but he's a guy that he might be a player for us out of that slot position yet. So I still have a really good high opinion on Ugo as far as a potential slot cornerback for us moving forward. I liked fully the draft last year in retrospect. Obviously, DK Metcalf was the favorite pick, and the fact that you traded up and you targeted and you knew that he was going to slide down like that is simply amazing. The rest of the draft, I think, was still as well strong. I think Travis Homer could end up being a third down max specialist for us moving into next year. You saw we mentioned Ursula could eventually come in and give you some really good snaps for you out of the slot corner role if anything happens with Tyler. So a strong draft last year. One of the best drafts they've had probably in the last 3 or 4 years last year overall. Absolutely. Emmett says, my buddies took a pic of me during the Collier pick. Man, I was sour. I hated our draft till DK. Yeah, I was – Emmett, I was same place, man. That LJ thing put me in a tailspin, buddy. I kind of spun out on stream for a second there. I couldn't fathom what they were doing. I just really couldn't understand the pick. Usually when they make their picks, you can make sense of it and understand what they're doing. But that one was one where it's like, well, we don't have anybody. Everybody else, every other NFL team in the first round just picked a defensive lineman or a defensive or an edge rusher. Oh my God, we're going to have nobody left if we don't select somebody now. That's what the pick seemed like then. It's what the pick seemed like now. And I only can hope that Collier, proves us wrong, Emmett. Not bloody likely to happen, but Brendan, I'm good with what you're saying, Brendan. I think you're not off on the mark. Brendan says I'm putting Blair at strong safety, and I feel McDougal's on the decline. I don't think you're off on that. McDougal was one of our stronger defenders down the run last year, but I think at the same point in time, he is what he is. He's a solid player, but he's not a spectacular player. You may have a spectacular player in Marquise Blair, and at this point, I want to go for upside. I want to go for potential. I don't want a team that's 11-5, 10-6, 9-7. I want the team that's 13-3. I think a Marquise Blair gets you closer and quicker to that there than McDougal does potentially. We'll see, though. That'll be one of the more interesting battles in how they play that. And God forbid that they find a way to get all 3 safeties onto the field at once, right? Like they did this year in the dime situations, which hardly any teams are going to put you in dime, so we didn't get to see a lot. But that was the only way Blair got on the field was as the dime corner. which is, again, yeah, you dropped the strong safety. I know. Let's put him at dime corner. That's smart. Yeah, Brandon, you need hitters in this defense. You are a rally to the ball defense. You're going to allow a lot of easy completions underneath because of the zone coverage and the bail technique that you let your corners drop into. So you're going to need guys that can come up and lay the wood. And if you don't have that, if you don't have sure tacklers out there, you're going to make it very easy for offenses because there's no one's going to have the fear of God in them. No one's going to be scared about going over the middle. At the post draft press conference, they said they liked Blair near the line of scrimmage. Reminds me of Cam. Yeah, I mean, you could, to me, there's theoretical roles where you could put. And again, this is thinking outside the box, but could you put a guy like Blair as a Sam linebacker? He's a little bit light, but could you put him over the top of a tight end? I mean, maybe he would struggle to maybe, set the edge, but you would certainly be able to shut down a lot of inline tight ends then at the right there. Cause he's right. He's going to give him a nice punch and he can run with him. I'd love to see them do that. Find a way to get him out on the field, man. Get the talent out on the field. Don't get just rigid in your thinking. We got to have only two safeties on the field. I'd love to see it. I always thought with Cam too, they never were willing to ever put Cam in as a linebacker, but I always thought it would have been interesting to see Cam Chancellor out there at linebacker as well, seeing if he could play in that position. Maryland or whatever. Carl Neary, Antoine Winfield is from Minnesota, I believe. Do you feel like Amadi is the answer at nickel? Yeah, I do feel like Amadi is the answer at nickel. I really do. His combine, if you look at his combine numbers and what they ran, he was almost very similar to what Quandre Diggs ran. And Quandre Diggs, when he started out his career, was a slot corner for Detroit before he transitioned over to safety. I wouldn't mind seeing them just let's see some more of it. Unfortunately, they didn't let Amadi get out onto the field until the end of the year, right? They stayed so much in base. They were so unwilling to bring out the slot corner. And then they tried to Keem King for a lot of the year when they did bring out the slot corner. I'd love to see that. We don't know a lot of what we have in Ugo, unfortunately. That's the problem. That makes me a little resistant to say, yeah, 100% Amadi. I wish they would have given him some more snaps last year so we had a little more film to go off of. But based on the Eagle game, based on his athletic profile, yeah, I'd like to see more Ugo out at slot. Yeah, TJ, I think we're going to be seeing a cornerback drafted to fill out that corners. We need our corner situations light. TJ mentions we just have Griffin and Flowers, and that is just about it. Is Akeem King a free agent, TJ, or is he a restricted guy? Because I think he's still restricted. He might be a free agent, though. Yeah, but Emmett, just look at him from a statistical breakdown. Articles you saw written about Griffiths when he came out, where he's a slow developer, and people were kind of wanting him to go along faster in Minnesota. But he's a guy that once he developed and got going, man, he was a damn good player on a damn good defense for the last few years, and he still has maintained and been a very good player, even moving into last year at 32 years old. Yeah, I wish we had some more ball hawks too. That's one thing that the Dustin mentions as far as corners and safeties. I wish you had more ball hawks. Diggs is kind of the only ball hawk. And you're right. We got guys that don't really take away the football as far as cornerbacks go right now. And that is a problem on this defense, and it was a problem last year. Griffin is a lot like Marcus Trufant used to be, where he's very sticky in coverage. He'll be on his man, but the best case scenario is he's going to tip the pass. He's not going to probably jump the route. Well, Carl, Carl Neary mentions, I think Flowers will be a problem until they let Shaq shadow the best receiver, give Flowers the number 2, maybe 3, laughing out loud. Well, with me, I'm not in favor of having cornerbacks travel with the best receivers. You have to change up the whole rest of your scheme to do that. It makes the cornerback look good. It gives a guy like Griffin his name. It ups his name, makes him look awesome to the media, but it doesn't the best thing for your defense to have a cornerback travel. It makes other positions have to change what they naturally will do within the scheme, which is not what you want the rest of your defense to do. But just my opinion on that one. So, Carl, I do want to ask you, were you as hard on Griffin after his second season as you are on Flowers? Like, were you as much on, we need to get rid of Griffin, we need to sit him down, we need to stop, he needs to, he needs to not start. Like, I do wonder, because it's about consistency to a degree. If you're going to be hard on Flowers, I'm fine with that. But then you needed to be equally hard on Griffin, because he had a worse year in his second year than Flowers just had in his second year. And I'm a little behind, but I'm catching up. Yeah, John Robinson, I don't have any reason to believe McDougall's necessarily falling off as far as what I've seen, or that he is. I'm just sort of looking at, he's going to be 32. You do have a younger option that's maybe a more talented option there available, but he was very solid with Pro Football Focus. And again, the eye test was that he was pretty good throughout last year. McDougall was not a problem in that secondary necessarily. I'm just looking for the places where we can maybe get a little bit better than what we've been. And I'm going to go for upside at this point over the floor. Yeah, quarterbacks. I think that's a lot of why Flowers struggled at times that he did. Look at the play where he gets turned around. Part of the reason that Devontae Adams turns Flowers around in that Green Bay Packer game on that particular play is because of the fact that Aaron Rodgers has got 10 freaking seconds to sit back there and throw the ball. That's a long developing route. When a receiver can make 3 different moves in the middle of his route tree, it's long developing. We need to have pass rush that gets there quicker. And then they aren't able to run those long developing routes like they were this year. Yeah, Carl. Carol keeps telling us that Tedder Thompson's a ball hawk. He keeps insisting he's a ball hawk. He swears up and down he's a ball hawk. He's sure he's a ball hawk. We just don't actually see it anywhere. Yeah, John. I mean, it would be hard if McDougall's still able to come into training camp next year looking like the same player he has been, and he is just as solid. It is going to be hard for Blair to unseat him. It will be, because you're right. The stats do back up the fact that McDougall had a very good year, and especially down the stretch, played his best football at the end of the season. I'm just doing I'm kind of trying to forecast with McDougall here. I'm trying to look at the guy a year older, a guy that's never been an upper level Pro Bowler player. He's been a very solid player in this league. Is there a younger option a little bit better there in Blair, who gives you a little more upside maybe? And yeah, I do think so, because I think McDougall's not necessarily the physical player, the guy that's going to lay as much hits as Blair is. And I don't know if he even has necessarily the ball skills that I think Blair will eventually kind of develop here. I like Shalom Luani, Emmett. Yeah, I liked his tape. I thought he looked good. He had a hell of a preseason last year too. But again, that whole always compete thing. Is it really true? Is that statement really true anymore? When you watch Luani have a great preseason last year, and Hill and Thompson look the same, but then they keep those two over him, you go, Do I live in Seattle? I am not currently in Seattle. I am in Spokane at the moment. I'm going to go to Montana here for a couple months, but then I will be back in Seattle sometime around July permanently. So I'm moving back there soon. You guys, if you're in the local Seattle area, you might see me. I think I'm going to get a Hawk's Nest magnet for my car and drive around. I'm going all in on the self-sales, self-promotion. I don't know, but Griffin and Flowers is pretty much it. Maybe, yeah, Nico Thorpe, I think, is a restricted free agent. But I think you are right, TJ. I think that we're not flush with cornerbacks. They could certainly draft 1 or 2 guys in this next draft. Well, you're owning it, Carl. I'll give you that. I respect the honesty, Carl. I do, man. I get the same way, man. I get my biases too. So, you know what I mean? I got my guys that I may have a fiction I have for Flowers and thinking that he's going to be something. I mean, maybe it could be misplaced completely. Shaq had no Sherman to play with his rookie season, and Flowers didn't. Shaq had Sherman to play with his rookie season, and Flowers didn't. Yeah, and that's true. He didn't. But the second season, Sherman wasn't here in Shaquille Griffin's second season. Richard Sherman was gone by Shaquille Griffin's second season. And that was the second season that Griffin himself rated his own play at a D+ level. And again, I come back to the fact, you look at Griffin, his whole career, he's got 3 total interceptions in 3 seasons. Flowers last year had 3 interceptions on his own. I'm just saying, Carl, we'll go back and forth on this, man, but I'm just saying, I gotta see, I gotta understand. I love Griffin. I love him as a player, but like, you know, in the name of consistency. Well, Carl, I mean, you can say he was too hard on himself, but that matched what I saw as far as the eye test in the second season. His play was at D+ level. He was burnt game after game after game in that second season. And a lot of it he spoke to is he was trying to be Richard Sherman. That's what his reasoning behind why that went that way a little bit. And that may be the case. But at the end of the day, I fall back on the fact that he needed a second year to develop. He needed a second year to round out his form, to figure out what kind of NFL football player he was. And once he got that figured out after a tough second year, he turned it on in his third year, and he took a huge step forward from what he had been. A huge step forward. And I think Flowers has that in him to do it. Will he? I don't know, but I think he absolutely has it in him to do it. Yeah, I think Brendan, people are a little bit of a victim of the moment and a victim of the recent moment. And so the last game you remember is the Devontae Adams game. So that's the game that sticks in your mind. You don't remember the game against the Eagles where Flowers plays perfect press coverage, showing Carson Wentz what looks like going to be a cover 2, but he's actually going into his bail technique. He's disguising his bail because he's in press. After his diagnosis, Wentz then tries to throw into the hole shot on the cover 2. Flowers jumps the route for the pick at the end of the game. Griffin has never made a play like that in his entire career. In his entire career, never. And that kind of play can be reduplicated. Flowers can do that again and again and again and again. That's something you can show itself again. And it's something that's very important to cornerbacks in this defense, the ability to diagnose what you're doing. Yes, you run a lot of bail technique. You run a lot of the kick step to go deep and protect against the cover 3. But you also do a lot of other different things. And if you can disguise that to a quarterback, then you can have opportunities to jump routes for interceptions and whatnot. I would argue Griffin's is not the best disguiser of his intentions. Flowers is a lot better at that. Does it round out his game and make him better? We'll see. But that's the thing I think where Flowers gets sold a little short on. Mohamed Cisse, I didn't see if he played good, but yeah, he was a guy that, man, that was a toolsy cornerback, exactly the type of cornerback that Seattle tends to look for. But did he play good in Indy? Indy sure knows how to look for cornerbacks. They always seem to have they're always 5 deep with some really good corners. It could be because Griffith couldn't get the best corner we have, and now he is better because he's getting the hang of being the number 1 corner. Yeah, I think yeah, then that's kind of my TJ. I think you're speaking to this is my point. Things take time to develop. Guys take time to get to the best player or the best version of the player that they are going to be. And it took Griffin that extra second season to get there. I would argue that the reason why it takes the extra time to get there is because Seattle asked their cornerbacks to do something different than most other NFL teams ask their cornerbacks to do. Not every NFL team, not even half the NFL teams, not even a third of the NFL teams run that kick step technique that the Seahawks implement. Okay, so and I've talked to this. I've got a buddy who's a former cornerback in college, and I've talked to him about this, and he's spoken to the fact that this kick step technique and stuff, this bail, into the bail, is one of the harder things to learn as a cornerback because of the patience required, because of how much it asks the cornerbacks to think. You know, it's not just saying be sticky on this guy, stick with this guy. It's not just asking them to do that. It's asking them to encompass a lot of different other aspects into how they're playing the position than they've ever been asked to play. And it's very complicated to pick it up. So you've got to give the guys some time to get there with it. It's not going to be instantaneous. The 2 game I remember the most is Flowers, the game against Emmanuel, and the last game with Adams is, I see the same. Yeah, Carl, he is inconsistent. He's a second-year guy, but this is part of what I come back to is that all these points I'm making about the complicated nature of the cornerback position for the Seattle Seahawks and how hard it is to pick up. Now add into the fact that you're a safety coming out of college and then making that transition to cornerback. Like, it's already this hard thing for other people. We can't bring cornerback free agents in, right? We can't bring those guys in because it's too much for them to learn. So you're already asking a guy to learn this new, very advanced cornerback technique, and it's a guy who just switched positions. And you're expecting that guy to walk in out the door and just be impactful right out the gate, to come in and be a shutdown corner out the gate? I don't. I look at it as like the guy's going to take some time to get to where we want him to get. But you look at his size, 6'3", long, an ability to tackle, an ability to force fumbles, some ball skills. I could work with that. I can work with that. But I do want to put, Dustin, I think you hit the nail on the head. With all that said, I would like us to draft a cornerback who can push him. I'd like to see some other talent in here where the always compete mantra is really played out and shown, because those two cornerbacks last year didn't have anybody pushing them. Akeem King was not pushing Flowers. Ugo Madi, with his 5'9" size, was not pushing Flowers out there on the outside. Those guys were kind of their own. They were going to have the job, and it was theirs. Not only not theirs to lose, it was just going to be theirs no matter what, come hell or high water, kind of. I do feel Flowers. Yeah. Do we pay Griffin if he continues to not get picks? Well, Emmett Brown, this is the reason why I don't want to give him a contract extension this offseason when he is available to get one. Because after your third season, of course, that's the point when you can get a contract extension. And if you're not a first round pick, if you're one of those third, fourth round guys or second round guys, then you are in line for that contract as you're heading into your fourth year. But the problem for me is that I feel like Griffin is going to want to break the market for cornerbacks, or at least he's going to want to be right in that market setting deal, which is going to be in that $16, $17 million per season. And if you don't take the ball away, if you're not a guy who can get interceptions, it's great if you're sticking coverage. It's great if you're a good tackler. But I kind of need those things if I'm paying you at that top of that market rate. And if I'm not going to see that, I need to see one more year to see if you take that step development. If you go now another foot forward as far as Griffin goes and start taking away the ball. If you do that, then I'm open to paying you at that top of that market. But if he's not willing to take some kind of discount here where you can get him into maybe a $10 million per year deal right now, because you are paying him ahead of it, you're not having to pay him. You can theoretically let him go into another year and play out the year without you doing anything. You've got him under club control. So if you can get him to take a little bit of a discount to give him that extension early, I'm open to that. But he's got to give you that discount to do that. I'm not paying him top of the market right now and early. Not doing both of those two things. I still like Griffin as a quarterback, though. I'm not down on Griffin in any way, Carl. I like Griffin. I think he's still got some potential ahead of him, and he could still become a guy who does get some picks and interceptions. That one play against the 49ers, you saw him jump the route. We're on that BS ref call where they called defensive holding on the same play, and he beautifully jumped the route. I think it was on like the first play of the game for the 49ers, just kind of setting the tone for that game. That really showed you he's got it in his tool bag. You know what I mean? It's there. So you hope maybe, and if he could start doing that, then I would love to see him continue to remain and sign him to a contract extension. That's right, TJ. That's all we need is just quarterbacks. Dustin 3 asks, how come more wide receivers don't get converted to corner like Sherm did? You already know wide receivers have hands for days. Yeah. I think the reason you don't see it is because the conversion has to happen prior to the guy coming out of the draft. So it's got to happen. In Sherman's case, he was a receiver up until I think his junior year, and then he switched over. And so he had that time to kind of get his feet wet in college and kind of learn himself a little bit, learn some of the just basics of the position, and he wasn't having to go whole hog and change it 180 degrees once he got to the NFL. So I think it's just a harder transition to make if you're going wide receiver, cornerback straight out. But I think it's also one of those things that Sherman had to really own a little bit of the fact that he wasn't going to go into the NFL as a wide receiver. And he was a good wide receiver for Stanford until he made that change, until he switched over. But it was Sherman, being kind of the smart guy that he can be at times, understood the value here is for me to go to cornerback, and it shows foresight on his part by going there. I don't think most college players have that same kind of balls, willingness to to go outside their comfort zone. Carl Neary, on our difference excluding Shaq left. Yes, I need to be based if the he blows went. You might have to retype that, Carl. On our difference excluding Shaq, laugh my ass off. Yes, I need you to be a beast. And if the he blows weren't so big, I wouldn't have happy with the third quarter when he turns it up, but not 1, 2, 3, 4. I think I got what you said, Carl, but you might have me. I not totally understand that. But hey, Shaq is still great. You've got every right to like him and be high on him, man. He had a fantastic season, and taking that step forward like he did coming off the second year he had was an absolute marvelous turnaround. Emmett, his value is at the highest it could be right now. Yeah, I don't know, though. I think that in some of this, too, is the Shaquem Griffin aspect of it, where he's a rotational rusher. You like having the twins on the team. You like the energy that they provide you here. I think that they're and again, I don't know that he would have as much value to other teams as he'd have with us. Griffin is just his own covered corner. So you're not going to be able to put him in a man-on-man scheme. And that's going to eliminate a lot of NFL teams as far as trading it for him. So you wouldn't really be able to get maximum value out there and looking at Griffin on the trade market, really. I don't think you would be able to. I think it's just better to sit on him on another year and look at him potentially as a contract extension guy, but he's got to give you another year. He's got to give you another year of play, and I really would prefer to see at least some interceptions popping up here. Take away the ball a couple times. I don't need like 7 interceptions a year or Sherman-like numbers, but at least a couple of times a year, jump a route. Carl, he is the best tipper in the game. You know what I'm saying? There's no doubt Griffin is the best. He tips balls better than anybody else, in my opinion. He might not have the most passes defensed, but he is a master tipper. All right, hold on, guys. I'm going to go use the bathroom, get some more coffee, fill up on that. I'm going to be right back. Bear with me. Oh, here we go. All right. Sorry, I'm a little behind on the chat. We'll catch back up here. To me, I'm having the tips. Myers only missed 5 field goals, but God, it felt like he missed way more than he couldn't have make an extra point in his life. Yeah, TJ, I think that the extra points are really the thing that really kind of puts you in that phase of like, man, he just didn't have a good year last year. Myers has been a league average kicker throughout his career. He had the one outlier year with the New York Jets where he was fantastic, but he's been kind of right where he was last year. That's his career averages. He's right along with that. You are kind of getting what you're getting with that. My opinion is that, my problem with Myers is not necessarily with Myers itself. It's with the Pete Carroll's lack of willingness to go for it on fourth down. He really has become so conservative as a coach and so unwilling to go for it fourth down. And you saw the Ravens really utilize that aggressive spirit. I really wish we just go for it more. They get so like, a 52-yard field goal attempt in CenturyLink when the wind's blowing and it's raining, or you go for it on 3rd and 5. Like, why don't I trust? This is part of the part of the let Wilson cook crowd that I'm a part of is not just we're going to turn an offense into throwing the ball 60% of the time and running it 40% of the time, and you're just going to be pass happy all over the place. It's not that. It's not necessarily just that. It's all of these things that get built into it. It's the going for it on 4th down. It's a willingness to run maybe some hurry up here and there, a little up tempo offense. It's some of these things that are it's the myriad of things in letting him cook. And so with Myers, I think Myers is perfectly fine as a kicker. Yeah, we could have a better kicker. It'd be great if we had a better kicker. But at the end of the day, go for it more on 4th down. You're one of the best red zone offenses in the NFL. Why not lean on that a little bit more? Yeah, Combat, he missed a kick against the Packers, and I think it was a 50-yard kick in Lambeau in frigid temperatures when the ball's not going to travel very well. Those weren't tough misses. If you look at a lot of his misses, they weren't tough to predict. And I think part of this is an evolution in the kicking game as far as Carroll and as far as how he views the kicking game. Hauschka was very solid for us, okay? Hauschka is a guy that fans love. Like, I want Hausch money back. I want Hauschka back. But people forget with Hauschka, the problem with Hauschka was that he had a 40-yard leg. So you start getting to 45 yards, and Hauschka's not having it. He ain't kicking 45-yarders. Anything inside of 40 yards, yeah, he's money. So Carroll moves off of that. What is the next kicker they essentially go to? You go to you got Blair, who was a horrific, but they thought, okay, he's going to have a bigger leg than Hauschka, so maybe we don't have the accuracy inside the 40 yards that we have with Hauschka, but we're going to get more bigger leg. And now they've gotten caught up in that concept with kickers now since then. Sebastian Janikowski, supposedly a big-time leg, can hit 50-yarders. Didn't exactly play out that way, right? Same thing true with Blair, where they thought, okay, we got a guy who can hit 50-yarders. And so you saw Carroll just being like so rigid and like, he can hit 50-yarders. God damn it. I swear he can hit him. Look, he's gonna hit. And he wasn't able to do it because consistently throughout his career, he's not really been a 50-yard guy. It really isn't in his wheelhouse. He can hit him. He'll be, 50%, 40%, 30%, but he's not going to just drill everyone through like he's Greg Zuerlein of the Rams, It's not going to be like that. Yeah, I was okay with the Jason Myers signing at the time. I didn't expect over the moon because kickers just tend to be like that. They have their one pop year and then they'll be what they are and then they'll pop and they'll have a down year. You saw that with Hauschka when he had a really down year on his last year and that's why they didn't re-sign him. And then he's had a couple of good years now with Buffalo since then. It's sort of the nature of the beast with the kicker position. Yeah, Destin, I've never actually seen a kicker blow out his hamstring on a field goal attempt. That was a new one for me with Janikowski. And man, that was tough to watch. That was really tough to watch. Honestly, it's the O-line. If you can block for your kicker, he gets scared and overcorrects. Yeah, they can overcorrect a little bit. I bet that might have factored into some of the stuff. Didn't we have a block last year too? We had like one block. Yeah, those kickers bounce around for years, Emmett. It seems like if you're a kicker in the NFL, once you get established as a guy who can kick in the NFL, it's like you're set for 10 years. You're going to play for 10 years no matter what, good, bad, or the other. Someone's going to try to pick you up and give you another try if you do suck. And man, the extra point aspect has gotten lame to me. The moving the extra point back to the 15-yard line. I just as soon as just make it a play. Just go for it. Have everyone have to go for 2. I feel like I'd almost prefer that at this point over like the extra point system, which has just become, that messed up the kickers' heads. You could see it. Every kicker has been messed up with that 15-yard extra point now. Like guys that should be an easy kick, no brainer, right down through the middle, but you've seen a lot of guys who've just started shanking that. Just, no. Yeah, Emmett, Hauschka sucked his last year here. It was part of the reason why he didn't get re-signed because he was also wanting to be paid at top of the kicker market. And if you're a guy that was my problem with bringing back Hauschka and why I was okay with letting him move on. Because look, if you can't kick inside, it's got to be inside 42 yards for every field goal kick. Why am I paying you top of the market as a kicker? I can't go find that somewhere else on the market or find something out there that's almost that. I feel like I can. I feel like there's other kickers at a reduced price that, I can locate that in. So it just didn't make a lot of sense that you're paying that top of the market stuff. Yeah, I think Blair Walsh was probably the worst kicker we've had come through here. Probably since Olindo Mari came in. That was probably the worst since him. But he was awful. And another guy you could see was pretty much at the end of his rope as far as I got no beef with Tyler Ott qualities. Yeah, Tyler Ott's a great long snapper, man. It's all you can ask for. You don't see crappy snaps. Everything's down the middle. He seems pretty good. Yeah, Carl mentions don't watch Andy Reid go throw up the sign and again, maybe this is an older coach thing, but Andy Reid was also went for it the fewest times on fourth down in the NFL of all coaches. So I don't know, maybe as you get older as an NFL coach, you just become uber conservative in your managing of the game. I can understand though at the time why you did just go for one when they were down by 24, because that was in the first half, and the go for two formula says you don't start incorporating the go for two stuff until you're into the second half, usually late into the third quarter. That's the going general coaching rule book. It's cliched a little bit, but that tends to, a guy like Andy Reid's going to fall into that probably and, go that route. What do you think about the Asian Falcons kicker? It was cool when he made that. I think he made that one pretty awesome tackle in that game. And I think he's got a great onside kick. What's up, the Toast? Thanks for dropping on in, man. Good to see you stop on by. But he's a fun kicker to watch. If you can say there's a fun kicker to watch, then he's a fun kicker to watch. And he's got a cool name too, even. T. Higgins. So Emmett asked about T. Higgins. Yeah, I think he's going to make it to 27. Ruggs with his 40 time has put himself in the top 20. Judy's going to go. CD Lamb's going to go. I imagine we'll see another receiver or two in there, but I think that he's probably going to last there. I don't think he ran a 40 at the combine, I want to say. So that would lead me to believe that there's going to be some questions with him on speed, because he is such a trust thrower, a guy that, is going to be able to take it away from a cornerback hanging on him. He's one of those guys in the Brian Edwards type role, who really is a guy who can go up and get it, win at the red line, as the Seahawks coaching staff would say. They value guys that can win at the red line. And he can do that. So Higgins would be a guy that I think would be in Seattle's wheelhouse. He's a very solid receiver. I feel like he's a high floor, low ceiling guy. He's a guy that I know what I'm getting when he walks in the door, but I don't necessarily think he's going to blow it up and become an upper level wide receiver in the NFL. He's going to be a very useful wide receiver, a solid starter, a number 2, number 3 guy, but I don't see a 1 guy, Coup guy. Coup? Oh, that's the kicker. Yeah, the Coup. I don't think he's a free agent or anything, but yeah, he's a fun kicker, man. It's cool to have another Asian American type player out there. We only seem to have like one at a time in the NFL. TJ, yeah, I do. I think Russell Wilson is on track to get injured. You want to hear one of my hot takes, one of my sure predictions that I think is coming down the track is that I think Russell Wilson within the next 2 years is going to get injured if this offensive line does not get figured out and figured out in a hurry. He has taken a beating over the last few years. We've talked about in this on the chat, we talked a little bit about this. Some of this is self-inflicted. He favors by always building the offensive lineup with just a whole bunch of run blockers and not more pass protectors there. And it really has led him to really get beaten up at times. And I feel like Russell has been a little bit lucky. Part of it is the way he prepares himself and takes care of his body. But it really is one of those things that's going to come down the track as he's getting older now and is not as young a man as he once was. It just takes one weird hit, man. We saw Sue almost take him out a couple years ago. We saw Eli Harold of the 49ers give him a high ankle sprain and almost take him out. Russell Wilson's one tough son of a bitch. But if it comes down to an ACL tear, or comes down to a broken bone, he's not going to be able to get back on the football field. And that is where we are heading right now currently, unfortunately. Tobias Larson, thanks for dropping on into the chat. He asked, do you agree? Do we need to be able to have significant contribution from this year's first and second round picks? We need them to contribute and play instead of playing vets like Brandon Jackson. Tobias, 100%. 100%. I put Brandon Jackson in that same role of a Tedrick Thompson or Lano Hill, where I go, what is it that this guy does to earn the playing time that he earns out on the football field? And you saw in this last year's draft with their unwillingness, inability to get LJ Collier out on the field, for Blair to only get one start and very little playing time himself. Ugo Madi the same way. Cody Barton couldn't get on the football field until Michael Kendricks got injured. You're not going to be able to reduplicate that this next season. And part of my reasoning behind this is the fact that they're not making any schematic changes. And this was one of my original points to this offseason. There's two roads you can go down, Seattle. One road is that you bring in new coordinators, you bring in new schemes, you try to change things up so that this thing that has become stagnant, stale, and easily predictable no longer becomes that way. You're able to keep teams off guard and not know what's coming, essentially. But we have seen the coaching staff is not willing to do that. Carroll is not willing to do that. So instead, they want to go this route, which is we're going to maintain what we've been. And I've argued that if you do go this route this offseason, if you're going to be relying on just leaning on the draft picks, leaning on the draft on the salary cap space, then you almost need to be nearly perfect in your decision-making in the picks that you need to make. The first, the second round picks are going to need to be starters, or you're going to need to find starters in the fourth, fifth, and sixth round. You cannot afford to just do what you did last year where you're just going to punt a draft, redshirt everybody, and just kind of, play to 2022 on this or 2023. Like, no, you're going to have these guys jump on the field and go. And I hope that they draft with that thought process in mind. They're going to have to, because the schematic changes aren't there. They're just not. It's going to be the same thing that we've been looking at for all these last years. It just will be. I know a lot of us don't like it, but it ain't changing. So we just got to make our peace with it. OTB Combat asks, how do you think we go about obtaining a better O-line? Well, my first pick for us right now in the draft is Isaiah Wilson. My second pick is Logan Steinberg. Where I think you go and upgrade the offensive line is through the draft. That is where the talent is. That's where the depth of talent is. You don't have the same depth of talent at defensive tackle or defensive end, pass rushers. That's where you can go get it. So I want us to go get the pass rushers and defensive linemen out in free agency or via trade. And then I want us to stack the offensive linemen in this draft. 2 to 3 offensive linemen I'd like to see drafted in this draft. Aaron Donald had a few hits on him that made me nervous. Yeah, TJ. I mean, Aaron's a small enough guy at 6 feet tall. A lot of these guys, 6'4", 6'5", can't really lay the lick on Wilson because he's so small. They've got to get so low to hit him hard. But Donald's one of those guys that's 6 feet tall who can get down on Wilson's level and really lay into him. And he's been a guy that, you've not done a lot to really get answers to overcome Donald, and he's beaten up Wilson quite a bit over the few years. It has me concerned, man. Emmett, I think the injury's coming, man. It is. There were some hits he took this year that I literally just, my breath was held, my heart stopped. I went off. No, this is it. That was the one right there. That was the one, where he just, like the Eagle game, his foot got caught in the turf. He has played every single game in the NFL. He has started every single game in the NFL. That is phenomenal. Like, let's put that all in perspective and not forget that, it's been guys like Eli Manning and Rivers that have had those consecutive game streaks in recent years really mount up. The statue quarterbacks who never get hit, that always get the ball out of their hand. He's a guy who's a mobile quarterback. And if you look at the NFL in history, just take the last 40 years. Let's go through some quarterback names real quick, shall we? Randall Cunningham, Steve Young, Michael Vick, Robert Griffin. You can go through the line and list of guys from 20, 30 years back that were mobile quarterbacks who ran the ball a lot. And all of them within their first 10 years had major, major injuries. Some of them within their first 5 years of starting had major, major injuries because they take more hits than other quarterbacks do. The fact that he's been able to avoid it and that he's an Iron Man and he's gotten through has been great. But I don't want it to be wholly reliant on it. I don't want to be like, let's just have a crap show for an offensive line because Russell will overcome all. He'll perform miracles. He'll make water to wine. No, give him an opportunity to succeed. Give him a great offensive line. Then see what he does. Watch his stats go through the roof. Yeah, he runs for his life every game, Dustin. I agree. And he shouldn't. When you're in year 10 with a Hall of Fame quarterback, you should not be asking that Hall of Fame quarterback to be running for his life on a consistent weekly basis. It's BS. It's BS. And it goes back to Carroll's love affair with running the ball, and just kind of holding these blinders to not thinking there's going to be games where you have to throw the football, where you're not going to enforce your will upon the opposition, where you're going to actually have to rely upon Russell cooking. And he just doesn't, I don't see that the willingness within the coaching staff to accept that reality of the situation. They just seem to kind of come back and think, well, if we just build the offensive line with just enough road graders, we'll be able to run on anybody. It's just not been the case. Week in and week out, it's a little bit too inconsistent in that respect. Yeah, the Clay Matthews hit in the NFC Championship game was the hardest I've seen Russell hit too. That was a straight shot across the face, and Matthews has got the shoulder shrug, dirty shoulder shrug play he does. Where Matthews, you watch him, he tucks his hands inside, and this is what he does to make the officials not call a foul on him. You see, because if he tucks his hands inside, then he leans with his shoulders. It looks very somewhat innocent, but he is spearing that shoulder up. And you've seen him do it to Russell even when he's been with the Rams. He did like 2 or 3 plays this last season. He got called on it on one game, and he got all up in arms like, it's like, you know what you're doing, dude. You're trying to hit him in the head with your shoulder, and you know you're doing it. And Matthews is a little dirty for that, in my opinion. But if he gets hurt, it's Pete's fault. Yeah, if he gets hurt this year, it's 100% going to be Pete's fault. They could have certain built-in excuses for these last prior years where they say we didn't have the flexibility. There wasn't the offensive line talent available on the market. Blah, 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 blah. This year, you have a ton of draft picks. You've got one of the deepest offensive line drafts in the last 5 years to 10 years. You've got a ton of money you could go out and spend. There are available free agents like Brandon Scherf and Conklin and Joe Thuney out there. You have options in a variety of different ways to solve this situation. Falling back on we couldn't really do much. We just got stuck, held up against the wall. Couldn't really do much there. It's not a viable option, not a viable excuse. Not for me, not anymore. Tobias Larson, do I still think KJ Wright is going to get cut? I think KJ Wright had one of his better years in the last 4 years this season, and I still think he is going to get cut. He is due to make, I think, like $8 million in base this next season, and I am apt to believe that the coaching staff probably thinks and believes that a second-year Cody Barton at the will is better than a 35-year-old KJ Wright at the will at $8 million per season, and that the $8 million being the final deal breaker on that decision to lend back to Cody Barton. I feel like if you want to, $8 million, you could go get a really good defensive, a good pass rusher at $8 million. That's Ndamukong Suh. That's getting a guy like Suh on that defensive tackle as a rotational guy, or having KJ Wright. I don't see the impact out of KJ Wright at the will linebacker position, and it's not his fault. The 4-3 outside linebacker position at the will is not ever going to be a very impactful position. There's a reason only Derek Brooks is the one outside linebacker in a 4-3 scheme Hall of Famer we've seen in the last 30 years. For this reason, it's very, very hard to have a monumental effect on the game at that will linebacker position. You're kind of you get a little bit lost in the shuffle, But yeah, his age is a problem. Again, don't forget the shoulder issues are a problem. He's got knee injury issues. I go with Cody Barton in that line will role personally. Hell, I'd even be more open to potentially Ben Miller-Kirvin in that role. A guy who ran a 4.5 40 at the combine who could give you some really great speed and coverage ability. I think he's a safety convert at the linebacker position in Kirvin, who could be even maybe an upgrade there. If you wanted to move Barton over to the Sam and have him up over the tight end. The draft is the answer for the O-line. I agree. Conklin, I don't think he gets $18 million per year. The tackle market will be elevated, but I think probably more $14 to $15 million per year is probably what you're looking at with Conklin. I think 18 is a little rich. Yeah, Brendan, but remember, Brendan and Brenson's, I feel like one of the best games last year was Tampa Bay. They really cut Russ loose, and it was magical. And Brendan, you're not wrong. You're not wrong, okay? They cut him loose. But why did they cut him loose in that game? Because Tampa Bay was one of the better run-stuffing teams in the entire NFL last year, and you couldn't run for nothing in that game. And you had defensively, you were giving up huge amount of passing yardage to Jameis Winston. And so their hand was forced. And this is what they do with Russell and throwing the balls. They will not throw it until it's begrudgingly, until their teeth are they're clenched, their jaws just, okay, well, we'll throw it. Damn it, fine, we'll throw it. And then super successful. I thought the same thing in the Pittsburgh Steelers game. Steelers came out in that blitz heavy look that the Seattle Seahawks saw a lot of this year, where teams were running 5-man fronts, throwing a 6-man blitzer at them, and really just loading up the gap. And Seattle attacked with the short passing game, giving Russell those easy completions that I've talked about. 1, 2, 3, ball is out. 1, 2, 3, ball is out. 1, 2, 3, ball is out. Trust your read. They didn't really go back to it much last year after that Steeler game. You just see these flashes and moments like, why can't you guys tap into that more? Why not become more of that a little bit? But you see it in just these little bursts, Yeah, if Russ had Lamar Jackson or Mahomes OLs, he'd have multiple. Yeah, Emmett, that's the thing with Russ is that we've really never seen Russ with an upper level offensive line. I know everybody likes to say when he first came in his first years that, well, you got Russell Okung and you got Max Unger and you got a couple of guys like James Carpenter in there. It was pretty good. It was not a top 5 offensive line. Okay. Like it was good, not top 5. He's never had like a top, I'd even argue he's not even had a top 10 offensive line in his career. I'd argue that 2012, 2013 offensive line was probably about 11 to 15. It's where they probably ranked overall. They weren't great in pass protection, better run blockers than pass protectors, and then I come back to that with him. I think I agree. I think you have a guaranteed MVP year in Russell Wilson the second that you get him a legitimate offensive line. There'll be no question. There'll be no other extra guys in competition with him that year. It won't even be Mahomes. He will blow the stats away. He will be throwing up like 4,500 yards. He'll put up 40 touchdowns. He'll have like a couple interceptions because he's going to have all the time in the world to throw the football, which he's never had. Imagine what that's going to be like for Russell when he actually does finally get that time to sit back there and assess and not be under a ton of heat all the time. Emma Brown says, seems most of the front office talk has been about pass rush, not much about the OL line, unfortunately. Emmett, I agree. And that's where I also, Emmett, I'm reading into the tea leaves here, but I also read into that's part of them acknowledging the fact that the offensive line and where they want to attack, that's going to be in the draft. And that it's in free agency and in making trades, that's where they would attack the defensive line at. You go after one in one place and one after the other because you've got so many pass rushers on the market in free agency and via trade, and then you have so much depth and quality on the offensive line in the draft. It's just the way that this is kind of breaking down, in my opinion. I know we will see this year, and believe me, I was born in 88. I love Pete more than most. Pete is capable of change. I don't know if Pete's capable of change at this point. I think Pete's pretty much going to be what he is. You look at historically coaches as they age and what happens with them as they age, and you don't tend to find coaches willing to adopt new practices as they get older. It's the nature of how things go. I'd love to be proven wrong on this. I'd love to see Pete come in next season, throwing a whole bunch of stuff out there that we've never seen before and really doing some different things. But I don't see it happening under any circumstance at all. Do you think KJ could be a Seahawks Ring of Honor member? No, TJ, I don't. You go look at KJ Wright's stats at the end of the day. He's got 1,000 tackles, which is very nice. He's going to have about 5 interceptions in his career. He's going to have about 3 forced fumbles. He's probably going to have about 6 sacks. There's not enough there. There's been some really good players even out the outside linebacker role, I would say. Chad Brown had a better career than KJ Wright's had. KJ Wright's had a longer career, but Chad Brown was a way more impactful player for us in the outside linebacker role than KJ Wright has been. You could potentially make an argument that even Julian Peterson potentially had a better, even shorter career, admittedly, than KJ did, but that he had a better career because he was able to also give you not only the coverage ability, but a pass rush ability at that outside linebacker role that KJ Wright has not been able to give you. Dustin 3 says the Colts remind me of how management treats Russ. No O-line. Luck Wilson will be fine. BS, where's Luck now? Well, Dustin, you know what it is? The Colts did figure it out, but they figured it out too late. After Luck was already beat to hell, after that ankle was done, then they had brought in the Quentin Nelsons to go with the Costanzas, and they were the Ryan Harris at center out of Alabama. Like, they did start to invest in, but they waited until it was too late. Seattle's been very lucky that it's not been too late with Russell here, where he's not got some injury that is limited him in his mobility or has really taken him down as a passer because he can't be what he was. But that will come. So, they're at one point or another, the bill's going to be due. The chickens come home to roost. And those chickens are waiting to come home to roost in a big way if they don't deal with it. Yeah, I don't know why they don't cut Russell Wilson loose and they're so scared to with it. I really don't. It doesn't make a lot of sense. He's very good with the ball. It's not like he's wild when you give him a bunch of attempts and he starts throwing interceptions all over the place. I don't understand it. Yeah, he would put up Mahomes' numbers if he had the same kind of offensive line. He absolutely would. Mahomes has never been under the type of pressure or stress in any of his seasons that Russell Wilson has been. Tobias asks, what kind of third string receiver do we need? An over-the-middle receiver like Deebo Samuel, or would you rather have a speedster, or would you rather fit our current core of Lockett and Metcalf? Well, Tobias, in my current mock draft, I've got the Seattle Seahawks taking with their second round pick, Brian Edwards out of South Carolina. This would be an outside wide receiver. This would be another big 6'2", 6'3" type guy who can go up and get the ball. That's what I want. I think that fits Russell Wilson's skill set. There's been a going theory of we want to have the short, smaller guys with Russell who can break off their route, and then when the scramble drills develop, can get open on the secondary routes. And while I do think that is somewhat important, I don't think it is as important as having a guy who Russell can throw the ball up to and who that he can just trust throw to, and that guy's going to go get it, or the cornerback's not going to have any chance at it. And that's what he's got, I think, in DK Metcalf, and you saw him really utilize that with DK. You saw him really utilize it with Will Disley on some of those throws in the red zone against the Cardinals and against the Steelers. I think he really likes those kind of players. So I'd like to give him some more of those kind of guys out there at the outside, where we've really seen historically the last 10 years more of the smaller, the Golden Tates, the Percy Harvins, the Tyler Lockett's, the Paul Richardsons, right? We've seen more of those kind of guys that are a little bit more slider. Yeah, I think it's bearing out right now where the offensive line comes through the draft. The defensive line's pass rush comes through the free agency / trades. Yeah, Russell is not going to be bad if he's got time to look. I don't see how it's anything but it would do anything but you could look at it as a coaching staff as a boon to be able to give him more time to sit back there and throw the ball. Only one O-line visit. Yeah, I mean, I think the O-line visits are important. I do, but I also believe that they're not necessarily the end-all be-all as an indicator of who Seattle's exactly going to go out there and pick. I really don't think that's necessarily going to be true. I think you could find, usually at the end of the day, what ends up happening is we go through the draft, and there's usually like one of the guys that they met with, they ended up picking. But there's 6 other guys that they didn't meet with, or 7 other guys they didn't meet with that they did pick. So it's a little bit of an indicator, but it's not necessarily everything. And it is more important this year because they lowered it down from 60 players to 45 players that they can do the personal visits with. But I still give a little bit of, I take a grain of rice with the personal visit stuff. Yeah, Sean Wright says, it makes me mad. And what's up, Sean? It makes me mad that our passing offense hits its peak in 2-minute hurry-up situations. If only we go back to your 2015 passing game. Yeah, I think it would be awesome too, man. It would sure be great if they could go back and implement some of that in 2015 was because I think you weren't necessarily at times able to run as well. So it was the mother of all necessity. Came into play there. But I certainly would like to see them throw them more. You're not going to get any disagreement from me on that. Yeah, thankfully Russ is an Iron Man. I mean, it's a phenomenal achievement that a mobile quarterback has played 10 straight years and started every game. Not just started every game, but this guy's played almost a season worth of extra games and playoff games as well. Let's not discount that too. Yeah, TJ, TJ says if we got Conklin at right tackle and then Brandon and Joe at guards, we would have an amazing season. You certainly would have some guys you'd plug in right in and they should be able to go. I mean, you're getting guys that there's not any development needed. You're not going to need to have them. They should be able to come in and get pretty cohesive pretty quickly with that kind of group. It's a lot of assets you'd be putting on the offensive line at that point. And you'd be then having to bring in young guys on the defensive line, young guys as defensive ends, trying to hope they can give you some more pass rush, which might get a little bit dicey. But if your offense was a super offense and putting up 35, 40 points a game, maybe the defense doesn't have to be as special. Do you think the coaching staff is scared of what we do to other teams coming back in the fourth quarter on purpose to let Russ cook? I think that the coaching staff believes in shortening the games and holding their cards close to the vest. So if they've got money plays, if they've got plays they want to lean on, if they've got things against a particular scheme that they think are going to be dynamic, they will wait to unveil and really unleash those until the second half. They will set a lot up with their play calling in the first half to give a defense a look so that they can work off of that in the second and third quarter. And that's good. It helps you in those third and fourth quarters as far as, you giving the different looks. But unfortunately, again, you're kicking away a first and second quarter sometimes to set that secondary stuff up. And we see them in other teams that they don't have to always set the stuff up to make it work. They can make it work from the first to the fourth quarter. They can keep changing it up on their own. They don't have to have everything be okay, we're going to run up the middle 2 or 3 times and then we can work that off a play action, but we'll have run it up into the wall for 3 times and gotten nothing to get to that play action play that gets us the deep shot. I don't know. I don't love it as much. It's very inefficient. This might be a stupid question, but where can I see your mock draft? So Tobias, I don't have my mock draft posted anywhere as of yet, but I will tell you what it is. And so everybody on here that has already heard this a couple times, I'm sorry. I will go through this quickly for him. Bear with me. Okay. So my mock draft goes as follows. I believe Yetur Gross-Matos is the guy right now, Tobias, that's being mostly mocked to us. I think it's a pipe dream. So I think that they're going to he's going to be picked in the teens. But if he's there, he's the first guy I have us taking. I think if he's not there, Isaiah Wilson, the right tackle out of Georgia, is the guy we take as the first pick. I've got Logan Steinberg out of Kentucky, mean, nasty Mauler guard as our first second-round pick. Brian Edwards as our receiver that we would take with our second-round pick out of South Carolina. I've got Bryce Hall in the third round, John Runyon in the fourth round, Nick Harris in the fifth round, Michael Warren in the sixth round, and Trajan Bandy out of Miami, a slot corner in the seventh round. Every game this year gave me about a heart attack, and I'm getting older now, so it's going to get harder and harder for my heart to take. But this year was crazy with some of the cardiac. The Tampa Bay game, the 49er game. I mean, some of the painful games but yeah, Carl, I think there's something weird to the way they set the game up as far as first and second quarter and the play calling and how they're setting things up for later in the game, which is, I get what they're doing. It's not unconventional, but do you think Russ had the 05 line, he'd be an MVP? Yeah, I do think he would be an MVP if he had the 05 line. You'd be able to run on Will at the left side on anybody. He'd have Robbie Tobick as his cerebral center, so Tobick would be able to make all the calls on the line. A lot of that has come to Russell at times as he's gone forward now, where he has to make a lot of the protection calls, which is not necessarily Russell's best thing. He's not the greatest guy at pre-snap recognition of blitzes, and so that's not been the best thing for him. But having a guy like Tobick who could have done that and then rounded out with Gray and Locklear over on the right side, yeah, he would have thrown again. I think you give him an outstanding offensive line. You give Russell Wilson a top 5 offensive line. He's throwing for 4,500 yards with probably like a 9-yard average per average throw. And he's probably putting up like 45 touchdown passes because it's going to make the game so much easier on him than what it has been. Yeah, Brendan asked, do they know the first quarter touchdowns are worth 6 points and fourth quarter touchdowns are also worth 6 points? You know what? It's a good question to ask because I'm not so sure. I'm not so sure that they understand. I think that they seem to think that, can you win the game in the fourth quarter? Yes. That whole thing. I think built within that is that, a touchdown in the third and fourth quarter is worth more to them for whatever reason. Personally, I just don't think you can offensively kick possessions away through a first and second quarter, especially when you're trying to always shorten games by running the ball as much as they do. Hello, Pancake in a Sock. Welcome on into the chat. I am definitely a little behind here, guys, as I look through here. So bear with me, Pancake. I'm getting back to your question here. The Olson signing, Pancake. I think the Olson signing was, and sorry guys if I've repeated myself on this one, so bear with me on this. But the bottom line on the Olson signings, we spent about $3 million more than I would have liked to have spent. He's a little bit of an aging injury-prone player, which has me worried on a team that missed the most games due to start or injury last year of anybody else in the NFL. But I do think that there's some upside to the move. He's the best quarterback that Russell, he's not had as good a quarterback that he's ever played with as Russell, a guy with a low drop percentage, high catch rate. He should be a guy I think that's going to give you, 35 catches, 500 yards next year, and maybe 6 touchdowns. So it's a little bit more money than I would have liked to spend, but I can deal with it. Yeah, probably the best team in the NFL with that 05 line. You got a Hall of Famer, 2 Hall of Famers on that offensive line, and Russell Wilson, and then DK Metcalf and Lockett on the outside. And then if you got Disley coming back healthy with Olson, yeah, you'd be damn near unstoppable if you could keep your health. How do you see Doug Baldwin get 14 touchdowns in 2000 and not let our receivers now cook? I don't know. I don't know why it's playing to your strengths, Carl. That's what I feel like. You play to your strength of your team. You've got the Hall of Fame quarterback in the middle of his prime. Play to that. You got a guy in DK Metcalf who's a Hall of Fame talent there for you at wide receiver. Play to that. You got Tyler Lockett, who is a fantastic inside-outside guy who can run any route in the route tree that you need ran. Utilize that. Will Disley, an up-and-coming tight end, utilize that. Take advantage of the assets you have, is my opinion on it. Do you think if we get productive D-line depth like 2013, would our Super Bowl window be bigger? I don't know if our Super Bowl window would be bigger, that our Super Bowl window would be attainable, is the word I'd say. Because there's no schematic changes going down on this defense, and we don't even know if they're not potentially going to still try to trot out that base 4-3 look 70-75% of the time like they did this season. What they need to do is get pressure out of that front four. We had one guy really generating any kind of pressure for us in Clowney. And then he soon got double and triple teamed as the year went along, and teams realized that he was the only pass rushing threat. We need 2-3 guys down on that defensive line as far as pass rushers. They need to invest in that almost above anything else to make this a functional team moving into next year. If you don't have that, if they don't get significantly better in their pass rush, we're going to be pretty much dead in the water, unfortunately, because defensively, we're not going to be able to stop much. Emmett Brown says Russ could win a Super Bowl with the 06 O-line. No Hutch necessary. Maybe. Don't forget, Emmett, you saw Walter age started to catch up to Walter after that 05 season. Robbie Tobeck, I think, was soon retired. Locklear never gave you the same kind of play that he gave you in that first rookie year at right tackle. He was never the same kind of player. No worries on Reed Tobias. It's all good, man. There's going to be repeats here. Not everybody's going to be able to make this live stream from the start to finish. So I don't mind repeating. If there's any detail I'm leaving out with it, and again, too, historically speaking, with the Olson signing, I looked at the stats wise. Antonio Gates, his 35th year in the league, 69 catches, 820 yards, 12 touchdowns. Jason Witten, 35th year in the league, or 35-year-old Jason Witten, 64 catches, 700 yards, 5 touchdowns. Tony Gonzalez, 35 years old. He had 70 catches, 656 yards, 6 touchdowns. Even Vernon Davis, maybe a lesser talented of that group, he got 43 catches, 648 yards, and 3 touchdowns. So there's definitely a recent past history of aging elder tight ends who are still able to still be somewhat productive. So much about being a tight end too is just laying down in the zone right, reading the coverage, which does lend itself well to those aging elder tight ends. What's the most encouraging thing you have heard Pete or John say this offseason? Does there have to be something encouraging that I feel like they've said, Brendan? Because I don't know if I've heard anything necessarily that's been super encouraging, to be honest with you. So far we've heard kind of the same kind of talk that we always hear from them during this process. I don't know if their assessment of the offense and the defense falls in line with what I see, where they don't see a need. I want to hear them say, we need to make some overhaul changes. We need to really do some different things here. I don't hear that from them. And so that doesn't lead me to be very encouraged so far by what I've heard from them. The fact that, I guess if I have to pinpoint one thing, it's to say I'm most encouraged by Aaron Carroll say that I went to go coach in the Pro Bowl this offseason to recruit. That's the most encouraging thing. So I have to give you an answer. That's going to be my answer, is that is encouraging. You were recruiting. You're actively trying to bring these guys in and use one of the greatest attributes you have as far as Carroll goes, which is his ability to recruit. TJ, what made me laugh is the movie Draft Day. The Seahawks had the first overall pick, and we were in the Super Bowl last year in real life. Yeah, that was a weird thing where they had Seattle like still in that preeminent like loser role in the movie, where they were like the can't do right kids or something. Like we were the 80s Seahawks. It seemed like that was when the screenwriter wrote that. Maybe was he still? I was thinking of like the 80s and 90s Seahawks. Wasn't the 7-game stretch we didn't have a sack? Yeah, Carl. There was, and not even worse. We had an 8-game stretch this season where the opposition's offensive line, and that was the varying offensive line that we played week in and week out. We did not have a holding call called against that offensive line for 7 or 8 straight games. You weren't even challenging offensive linemen to the point of them having to cheat because they got beat. They could just stay within their technique, and you still weren't getting to the quarterback. It's very disappointing, and it's, again, why you need to really hammer it this offseason, why you really do need to grind in on the defensive line. I'm talking three people at least, in my opinion, would be where I would be looking. Emmett, I don't know if we're doomed either way. I think you're on the right track, and that, the schematic changes do need to come into play. But I will say this, is that if you do have the quarterback's clock sped up, there's only so many of the quick screen game that you can run. There's only so many of the short crossers that you can run. You can get away with that a little bit. But if you've got a defensive line that's actually challenging and really, generating the pressure that I'm talking about, then you're not going to be able to really fully function as an offense. And I think that this defense can still be good enough with that type of system in play, with taking the resources and putting it on the defensive line as far as the money, draft allocation or whatnot. That's the better way to go. I don't think it's completely doomed in that stretch. I don't think you can ever get back to being a top 5 defense with this current scheme. I think those days are done, but you could still be a top 10, top 15 offense. And that's still going to be good enough if you can get the offense to a point of being so dynamic and epically good that they can put up the 30, 35 points a game and really put other teams at a disadvantage by feeling like they have to score so many points against us to beat us. You get other teams to get a little desperate then, maybe offensively, I guess is what I'm saying. They're not as patient, not as grindy up the field with those long drives that we've seen. Do you think Gerald McCoy would be a smart signing if he lasts in the later waves of free agency? Pancake in the sock. Yes, it would be a smart signing. Yes, I expect Gerald McCoy to last into that later stages of the free agent period. The post-June 1st period is when you no longer have a guy, if you sign him in free agency, he counts against the compensatory system. And that's always where you see those pass rushers last till. I believe Gerald McCoy last year lasted, I think, until late in the free agent period. And he's a guy who last year, even though he didn't have the greatest year for the Panthers, he still had a great pass rusher rate. He's a guy who stays pretty healthy. He's on the field week in and week out, and he's a pretty good 3 technique. He's a better 3 technique than we had last year. He would have played better, I think, than even Jaron Reed played for us. So I do like McCoy. Probably a 1-year, $5 million deal. I'd count me in on that. Yeah, Vernon Davis still wakes up in the middle of the night and shudders and screams the name Cam Chancellor. It's only about 3 times a week, but it's down to 3 times a week. That's off of 5 times a week, but he still does. Do you expect the Seahawks will run a lot of double tight end looks? Or do you think they rotate between those? I would look for them to run a lot of double tight end looks. I really would. I think it's the natural thing to do, actually, when you're a run-heavy team, to have the 2 tight end sets out there, because you really put the defenses in a bind as far as their personnel goes. And are you going to bring an extra corner on the field now to match up against this tight end? Or are you going to go linebacker heavy? And then you're going to have some mismatches where your tight ends are aligned against outside linebackers. And let's say you've got, you're challenging each outside linebacker on a given team. You can then find your mismatch and really attack it. So I hope they do. I really do. And I would garner that we probably are going to see a lot of that. Yeah, Brendan, I think you hit the nail on the head. You got guys coming down the field that are doing that. And that's one of the things Diggs gave you. When Condre Diggs came in, he really gave you a hitter back there in the secondary. And in that 49er game, the first one, he really laid the tone out there, and he set the tone right from the first catch, where he went right upside the 49ers receiver's head, where it's, hey, you got to be aware of this. And those receivers do start to become aware of those things on those short routes and stuff. When they get hit a couple times, they don't like it. You see the effect that it does have. So there's something to be said for that. Teams can't just completely operate within just the short passing game against us. It's the deep passing game that they've been able to. They've been able to attack us in both the short passing game and in the deep action. If you take away one, which you would do at the pass rush, and keep it all to the short action, you're fitting more now into the way that you're trying to design this scheme to stilt offenses, to hold them down a little bit. Because that's at the base of what they try to do with this defense, is you want to limit the big play. We do not want to get beat over the top. What is my offseason wish list for defensive line as far as who we get and resign? I would like to see us trade for Calais Campbell. I'd like to see us sign Ndamukong Suh, sign cheap Bruce Irvin. Those would be the kind of the guys that I think would be realistic situations that we could look at doing. If Von Miller trade was available, I would love to see him picked up. I think it would only cost like a 2nd round pick for a guy like that. Those would be the guys I'd probably fall in line with. It's more of about, I don't want to sign the Dante Fowler guy to the 4-year, $40 million deal, right? I'd rather sign 2 or 3 guys to the 1-year, $7 million deal. That's really where I'd rather go, because I think those guys give you the best bang for your buck. So I prefer to go that route. What do I think of responsible for Wagner's struggles last year? Running base, lack of experienced talent around him, age. Well, I don't know that did Bobby Wagner struggle as much last year. I think here's what I would say. I think he lost a half a step. I think he was coming off a season prior where he had his best year as an NFL player, not this last season, but the prior year. But let's face it, when you can talk about Bobby Wagner and say he struggled, but he still led the league in tackles, that's not too bad. And it falls in line with what we see at the middle linebacker position. Ray Lewis lost a half a step about this age. You saw Luke Kuechly, and part of his reasoning behind why he retired is he didn't feel like he was the same player that he had been prior, that he himself felt like he lost a half a step. My argument is that that's okay. Bobby Wagner can lose a half a step, and he's still going to get that much more instinctual as an aging player. He can make up for the half step because he's a half step smarter in his thought process. That's theoretically what you think you would believe. And I think that as long as they get some guys up front to protect him, because that's the one thing I don't think he necessarily had. You saw with Jaron Reed and the suspension and some of the lack of talent up front, you need those defensive linemen to clog up those lanes so that the guards can't get downhill and block on our linebackers. But that was happening too often because offensive lines felt like they could single up our defensive linemen and get down to the second level. And that's what happens with that. So if we get better on the defensive line, maybe he's held up a little cleaner. And I've used Ray Lewis as an example where Ray Lewis came in. He originally had Sam Adams and Tony Saragusa as his 2 defensive tackles. Those guys both ran out 350 plus pounds, okay? You had to double at least one of them, and sometimes you had to double both of them. And what that allowed Ray Lewis to do is just run free back there. But then those guys retire. Ray Lewis has a little bit of a dip at the midpoint of his career. He's getting eaten up by guards a little bit because he's not necessarily the biggest guy out there. Then they go get Haloti Ngata. He gets some other defensive tackles in there, get a little bit bigger again. He gets a little bit more protection. And again, he has a little bit of a resurgence at the end of his career. I would look for something similar with Bobby, where if you get a little bit better talent on the defensive tackle, you might see him be a little bit cleaner and a little bit able now to run sideline to sideline and not have to deal with those guards as much. Wish we had the Cowboys offensive line. Yeah, TJ, the Cowboys have a great offensive line. I'll say this. The one thing is it's starting to get older. All of those guys have, I think, moved through the end of their prime. I don't think that they're going to be as good going into next year as they've been in the past. but they still have a very solid line, and they've done a good job of really like continually Lel Collins, and they're just constantly kind of always finding a good top end guy to inject in there and understand the value of it. You got to give the Cowboys credit for that, because this is a lesson the Seahawks haven't necessarily learned, the value of an offensive line. Yeah, Carl, I think it's true. I mean, that's the thing you can always say, I think, about anybody that leads the league in tackles. It's really rare that you get a guy leading the league in tackles on a defense that's, say, top 5, right? Because they're going to get off the field more. There's just less opportunities. I think Bobby wasn't necessarily the player he'd been in the past. I still think he was an all-pro. I still think he was one of the best middle linebackers in the game last year. It just speaks to his level of talent, that he can lose a half a step, that he can be just a little bit diminished from what he was and still be a very good football player. Yeah, Carl, I think I think Vernon Davis is very happy to retire and not have to think about Cam Chancellor ever again. Do you think I'm getting a little behind here? Sorry, one sec. Do I think releasing KJ Wright is a smart move to save salary cap space? Yes, I do. He costs, I believe, $8.6 million against the cap right now. I believe you save something in the nature of $6-7 million by cutting him. And I just don't think that for that, paying an outside linebacker in a 4-3 scheme, $7-8 million per year, you better have a phenomenal cover guy, right? At that point, like, he better be just outstanding in coverage, or he better be able to rush the passer. KJ just doesn't give you any of that. He's good. He's fine. But there's no reason to pay a guy that kind of money when you got Cody Barton, who's going to give you, at the very least, near the same kind of level of play, if not better play, at a much cheaper rate. Yeah, I mean, I come back to that with Bobby, where I just feel like he wasn't given a lot of protection up front. Jaron Reed was out for the first 6 games. Al Woods gave you some decent play. Quentin Jefferson gave you some decent play. But nobody was keeping guards off the second level. Teams were able to get down on the second level of us, and this had a lot to do with why you saw us struggle in the run game, where in years past we've actually been pretty decent in the run game. I think this has been one of the worst years we had for defensive tackles as far as protecting Bobby in that respect. It's not the end-all be-all. This is a very nuanced thing with Bobby and where his level of play is at right now. But I think that does factor into it. I think also having the 4-3 scheme and sticking out there with 4 linebackers at times kind of made that hard. I think to your point, Carl, is that it made it so easy for quarterbacks to read how to attack us. I've got my 3rd slot wide receiver, and I'm looking at 3 linebackers on the field. Where do you think I'm going to go? Obviously your slot wide receiver. I believe Cody Barton played inside linebacker in college. I might be speaking out of school on that, but I think he was an inside guy. I think he's a guy that they ideally long-term project him as a middle linebacker, but they're happy with him outside linebacker. Brendan says Snacks Harrison is a perfect for protecting Bobby. Brendan, I agree with you. I worry with Snacks because he is in that 34-year-old range. Does he have enough in it? Does he have anything left in the tank? But as a run stuffer in this league, he has been one of the best in the league. Pro Football Focus for, I think, 3 straight years had him as their top-rated defensive lineman. Because of that reason, he was just so good against stopping the run. But he would that big body would go far to keeping Bobby clean. Yeah, Carl, I was not impressed with Jaron Reed's play this year. He had a couple games that he popped here and there, but he was a guy that really he's the quintessential guy that wants to make you believe that he's this 10 sack a year guy, and he stops the run well, and so he'd be paid about $15 million per. But let's face it, 3 out of his 4 years in his career, he's a 1.5 sack, 2 sack a year guy, and he's been all right as a run defender. Frankly, I thought he was going to be a lot better as a run defender coming out of Alabama than he's been. That was the thing that he was billed to as being sensational at, and he's been okay. He's not been as stout as I thought he would be at taking on the double teams. I have watched him get pushed back at times. That's concerning for me, and a part of the reason why I think there's a good chance that he potentially walks this offseason. We let him go in free agency because somebody might be willing to pay him based on that one flyer year that Jaron Reed had. Tobias Larson, why haven't we released Jermaine Fetty yet? Is there a point to that? As Carl Nearly just pointed out, Jermaine Fetty is a free agent this year, so there is no reason to release him. We did have the opportunity last year to activate the 5th-year option on him, which speaks to what we thought about his level of play, because the 5th-year option would have been a $10 million, 1-year, $10 million deal. He's going to go out on the market and make probably a 4-year, $12 million per deal out in the open market. So the fact that you weren't willing to take him in on a 1-year under the market rate, granted it would have guaranteed that $10 million deal, but this was a guy that has played every single game of his career, started every game, had no injury concerns. All of these things speak to the fact that the Hawk management, Pete Carroll, this staff, does not think very highly of Mr. Jermaine Fetty. I like Al Woods. If I can bring Al Woods back at the same kind of rate that I got him this season, I'm perfectly happy with that. He gave you great run stepping ability, and he gave you some pass rush for about a 1-year, $3 million deal. That is that is awesome value. Awesome value. Are there any unrestricted free agents you think the Seahawks will sign early in free agency? I know they don't like to lose comp picks. I kind of don't right now, pancake in a sock, and this is where I go from with the Olson signing, where I think that they might be a little bit holding off in free agency, patient. They might be kind of holding off. They always tend to be that way. They don't tend to be the day 1-2 guys that are going to go out there and make the big splashes. Granted, they have the money to do that this year, but I think that you're going to see them be a little bit hesitant because of that Olson signing, because I have a gut instinct that John Schneider is playing the compensatory game this season. He's going to look at Quentin Jefferson. He's going to look at Jermaine Fetty. Those guys are going to get big contracts, and he could be pulling in a 3rd, 4th round compensatory value to go with the 6th and the 7th. So I think he's going to look to play that role here. And I like that he is, frankly. It's kind of like the compensatory picks is like free money on the table, just waiting to get plucked up. There's no reason why you shouldn't absolutely take advantage of it, Are there any unrestricted free agents you think Seattle will sign early? Oh, yeah. Sorry, I just answered that. Excuse me. How is Yetur Gross-Moss as a football player, not just as an athlete? So Yetur Gross-Moss is really what people will tell you is always he's a super raw prospect with a lot of athletic potential. So that's the cliched going thought on him. He actually shows a lot of refinement to his game that I don't think that he gets as much credit for. His hand usage is very good. That first step quickness is really what gets me most excited about him, because what I want in these pass rushers, as I kind of said on this stream, is I want guys who can create early quick pressure. They can beat the tackle or beat the guard right off the snap. They don't need to be the high motor guys or rely on second, third moves to get to the quarterback. And he's the guy with that first step quickness, because he can get right around the end off that first step and really put his lean, because he's got the lean to go with it, right? That's the thing you have to have as well with the first step quickness, is that body lean to get around the tackle. And I really feel like Massos has that as well. He's got great strength. You would think with him, or the going consensus out there is he's a raw pass rusher who's probably not very good against the run, but he actually shows a very good ability to be really stout against the run, and he sets the edge. In the film that I watched, I didn't see a lot of running backs able to get outside of his shoulder on outside zone run plays to his spot. And that's very important, because we saw some of that this year at times when teams were running away from Clowney to the other edge of the defense. So very high on him in that respect. I think he's actually a lot more of a polished football player, Brendan, than he gets credit for, where he's just known right now as being a toolsy, raw guy with a lot of potential. I think a lot of that stuff's actually come into refinement. This is a guy who had 9.5 sacks last year, and they weren't cheap sacks. They weren't Clavon chasing sacks where he's stunting every other time to get his sacks. No, they're legitimately good. He was beating the tackle off the line. First step quickness. I guess combine horrible for the D-lines. So they're going to have to pony up for free agents. Yeah, John Robinson, I lean towards, the combine's been okay for defensive linemen. No one's really blowing anything up or blowing anyone away. And there are going to be some great names out there in the market. There are going to be some guys that, are available in trade. I mean, Robert Quinn's even, that aren't going to cost the big market. You might give them a couple $1 million deal, but they're solid players, especially in our scheme. Carl Neary, Cowboys about to place the exclusive tag on Dak. Is it an exclusive tag they're putting, Carl? They're not doing the franchise. They're going to do the exclusive because that's, I think, the 1 first-round pick, right? If you do the exclusive, if you don't match the deal, you get a first-round back, I think. Or are they doing the franchise tag? I would think they'd do the franchise and not risk it. They'd want the whole hog, you know? They'd want the 2 first-round picks. Yeah, if Eddie needs a couple upgrades, TJ, he's going to need upgrades in his thinking ability. We need some awareness score to go up. That above all else. And then I need I need agility score to go up so that he can handle some of these quick rushers that he struggles with. Can we just up that up a little bit? Brendan Eckrick asks, thoughts on Terrell Lewis? I'm not a fan. Brendan, I am the same as you. I do not understand the Terrell Lewis love. Somebody mentioned, I mentioned a reticence against going after Baylor receivers, and somebody else in the chat said that they had a reticence against going after Alabama pass rushers. I feel the same way. I look at Terrell Lewis. He's very slight. He looks like an outside linebacker to me in a 3-4 scheme. I don't know how that would transition to us as you have him with a hand in the dirt. I don't see the suddenness that I'd want to see as a pass rusher. I don't see him win enough and often. He's very neutralized, and partly he's neutralized often because of his lack of size, because he is kind of so slight. So I don't see him as a fit for Seattle. I don't see him as a fit for the scheme. And frankly, I think he's going to probably get overdrafted. Tedrick Prosil, bang one, marry one, kill one. I'm killing Tedrick. I'm marrying Posick, and okay, I'll bang Hill, I guess. I can't believe I just said it. Shouldn't we try and maximize Russ's prime by playing the comp pick? Shouldn't we try and maximize Russ's prime by not playing the comp pick game? I'd rather have Brandon Scherf than a possible late round, 3rd round pick. Potentially, Emmett, you could be right on that. It kind of comes down to that. The problem with going in the free agent market is that you do tend to pay top of the market, and you're paying for past performance as opposed to paying for future performance. And so that could be the case with Scherf. It could be the case with Conklin. I'm not opposed to it. If they go this route and they go the route and they say, well, we're not playing the comp game this year, we're going to sign the free agents, we've got the money to do it, I'm not going to be squawking about that. I'm okay with that. But I feel like that Olson signing, rather than going after an Austin Hooper in free agency, who is a younger player who might, especially with the $7 million price tag that Olson cost, Hooper this year might only cost you $3 or $4 million more. Granted, it's going to be a longer contract that you have to sign at that point. But the fact that they went that route to Olson rather than going the Hooper route, and we know they had been talking to Hooper, it's an indicator to me, a small indicator, very small, but it is a small indicator that they could be, they're more than likely not looking to play the compensatory game because of that. I would have expected him to go more for the Hooper and the younger player at that point who still has some upside to him. Pancake and a Sawcast, have you had a chance to look at Ross Blacklock? I've been hearing Seattle could draft him. I've been hearing the same thing from some people about Blacklock. I watched the tape on him. Yes, he looks the part. Okay, he's a big guy. He's a huge defensive end. He's your traditional 4-3 defensive end, looking 275 out there, a lot like a DeMarcus Lawrence for the Cowboys. He looks very similar to him from a player profile standpoint. But he's not a technician. He's going to just try to win with effort and power. And maybe I just have a problem with TCU defensive linemen at this point, but I'm not sold on him. I don't see it on tape. If I'm getting a pass rusher in this draft, it's got to be a guy who wins and wins quick, not wins late, not wins after a lot of fighting and hand fighting and secondary moves, but he's got to win quick. Otherwise, I'm looking at a guy that's a development guy who I'm not getting the most out of till down the road. And if that's the case, the hell with that. I'll pick something else. But yeah, back to your point, Emmett, about Scherf. If we go offensive line, I'm fine with that. That is taking advantage of Russ's game, and you're paying that money there. Then that's great. Wow, Carl, thanks for the donation. I really do appreciate it, man. Can't believe you answered. Thank you so much for the constant action. I love doing these streams, man, Carl, and thank you for the donation, man. You know I do. But yeah, if you go for it with Russell and you give him a solid offensive line from stem to stern, I'll be up here clapping along with everybody else, because you have a great chance to take your offense to an epically elite level, one of the top 2, top 3 offenses in the entire National Football League. That is a recipe to getting you to a Super Bowl. Absolutely it is. Exclusive per NBC. How do you rank guys? What did you mean, Carl, by the exclusive per NBC? Yeah, I don't like TCU D lineman either. Ben Bangu, who went to the Colts this last year, didn't do much for them. He was supposed to be a guy that could get you instant pass rush. We didn't get anything out of LJ Collier. People love that defensive line. I know Hawk Maven loves the way that they're trained down there by their coaches. I'm just not one of those guys. I'm not feeling it. Yeah, heavy hands and heavy feet, Emmett. That's right. He's got stone freaking cement shoes for feet, dude. You know what I mean? Like there's no quick twitch going on there. There's something with the live chat, John Robinson, that you can do. I've got a Patreon page too. I don't think I've got it listed here, but I'm not sure how to do the live chat. Carl will probably have to tell you how to do that. Oh, there you go. Tobias has got you. Thank you though, Carl, for that's like 3 donations. I really do appreciate it. Exclusive tag. So Carl, they're hoping then, Carl, that he gets signed is what they're hoping at this point. That tells you the Cowboys are fed up and they're counting, because somebody will probably sign him for a 1st-round pick at that point. But then the Cowboys, who are you going to go after? You can go after Dalton? You're going to go after Jameis Winston? Very interesting at the Cowboys if they go that route, because they could very quickly have the 4th best quarterback in that division real quickly. And that's a problem. That's a big problem. Raekwon Davis, John Robinson asked Raekwon Davis. Not a fan of Davis. Let me get my information out here. This is one of the guys I have scouted a couple games of him. I love the fact that he moves like a guy who's 6'3", 6'2". He's 6'7", but he does move really well. He's not a bend guy. He doesn't have any kind of real advanced moves. He's not going to rip or have a swim move that's amazing, or a spin move. Like a lot of 6'7" guys, he's got to rely on power and locking the guy out and walking the offensive lineman into the backfield. I didn't see it consistently enough for a guy who's going to be supposedly a 2nd-round pick. As well, he can get pushed backwards on single blocks. He doesn't give you much in the pass rush game. I'm just not, outside of the fact that he's got a big frame and he moves well, I don't understand really the comparisons to Calais. He's got 35-inch arms. He's very long-armed. Again, these things are what draws the comparisons. But at the end of the day, you've got 8 sacks in his freshman sophomore year, 2 sacks junior, 2 sacks senior. There's not enough production out there for guys. People are looking at being a 2nd-round pick. I need more from that in that spot. And there's just going to be better players on the board where we're picking at the end of the 2nd round than going for Raekwon, who is, to me, I question kind of his fire. I think he's got some questionable effort as well. I think that for that kind of frame and that kind of ability to move, he should be a lot better player on film than he is. Yeah, I think, and I'm not surprised, John, that Calais and Raekwon had similar combines. They have very similar builds. They move very similarly. But the base problem that I come back to is that Calais Campbell can use that power on every play. Every play he does the same move that Raekwon does, where they're going to lock the guy up, use their long arms, have the offensive lineman with their little short arms can get to about right here on him, right? And then they're just going to walk him into the backfield. So you've got to have the strength to do that. This is what you see in Derek Brown with Auburn. He's got the strength to do that. Raekwon has nowhere near the strength to do that. He just doesn't. He can't walk guys back like that. And I need to see that part of his game, because he's never going to have the dip and bend. When you're 6'7", you can't get low to the ground and bend like some of those smaller guys can. And so you've got to have the power. You've got to be able to push him back there and lock it out, But man, that is interesting to hear about Dak with the exclusive tag. Very, very, very interesting. I wonder if they're just hoping some team goes out there and just ends up giving him like the 33, 35 million they're trying to offer him. Because what I've heard with Dak is he's trying to get in that $37.5 million range per. And so maybe they're just trying to save that couple million extra by letting the market, because they can match whatever deal's out there with the exclusive. They still have the match rights ability, but who is going to go out there and pay Dak, the 37 million per? What team's going to go out there and make that move? I can't see anyone doing it. If Carroll doesn't learn to adjust better in game with schemes, do you think it even matters if we add to him? Yeah, I think we can still add talent. If we invigorate the defensive lineman with at least 3 or 4 guys who can get in there and really rush the passer, yeah, you can overcome some of the shortcomings of the scheme, some of the simple nature of the way we run what we run. You can, but you have to have those all click. That's the whole thing about me saying these moves all have to work. Seattle can't afford to go get a guy in free agency, give him money, expect him to come in here and be a key contributor, and then he falls to injury. The season will get washed out that way. It's unfortunate to say, but all of these moves this offseason are going to have to hit because you didn't do any schematic changes. It means they can work. It means we can go that next level. It does. You can still get there. But unfortunately, it makes it so much harder because you have to be so perfect in the way you go about it. Have you ever thought doing live stream fans to have like a number to call in and talk to them live? I'd love to do something like that, TJ. I got to figure out how to do it. What I'd really like to be able to do is utilize a more of an open source broadcasting, a different platform than the live stream that YouTube offers, because it doesn't really give you a lot of the built-in ability to do that stuff, which I'd like. But we can. I will think about something like that for down the road. Because there's certainly some, I know that's something that'd be nice to do something like that, especially once we get into, training camps and going live stream during game day. I think I missed something here. Sorry if I missed if I missed a question, excuse me. Honestly, then they go Herbert. The Cowboy. You think the Cowboys go Justin Herbert? They'd have to trade up at that point to get up there, because it sounds like he's going top 10 off of all the latest stuff that I'm hearing, is that he's going to go top 10. So if they got to get up there, then they're going to need some ammunition to get up there. I think the Cowboys aren't the Cowboys without a first rounder with the Amari Cooper trade? Or was that the last year? That might have been the last year's first rounder that they gave up in that deal. John Oosh. John Oosh fits the physical profile Emmett, but as I understand it, I think he's a 6'1" guy and kind of short. And the Seahawks are wholly reliant on their edge rushers having those 33-inch arms and being usually 6'3", 6'4". So I don't think he would fit because of the fact that they have their benchmark set for that position, and he doesn't hit those benchmarks. Pancake in a sock. If Seattle gets to their first pick and all the elite defensive linemen are already taken, do you think it makes sense to trade back in the 35-40 range? Yeah. There's certainly a feasible scenario here where Seattle does trade back. The way the tiers work in this draft is that you got about the top 15 picks are here, and then you've got about 15 to what I would say about 45 are in the next tier, where all of that talent all kind of sits in about the same place, right? And then you've got your next tier behind that. So there's a very straightforward point here of saying, all right, us picking at 27 versus picking at 7th in the second round, there's not much difference there, but we could pick up the extra third round pick by making that short change back. I could definitely see Seattle doing it, and it fits more in line with what they've done in recent drafts. Carolina would be the perfect fit for Dak. Yeah, they could fall in love with Dak there. They've got the money to spend where they could do it. They could move off of Cam Newton to a team that maybe they could trade to at that point. Would they be willing to give him $37 million per, though? Do you want to break the bank if you're Carolina for that? I mean, maybe they do. Zuninga. I got to look up tape on Zuninga. I have not looked up any tape on him. So is he setting the world on fire right now here at the draft, John? Carl, Redskins would pay, but if the Skins, he would go there. Yeah, Carl, the one thing is I am hearing Tua to the Skins. I've heard a little bit of that out there. I don't know if there's any truth to it. And they do have Haskins there as well. I mean, yeah, but that would fit in line. It seems like those NFC East teams, like there's a lot of like incestual nature to the way that the players kind of rotate through there. Guy will go from the Cowboys to the Eagles, or the Eagles to the Skins. So it would fit in line with what you've seen with recent history in that division to see Dak go to Dak go to a division rival. Yeah, I mean, they just have, I could be off on that. I'm going off of my brain here. but I believe John Noosh was 6'1", I think. No, I like Luke Wilson a lot. If you can bring him back as a flyer guy, he's another guy like Marshawn Lynch. If I can have this guy in kind of a backup role where he's not on my active roster, but if injuries hit, I can call that guy up on the speed dial and know that he's going to be ready to roll. That'd be great. So I think that's the ideal situation for Wilson is nobody else signs him. He's kind of out there. And if you need him later in the year because you get some injuries, as we've seen with our tight end position, our running back position have been very similar over the last 3 or 4 years, and it seems like we lose pretty much everybody by the end of the year. We're down to our 4th or 5th guy for whatever reason. Epinesa falls into the 18 range. Would they trade up? I would love it, John Robinson, if they would trade up into the 18 range, but because John Snyder has never shown a willingness to trade up, I just believe that it's against everything in his belief system and what he thinks from a religious and spiritual standpoint. I think it would make him feel like he's killing his firstborn to trade up. I think it has that kind of emotional, financial, and spiritual impact on John Snyder, because I cannot forget for the life of me or understand for the life of me how in 10 years you don't trade up once in the first round. And I'm not even talking about trading up into like top 10, but just even a couple picks in a first round to target a guy. They've been unwilling to do it. Hello, Azos. Thanks for dropping on in, man. I really appreciate it. Oh, I appreciate it. Thanks for watching that Tutupu video. I'm glad you liked it, man. I worked really hard on that one. I wanted to get that one just right. So thanks for checking that one out. I gotta get my next suggestions here, guys. On this Great Seahawks Moment video. I don't know what I'm doing next. So if you guys got any suggestions here, definitely pop them on in there, because I'm on the fence with a couple of options. I did not think you would still be on live. You're crazy, man. Much respect. Live life. I go hard on these streams, man. I go hard. You guys keep asking questions. You keep me talking. I'll keep going. I ain't going to be able to talk tomorrow. I'm not going to be able to feel my throat, but you guys are worth it. John Robinson, the 10-yard split. And that's the most important. The 10-yard split on the defensive linemen and the defensive tackles is the most important metric outside of, it might even be more important than vertical and the strength numbers, to be honest. We just crossed 7 hours, TJ. Yes, sir. That's my minimum, man. That's the minimum I go. Yeah, I will take a look at him, John. I'm adding him onto my list. By the next live stream, I should have a lot better feel for the defensive linemen and the pass rushers in this draft than I currently kind of do right now, where there is a little bit of question on it. I don't have as firm a grasp on the full complement that is out there right now. Oh, Emmett, I forgot about FedEx Field Turf. Oh my God. Why are they not fixed that now? After what happened with Robert Griffith, you would have thought the first thing John Snyder would have done would have been to get the artificial turf in there. He must just have a thick, chubby one for that natural grass stuff. But that turf is the worst in football. The FedEx turf in Washington, by far the worst. Number 2 is not even close. Would I draft Thaddeus Moss? Azos, I think Thaddeus Moss would not even be a draft prospect or a guy anybody would be drafting at all, if not for the fact that he has the last name of Moss and he's Randy's son. He's not super athletic. He's not a dynamic enough athlete. He's willing as a blocker, but he's not going to move people because he's only about 6'1". And you would have hoped, being the son of a Moss, is that he would be super fast or quick or have a dynamic athletic ability, but he doesn't. He rounds off his routes. He's not super sharp in that respect. He's a smart player. I like his willingness to stick his nose in there in the blocking game, but at 6'1", I need my tight ends a little bit bigger than that. I mean, even this, with Hunter Bryant, that's one of my big issues is he's only 6'2", and I don't know if he's going to be big enough at the next level to block at that size. Maybe. So TJ, I thought about doing the Steve Largent fumble hit. The only thing is it's been done a couple different times on YouTube, and KTO just did a pretty big deal on it. But I'm trying, I have been thinking about doing that one. It's a great suggestion, and I've got to just find the unique angle, because I know NFL Films did one with the Largent Harden hit, and then the KTO did one as well, really diving into the finer details of it. So I've got to find the angle that would not be where I'm basically, copying and duplicating what other people's work's been on it. Emmett Brown, you hit on one of my bitternesses of the last few drafts, and that is the Derwin James. You were, I believe at the time, 2 picks out from Derwin James. You could have gone up there and get him. You knew what the guy was going to be, the quintessential modern day safety that can play either position, who you can come up and have in the run game. You can have play deep in zone. You can ask him to do whatever you want, and he will do it very, very well. And instead, they just kind of went, no, we're going back. But that would have been a guy, that's exactly the kind of scenario that I talk about with Schneider where, okay, John, you don't want to go up from 27 to 5. I get it. It's going to cost you 2 first-round picks plus a 4th rounder. That's a lot of draft capital. But I mean, there's no times where you want to go up from 24 to 18 or from 19 to 14. Like there's no scenarios that ever exist that you want to do that at all. At all. You know, I sometimes that's a hard one for me to swallow. Yeah, if they had gone up and gotten Derwin James, it would have solidified a lot of other stuff. You know, you're not needing to make the Marquise Blair pick in the 2nd round. You're not needing to make the Quandre Diggs trade in the 5th round. There's a lot of different things that now, you know, changes in the moves that you've had to make because you didn't make that move. That's the problem with it. Sometimes when you don't make that move for the right guy, you have to make these other moves now where it's a lot harder to now fill the role, which would have been a lot quicker and easier. Should the Seahawks should do the Seahawks versus the Cowboys 2001? My goodness, Zos. I'm thinking on that one. 2001. I gotta go look. I'll go look up that game. I'm trying to remember it. Huh. I'll look that one up, Zos. Good suggestion. I'll write that one down. No, it has to be the D-line for it. Yeah, well, you know, you need those D linemen 40 yards down the field. You need to see what happens when they let the running back go past them and then when they can catch up to them. Those are fun plays. Yeah, TJ, I don't know if we're going to get 10 hours. My voice is going to, I might need I'm going to need some lozenges after that. Yeah, Zos, I think that Clowney is going to be the next guy that's the next priority here as we go into free agency. I think the Olson signing to me is a small indicator that they're going to go back to Clowney. Of course, Schneider said that they plan on meeting with the representatives next week. There's really no teams out there that are true contenders who could afford to pay what Clowney's going to want to be paid, which is, let's face it, he's going to want to make $23 million per year. And there's only so many teams in the NFL that can afford to pay that kind of salary. 2001 is the field goal that was fumbled and he tried to run it and got stopped on the one. So you're talking about the Tony Romo play, right? The Tony Romo botched field, the Tony Romo botched, the botched kick on the Tony Romo play, right, TJ? Or am I thinking of something else? But I think that's the one that you're speaking towards. And if that's so, I think that was in 2006. Yeah, 2006, 2007 was when that one was. Isn't it fault Tut got crazy? How Derek Carr smoked the LOB that preseason is how he got his job. And he said, yeah, I've not been as impressed with a quarterback in preseason, watching preseason football or quarterbacks play as I was as Derek Carr played the LOB. And I mean, he was throwing dimes all over the football field. I thought we were watching one of the next great young quarterback coming into his own. But it's been telling that you get a guy like John Gruden who's, you know, able to, you would think, get the most out of a quarterback, and he's not been able to get the next step of Carr's development and play. And Carr probably is what he is at this point. And I'll tell you, if I'm the Dallas Cowboys and I can get the Oakland Raiders to flip Carr over to me, you know, I think Derek Carr is very close to what you have in Dak Prescott, if not almost exactly the same type of player. Maybe not as mobile, but I think he's going to cost significantly less than Dak Prescott's going to cost, and he's going to give you damn near the production. And what's he going to cost as far as trade value goes? A 3rd rounder? Maybe a 2nd? But yeah, the Cowboys game in 2007 would be a good one. That's also one where Lofa Tatupu had a fantastic game. He had a goal line hit stand on Jason Witten on a key third down play, which is, I think, what pushed that fourth down field goal attempt. So that certainly could be a game that I take a look at. That was a playoff game, certainly an important one. And I'll add that to the list, TJ. It's a great suggestion. I think you're thinking of the Tony Romo botch play, which was 2006. I believe so, at least. Do you think Robert Quinn gets signed immediately? I'd really like to get him. I don't know that he gets signed immediately. I think there's going to be a market out there for him, but there's going to be some guys out there as far as pass rushers available on the market, which is going to depress the market a little bit, which is going to probably push some of these defensive ends and pass rushers to have to wait a little bit to get the money, especially if they're trying to really max out their value. I know the Cowboys want to get Quinn back, but they're up against it as far as I think their cap goes when you consider what they're going to have to do with Dak Prescott. But I would like, if Robert Quinn is one of those guys that Seattle ends up signing, I don't think he's going to cost a lot. I don't think you're going to have to put a bunch of years on that deal. It might only be like a 2-year deal. And I think he's a very good scheme fit. He had a great year for the Cowboys. He was their best pass rusher last year, and that's even with DeMarcus Lawrence on the field with them. I think he played even better than he did as far as pass rusher goes. So I like Robert Quinn as well, Pancake and a Sock. I've always liked Robert Quinn. I really had hoped last offseason that they'd actually look to sign him because that was when his value was really depressed because he was coming out of Miami, and Miami had tried to transition him into an outside linebacker in a 3-4 scheme. He was completely miscast as that. He needs to put his hand in the dirt and go, which I think he'll stick with now. But I like him in a Seahawks uniform. I think he's got some juice left. John Robinson, people say Atlanta gave up a lot for Julio Jones, but it solidified their whole franchise. Yeah, it solidified their not just the franchise, but it solidified that offense. You had Roddy White there. You had a decent offensive line. Of course, Matt Ryan was there, but this was a guy that gave you the true game changer at the wide receiver position that really put them over the top as an offense and made them very hard to deal with. I think they had Tony Gonzalez there too at the same time. I point to that trade as well. It's not, people will tell you, oh, you don't want to trade up. I don't understand why there's got to be such a fear for that. There's always such a value in holding on to your first round picks and not giving up the future and not always protecting it against your future. And there's a little bit of that playing not to lose mentality built within that, right? There's a little bit of that fearfulness rather than that aggressiveness that you'd rather see. And that's what I'd rather see is the go for it approach. I liked the Percy Harvin move. I even liked the Jimmy Graham move, which I knew at the time was not going to be a great fit for the Seattle. But what I appreciated about it was the front office thinking outside the box and trying to get aggressive, trying to deal with what was a limitation on the team. At that point, we did not have great red zone threats. So I want to see them make another aggressive move. I feel like when this front office is moving forward and attacking, it's at its best. When it's holding serve and just kind of standing its ground and trying to play it safe, that's when they seem to really, in my opinion, fall kind of out of sorts a little bit. My personal favorite play is Cam Chancellor hitting the ball out of Calvin Johnson's hands at the goal line. I love that play as well, man. That's on my Great Seahawks Moment. Of course, I've got that rotoscoped with him knocking that ball out of Calvin Johnson's hands. So I love that play too. That was an amazing play by Cam, who was just coming back off of holding out in that game. That could be a game I put on my list as well, Dustin. So I'll add that in as as maybe one of my games I take a look at. No, I have not done that game, Carl. Essentially the Russell Wilson coming out game is what I would also call that. That New England Patriot game that you're talking about, where Sherman, the you mad bro Tom Brady game. But that's definitely a great suggestion. One I've got on my list as far as one of the ones I looked at covering eventually, the Great Seahawks Moment video. It's funny watching that game because Seattle was kind of ascending and getting better and better. And I was watching with a lot of other fans, or San Diego Charger fans and other team fans, and they were saying like, oh, Seattle's going to get smoke showed today. They're going to get owned today. And they went out and won that game. And that was a very talented, very, very talented New England Patriot team, by the way. That was a team that had the Gronkowski and Aaron Hernandez out there and had a fantastic offensive line and some real dogs on the defensive side of the ball. But that would be a great game to do as well. So that's a great suggestion. I'll think about doing that one. John Robinson, what do you know about second tier right tackle in free agency like Dennis Kelly from Tennessee to be a hedge and compete with a rookie right tackle? I honestly can't say I know a lot about Dennis Kelly, John. Sorry, I don't have a lot of opinion on him necessarily. He must not have gotten a ton of playing time, but then that's not all his fault because you got Taylor Lewan and Jack Conklin there, so he was just not able to get out on the field. But yeah, if the front office has seen something in him that they like and that they see as a guy that could be that edge, I think George Fant's going to go get paid in free agency. I think someone's going to give him a 4-year, $20 million deal, something like that. And they're going to see him as a guy who could be a starting left tackle in this league. So you're paying a guy real cheap who you feel is going to be a starting left tackle. I think somebody's going to do that. So we lose our swing tackle a little bit in that case at that point. Yeah, I loved Cam Chancellor. And again, I think the most important member of that Legion of Boom. He might not have been the most talented, but I think he was the most important. Well, we know what you meant, Ozos. I know what you meant. That 2006 game would be a fantastic game. Another game, I just did the Lofa Tatupu video. That's a video that really featured Lofa Tatupu at his greatest. You know, I mean, he had one play where there was a bubble screen where the Terry Glenn fumbles the ball. It's going out of bounds. Lofa comes over there, flips the ball back into bounds. I think his foot barely touched, but it was a pure Lofa play where he just instinctually got to the ball, almost made it happen. He just that might be a great game to do. I could do a couple different things where you show off a few different facets of that Seahawks team. I feel like the 49ers are convinced they'll be back in the Super Bowl next year, but I think the Seahawks could easily pass them up in talent with a good off-season season. What do I think? Yeah, I think that the 49ers are going to lose Armstead because I don't think that they can afford to sign him. I think that they're looking at that left tackle position. They're getting really, really old. And I don't know that their offensive line is necessarily as good as it played to this year necessarily, right? They've got some parts and pieces that are going to still remain. Bosa's not going anywhere. You got D Ford's coming back. You'll have DeForest Buckner. You'll have Solomon Thomas probably if he seems to be perpetually always on the trade market. But you got to figure that those guys will still all be returning back. And their linebacking crew is really underrated there. Fred Warner, the kid that stepped in for Quan Alexander was really good for them this year. They're developing. Their secondary is going to be a little bit weak though. I don't like the 49ers secondary at all. And I think Sherman's kind of got away with one this year as far as still being an all-pro. I don't see him as being an all-pro next year. Not at all. Okay, Johnny's 6'8". Well, you have a good look at him. They take a look at him. I'll see if I can find some tape on him. Okay, he played well when Jack Conklin went down. All right. Well, again, too, it's like, he's not going to see the field with those 2 first-round picks out there unless a guy was going injured. So the fact he has not been able to play as much doesn't speak necessarily to his talent or his ability. It just speaks to how much the Titans have invested in their offensive line there. Yeah, Emmett, you could look at that. There's a Steeler game in there that was kind of interesting, Emmett. I think that I could maybe feature as a Great Seahawks Moment one. But I know the stretch you're talking about where they were just on fire. Azos asks, should we extend Chris Carson soon since his contract is coming up in the upcoming season? No, I really don't feel like I'd be in favor of doing that. The problem I have with Chris Carson is this. He's had he's had 2 of his first 3 seasons cut short due to injury. So he is injury prone as a running back. Some of that is these runs with such a physical style, you're going to expect some of that. But that doesn't lend itself well to me feeling like he's going to be healthier as we go forward. And then for me, the true deal breaker here is the fact that the guy fumbles too much. He has the biggest fumbling issue in the whole NFL by far, bar none. And if those 2 aspects factor in injury prone and you have fumbleitis, I can't pay you at a position that's already got supremely a depressed value, that already has shown me that guys like Todd Gurley and Ezekiel Elliott, that when they get paid, they aren't the same running backs that they were before. So no, I don't want to sign Carson to an extension this offseason. And frankly, I don't want to sign any running back to any kind of big money at any point in time in the next 10 years. Don't want to do it. Outside of the salary cap system is just changed up whole hog. I want to go cheap at that position. I want to go inexpensive. What's my feeling is on Pro Football Focus. I think the Pro Football Focus is a very valuable tool. I think as long as you're utilizing it in addition to what you're watching on the field and not just looking at those numbers as the baseline and saying, okay, that guy's this because they say that and that guy's this. I think is it's in addition to what your eyeballs tell you, in addition to what the basic stats tell you, that it is a fantastic tool. I think it gets derided a little bit because football heads have a hard time with analytics. But it is a thing that's going to become more prevalent because I think analytics are valid and that they are true. And I think that they're harder to implement into the football than they are into, let's say, baseball. But I do still feel like I think that they do have a purpose and a place. And I think that they tell you a lot of information. I love Pro Football Focus, though. I like how they really dive into certain aspects of the fine tooth comb details to really getting you into a player as to what makes them good or bad or where they're struggling at. Yeah, I don't think that there's anything super special about Carson either. I think he's a good running back, but I don't think there's a reason to go out there and pay him. Yeah, he's averaged 4.2 yards per carry. Rashad Penny over that time has averaged 5 yards a carry running behind the same offensive line. So I don't understand why you'd want to give him a contract extension. I don't see why he's earned that. I was wearing my Seahawks jersey and some guy told me the 49ers killed us. I don't get 49er fans. Pancake in a sock. I had the worst problem with 49er fans throughout this whole year in the chat, in the message boards, on my films, on my videos. I did the Great Seahawks Moment video based on that 49er conference championship game. And they bitched and they moaned and they came back in after they beat us in the 49er game at the end of the year and told me about how much we sucked. You know, the yap and the yap and the yap. You had one good year in the last 5-6 years, you know. Why don't you guys become consistently a winner again before you start deciding that you're the end all be all? I'm so glad they didn't win the Super Bowl. I'm so glad they didn't win. Nope, not a new microphone, same old. Got my Blue Yeti I'm rocking. It's a solid mic. I like it. I got to get a microphone that doesn't I need one that takes away some of the echo problems I have with this microphone, but that also could get solved by going to a smaller room for my recording. AJ Dillon is someone you could pick up who is the same kind of running back in the fourth round. Yeah, John Robinson. I think these guys are always available in every draft. That fourth, fifth, sixth round, I think you can find these guys that they're in every single draft they come along. So why go out there and pay for that guy? Why go give that kind of guy money when you can get the exact same kind of player just by showing a willingness to kind of move them through, by just pushing guys around, just rotate them through. That's what the Broncos did for years under Shanahan when they had, Clinton Portis, and they flipped Clinton Portis for Champ Bailey, and they got a lockdown number one cornerback because some other team was in Washington was valuing Clinton Portis at this high level. But then they just brought in running backs behind him and didn't see any drop off in production because Shanahan put his resources behind not only the offensive line, but it was the zone blocking scheme at that time, and it was the zone blocking scheme's heyday. And so they leaned back on that. I like that methodology of going at it as opposed to trying to go get the super uber talented running back. Yeah, because Seattle scouts don't watch every single play of every player like PFF. I think that they probably don't, John Robinson. There was a guy on the local radio that was talking here recently about a local Seattle area scout who came in about the time that Cooper Kupp was available. And Cooper Kupp was an Eastern Washington guy, so it was the local area Seattle scout that came out here. And he said the scout came to him and they said, no, the guy can't play in the NFL. And the radio host was talking about how incredulous he was towards the scout, going, are you watching the guy? Are you watching the tape? And I think that anecdotal tale tells you a lot about the fact that we go without saying that these scouts or that these guys that are watching these guys are so smart and that they know so much more than us and that they're so refined in what they do. But I do tend to fall back to some of these guys being a little bit lazy at times and a little bit comfortable in their role. And if you watched Cooper Kupp in college and you said this guy's not going to play in the NFL, at least as a minimum, as a great slot receiver, I don't know what you're doing as a scout. Yeah, F9er fans, I agree. Emmett, I saw the very same thing Pro Football Focus said about Austin Hooper, and I wonder if it factored into Seattle's decision-making to go to Greg Olson, because Pro Football Focus liked Greg Olson as the best tight end for the Carolina Panthers last year. And that's kind of important because they had a guy like Ian Thomas, who they drafted a couple of years ago, who they've been trying to get as a development guy to overtake Olson, the guy that they drafted a little bit higher, who's not been able to, supplant him. But I did hear the same thing about Austin Hooper from Pro Football Focus, and that he's not a great separator, that he relies on a lot of the scheme getting him open and the sitting in the zones and the underneath stuff. You're right. They're not a fan of Hooper at all. And they could be right on that in that respect. This is where, though, I fall back onto what the eye test says. And I've watched Austin Hooper play with the Falcons against the Seahawks a couple of times. I've seen him in other games play a few times, and he always seems to jump out on the film to me as far as just the eye test goes. And that's why I think with Pro Football Focus, you've got to balance both of those two things off. It's both the advanced stats and the looking at it play to play, and it's the eye test that you personally see, so that you can get the true balanced perspective on an assessment of a player. I don't know why the 49ers think they are the team. They're all that, because we almost beat them with half the team hurt. TJ, the thing, if I'm a 49er fan, that should be getting me very worried and unsure is that you have the fourth best quarterback in this division right now. And he seemed to get a little bit exposed in the playoffs. And it seemed like Shanahan was trying to really protect him with really reducing the amount of throws that they had and not allowing him to really open it up. And in every game that I watched with Garoppolo, it seemed like he's going to give you 1 or 2 or 3 passes a game where he's going to give you the opportunity to pick the pass and change the context of the game, to flip the field. And that's where, in this day and age, when the quarterback position is so vital and important, to have those kind of detractions at that position, and a guy who's not mobile, who can get happy feet. If you start getting pressure on him, he's not the same quarterback. He's not as accurate. I'd be kind of worried about that if I was the 49ers. What do you say is the best Seahawks game this year? Was the Rams versus Seahawks Thursday night, or the 49ers with the Seahawks Monday night? I think the 49er Seahawks game on Monday night was the best game of the year. It really, to me, it was the game that said, hey, we got a chance to be in this. We have a chance to maybe be something this year. We're not just the plucky overachievers this year, but there's actually some legitimate talent. And certainly Quandre Diggs jumping on the field at that time, and what he did for the defense and what you saw him doing for the defense, it made you stand up and go, oh, wait, we've got something maybe else at play here. They couldn't kind of put it together after that game. Clowney's injury popped up and all that other stuff, but I liked what I saw out of him. That was my favorite game of the year to watch. John Robinson, I think you're right. And frankly, that got them bit in the ass. Part of the reason that we didn't have any of the flexibility in 2015, 2016, 2017 was because you're eating the dead money. Part of the reason that you ate the dead money is you gave a lot of guys their third contract with you. You signed into that third contract, which was going to be a dicey proposition, and you had to eat a lot of the dead money off those contracts. So you do hope that maybe this front office and Carroll and Snyder have learned a little bit of that lesson in understanding that the loyalty is great, but it can end up costing you. You can end up sacrificing for the future to pay for loyalty, which doesn't, equal to wins and losses all the time. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily win football games, John. We're on the same mind in that. Loyalty is all good and well, but look, the NFL is not about loyalty. It really isn't. If the NFL was all about loyalty, the New England Patriots would not have won so many Super Bowls as they've won in the last few years. They're the most cutthroat, most brutal team, the most lack of loyal team you're going to find in the NFL, yet they have maintained the most success of any of the NFL teams out there in the league. Some of that is a little bit of their cheating, but some of it is also that they are understanding they understand how the system works. They understand the nature of the way the game is played. Short careers, high turnover rates. It's the way it is. You got to embrace it. All right, we are winding down here a little bit, guys. So if we do have some last second questions, let's get them in here under the line, because I'm moving into 7.5 hours and I can feel the voice starting to it's going a little bit. Pancake and a sock. Can you think of any teams that consistently spend big in free agency and are successful? The only teams that I can think of are bad teams like the Jets and the Lions. Well, the Denver Broncos a few years ago spent free agency, right? They brought DeMarcus Ware in. They brought, I believe it was Ward in at the safety position. They brought a couple of different guys in free agency, and they had actually some success with it, specifically in beefing up their defense, which is what we're looking at the Hawks to do this offseason with free agency. So while it doesn't oftentimes work. There are some times we've seen in recent years where, yeah, it actually has worked in free agency to bring certain guys in. Look at the Chiefs last year. They brought in Tyrann Mathieu. He worked out pretty good for that secondary. It's not the way you want to rely on whole hog, but there are some places that you can bring in guys to improve your team and bring them along, get them a little bit better. I don't think it's the end all be all. I don't think you want to just lean on it totally, but yeah. Bradley Ane. So with Bradley Ane, it's the same questions I think I have about John Unch, which is it's a matter of size. Is Bradley also a guy I think who has a little bit of short arms and a little bit of short height? I could be speaking off on that, Dustin. I have not looked deeply at him, but that is, if I remember correctly off the top of my head, that's the one thing that I think I remember about him. I could be wrong. I could be thinking about the wrong guy here. He can't beat man coverage. Oh, thank you, John Robinson. I really appreciate it, man. Thank you for the donation, bro. Thank you so much. I'm having so much fun talking to you guys on this. And I'm a little behind on questions, but I'm getting there. What did you mean on that? He can't beat man coverage, John Robinson? I might have been a little bit off on. If you were probably speaking to maybe Bradley and E. If it was the funniest and saddest moment, Tedrick's getting blown over was the worst moment. My funniest moment, I don't know if I have a funniest moment. The worst moment for me was probably, I think it's just in general and just realizing that when you're watching the game, we're not going to be able to generate the pass rush and that this is the thing that will prevent you from getting to the Super Bowl. That you can just as a team not have any pass rush ability at all and expect that you're going to be able to get anywhere with it. And that seemed to be the thing that just stood out to me over and over in watching the games throughout this year. I wish I could say it to a one moment. Probably, I think the Tampa Bay game was the one that really was hard for me because that was the one where you saw a guy in Bruce Arians who had been a guy who had schemed against the Seattle defense for many years, knew all the ways to go after and attack the Seattle team. He's got guys in Godwin and in Evans who are perfect type receivers to attack our scheme, and he went out and did it. And frankly, it was a little bit of like, there's nothing we can do about this, is how I felt at times. That might have been my worst moment, just seeing that was really going to be what it was. But you know what the funniest moment for me would have been maybe the fumble with Rashad Penny, because I had been pounding the table for Rashad Penny before the 49er game to get more carries. And then they give him more carries and they were just giving him inside zone runs in the Niner game. And they're giving him inside zone runs and then they're leaving Joey Bosa unblocked. So Bosa just comes down the lane and just slams into Penny, who doesn't even see him. And then just thinking at the time, it made me laugh because I'm like, this is so ridiculous how you're using this guy. And then what offensive scheme do you have? What offensive play do you have where you're leaving Joey Bosa unblocked? When did you draw that up on a whiteboard and say, this is what we're going to do with this one? I didn't quite understand that one a bit. Thank you for the dono, John Robinson. I appreciate it. The head coach is trash. You blew the Falcons lead and the 49ers lead. Yeah, the Falcons game was one where you just go, we're not going to really lose to the Falcons with Matt Schaub at quarterback. Are we really? Are we really? I thought the Niners were going to come back in that game because I thought they're going to give you a, counter punch. It was a good team. They weren't just going to sit there and take it and let you roll over them, and especially in their stadium. Shanahan would be phenomenal with Russell because he would scheme up easy throws for Russell and it wouldn't all be hard for him. And that motion game that's exactly what that allows. On top of the fact that I feel like Shanahan would help our running game out a lot. So much of our running game is inside zone runs right up the middle. And Shanahan would be willing to attack those outside zone reads, zone runs, the pitches, all that stuff. He'd be more multifaceted in his attack in the running game. He'd probably have more of an effect for us on that than he would even in the passing game with Russell, if you can imagine it. Yeah, Clowney was going to show up in that game. That was the game too with Clowney where it's just like, this is what we could have in this guy. This is what this could be. Or just an absolute monster, unblockable when he wants to be. who could just go get it. I really, and it's still probably why I want to see them re-sign Clowney. It was games like that where I still feel like we get him healthy for a full season. You get another guy who can pass rush on the other side, and he can be a 10-sack guy. Get the double teams off him, get the triple teams off him, then let's see what we can get out of him, Oh, thank you, Azos. You have a good night, man. Thanks for dropping in. I do appreciate it. Carl Neary says, Tyler Higbee scared me so bad last year. How do we lock that tight end down with Akeem Keem being out there or Bradley McDougall? I think Blair is an option for us, Carl, in that respect. Everett gives me problems too with the 49ers. Both of those two tight ends I don't think we covered either of those two guys very well at all. I think Everett was injured in the second game, but the first game he was just anything he wanted to do, he accomplished. I love you too, John. Thank you for that donation, man. I saw the Jaguars exercise Campbell's option. Do you think this eliminates us from getting him? Yeah, that probably would at that point. Yep. That's a good moment, Emmett. DK going off in the playoffs was just awesome because it followed up with what we saw, which was this guy's going to be phenomenal for years to come. This isn't just a good receiver. This isn't just a Pro Bowl receiver. This is potentially one of the top receivers in the game who could become one of the top receivers in the game. There's that type of ability there. Or when Ifedi lets 3/4 outside linebacker run right by him. Yeah. Ifedi just, I always kind of thought with Ifedi that he would have been better suited to be moved inside into right guard. Let him use his right guard. Let him use his power at right guard. Let him not have to worry as much about getting beat with the speed guys. They started him out at guard initially and then moved him back out to tackle. But I would have been interested in seeing him at maybe potentially just leaving him in that right guard role and letting him go, seeing what he could do there. Because I think he just didn't have the lateral ability. This is where those penalties come from a lot of times, right? The part of the reason why Ifedi jumped offside so often is because he's trying to get a half jump head start on the guy that he's pass rushing against because he's not trusting his own speed, his own set. I think he would have been better at guard, just my little thing on that. I'd love for the Seahawks to run more motion. We don't run a lot of motion at all. And motion is very hard on the defense because it changes up pre-snap responsibilities on the fly. It makes a player decide to go one way or another as opposed to just reading and reacting. I like what the motion does, and it's like one of those things that doesn't cost the offense anything. It costs you nothing to go in motion. It doesn't put you in a position to set you behind the 8 ball as far as the play goes, or make you completely confuse the defense in what you're doing. It just essentially, it's like, hey, if we get the defense out of position by motioning this guy, so be it. It's sort of a no downside situation. John Robinson, I like Marquise Blair quite a bit. I think he has Pro Bowl potential because of the coverage ability combined with his physicality. I know he can hit. I know he can come down the run game, but I saw enough in the times I saw him in coverage to believe that I think he's actually pretty good in coverage as well. He can play the deep free safety role, or he can come down matched up against tight ends. I'm very interested to see what he can do as far as his potential in that respect, because I think he has quite a bit. Thank you for your time and answering questions. Love your live chat. Thank you, Dustin. I appreciate you dropping in here, man. I really do. How much would you pay for Clowney? I would not go over $25 million per year for Clowney. I would prefer to be in the $20 million range with him, obviously. My gut instinct is he falls in about $23 million per is what he ends up signing for. The good news is that even if he signs at $23 million per year, you can adjust the cap hit in different ways. So Frank Clark's cap hit for the Kansas City Chiefs this past season was only $7 million. But we all know that he's averaging a $23.5 million deal. Now, it's going to go through the roof for him into the $30 million range as far as his cap hit here eventually. But they moved their money around a little bit to go for it last year. That go for broke is what the Chiefs did last year with Frank Clark's deal. And that's what I'd like to see the Seahawks do this year as well. Go for it. Structure it around. Give him his average year per deal. Give him the guaranteed money, but structure the base this year really low so you can fit some more contracts into the scheme of things. Thank you, Carl. Carl, thank you for all the donations, man. I really do appreciate it. And you've hung on here with you, TJ, Carl. You guys have been hanging on here with me for the full 8 hours. I really do appreciate you guys staying on, keeping this lively, keeping the chat going. This is what makes this go, is you guys as much as me here. Emmett asks, is my next show going to be when free agent starts? I'm going to go ahead and say that's my minimum start time, Emmett. So if I can get another live stream before that point, just kind of a full retrospective of this combine and looking at the players, I will try to do that. But I will certainly, on the day of free agency, plan on going live at 1 o'clock Pacific Standard Time. I will go live. We'll just dive into the moves that are happening out there, the rumors that are happening out there. So you guys mark your calendars for that. I'll definitely post it on Twitter and put it in the YouTube message board. But other than that, I think we are going to probably wrap and put a bow on this. I want to thank all of you guys out there for hanging on in here with me. These are so much fun to do these live chats. Carl, your donations were through the roof and amazing. John Robinson with a $10 dono. Well, thank you so much. Again, any of you out there, I'm not looking necessarily for donations, but if there's anybody out there that you guys know that you can tell about the channel, that we can help to get subscriptions. For me at this point, it's just about getting the subscription count up. My goal this year is for me to get to the end of the year at 5,000 subscriptions. I got 2,000 subs in my first year. I want to get up to 5,000 by the second year. My Twitter is Seahawks Nestor. Seahawks Nestor. Dustin. And my profile pic from YouTube's on there if you're looking for it. So tell your friends and family, tell the people, fellow Seahawk fans about me. Please spread the word. You'd be doing good by the channel by doing that. I appreciate all of you hanging in here and keeping the chat lively with the questions. Hawks Nestor. That's it, Carl. Gosh dang it. I don't even know my damn Twitter name. My brain's starting to go a little bit. Brain's starting to go a little bit juicy here. Hey, thank you for your time, Emmett. I appreciate all the questions you had as well. It was great chatting with you. Last year, Wilson. Thank you for spreading the legend. I appreciate it. Thank you, John. We will see you guys very, very soon again. Do you think Olson and Disley will create effective 2 tight end sets, Pancake? I really do. And I think the Seattle Seahawks are going to go into 2 tight end sets more than they did this year simply because of that fact. The thing I like most about it, I think, is that you put defenses in a bind where you ask them, do you want to bring an extra cornerback on the field? You're going to match the safety on one of these tight ends. You're going to have to put one of your linebackers on these tight ends. And at that point, you have a mismatch. Disley absolutely ate up linebacker coverage. And I feel like Olson would do very much a similar if you put them out there. So I think it would be deadly. And it's a way you should go because when you have 2 tight end sets, you also tend to be able to probably run the ball better. So I would happily love to see them do that. If we got no more questions, I'm going to say thank you so much to all of you guys out there. And then I'm going to probably sign off here. It's been a great live stream chat. You guys are amazing out there. Thank you to all and to everybody out there. Pancake and the Sock, I'll say, hey, bye to you too. Don't forget, go Hawks. Thank you all so much for your support. And we'll get back on this probably just before the start of free agency. If not on the day of free agency, I will keep you all updated. But thank you very much. You guys all have a great night. Go Hawks.